let me cook. Yeah, I know I'm living good, but you don't know what it takes. Yeah, you don't know what it took. I was grinding every day, praying that somebody look, and I never took a break when they told me that I should. But now I'm doing well, yeah, I'm finally getting motion. All the ones that doubted me just standing there frozen. Nerdy ass white boy winning, got them broken. Try to call me corny, but I know they just coping. Yeah, you must have forgot. Keep on stacking all this heat, and I don't know when to stop. Got so many tapes cooking, I don't know when to drop. Yeah, and I know I'ma make it like no matter the cost. And I'll be burning down the floor when I come crawling out.
ตัวสุดท้ายในซีรีส์ยูเบอร์ผมยังไม่แน่ใจเลยว่าหลังจากจบตัวนี้แล้วก็ไปตัวไหนต่อตัวที่ถ้าจะเป็นบอสธรรมดาที่ไม่ใช่ยูเบอร์ก็เป็นไปได้แต่ผมคงทำให้ไม่อีกตัวแต่รับอย่างเงี้ยผมคงไม่ทำอาจจะเป็นเมเว่นหรือยูเบอร์เอลเดอร์12 DY ลง100 รอบนี่คือแบบแห้งเลยก็ได้อยู่มีปัญญาซื้ออยู่เลยแต่ว่าเขาคิดจริงๆผมคิดจะทำอย่างอื่นเลยนะเช่นไอเนี่ยใบรีพอร์ต100 รอบหรือสัก300 รอบก็ไอใบรีพอร์ตเนี่ย300 รอบมันจะได้อะไรบ้างหรือบูปิ้น200-300 รอบได้อะไรบ้างคุ้มไหมอะไรแบบนี้แต่บูปิ้นเนี่ยผมเห็นคนพูดในคอมโมและเด็ดนะประมาณว่าวิ่ง1,000 รอบ 2,000 รอบไม่ได้ซิมเพล็กไม่ได้โฟกัสเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็มีรู้สึกว่าเหมือนแค่300 รอบนี่มันแอปเปิลไซส์มันน้อยไปแล้วผมก็ต้องไปสร้างตัวใหม่เอามาวิ่งด้วยยังไม่มีตัววิ่งตัวนี้ไม่ค่อยน่าสนใจดรอปรูททั้งหมดเลยไม่มีอะไรน่าสนใจเลยไอ้ Cortex เวอร์ชันธรรมดาจะคุ้มหรือว่าน่าสนใจมากกว่าแต่ซ้ำที่จะมาล่าจะเอาให้มันจบไปยูเบอร์ข้อดีอย่างหนึ่งของ Uber Cortex คือมันง่ายแล้วก็มันดรอปโปรเยอะด้วยนะปกติหน้าบอลแล้วมันไม่ค่อยดรอปโปรไอตัวบอสมันง่ายเมคานิกรูปเซตบอสมันไม่มีอะไรแต่น็อกแมปบางครั้งมันทำให้ยากหรือว่าลงไม่ได้เลยอย่างอะไรนะไม่โดนแช่ต่ำกว่าเบสอะไรเงี้ยหรือว่ามีคอมโบมอดแย่ๆเช่นลดดาเมจที่ได้รับจากคริยับยั้งเวทหรือว่าเพิ่มเลือด200เปอร์อะไรก็ยากสำหรับบิวที่แบบต่างๆแล้วบอสนี้ก็นานด้วยมีหลายเฟสGiven my time, I gotta take that risk. Gotta survive, I'm running from the end. Oh, you really thought that I was done, but I'm just getting started. You know I'm about to pop off when you hear that guitar hit. I gotta keep it on my sleeve so you know where my heart is. I'm turning all my enemies to the dearly departed. You really thought that I was done, but I'm back for the encore. Kill them all at Halloween, they telling me they want more. Every single take got me tapping to a dark force. They've been saying revive while you going พื้นมากกว่าตายแบบหมดเจ็ดบอส
Now I'm not stopping till the coffin. I'll be legendary till the grim reaper walking. This my calling. Now I'm all in, but I still feel that stalking.
ไม่ได้ดูจอเมื่อกี้โอ้ลืมเปิดวาร์ปอีก
On my back, I'm a real dog soldier. Drop so many tracks and it ain't even October. Wearing all black, got them calling me the Reaper. When I walk into the building, they all know the life's over. Let me in the past, but I'm back from the dead. Had to go and get it back, now it's on to the next. Every level losing friends, have been filling me with dread. Going down a dark path, will they love me when I'm dead? Cause I'm saying like, I'm outbound, yeah, when I'm on the road. My respect for like Metallica, wherever I roam. Like, sometimes that when I'm on my own. Every day's another battle, can't afford to lose focus. Got my demons down, so I gotta keep it scoping. Let 100 rounds leave my enemies broken. Think it's time to put my plans in motion. Yeah, I'm better raising hell, brand new tracks, drop more shit. Help me for a feature, little buddy can't afford it. I've been in the house, now it's time for world tour shit. So much in the vault, now you know there's no shortage. Used to pop pills, now I only pop corpses. Drop a couple tracks and I'll put you where the morgue is. Kill 'em for the throat, cause all these rappers so boring. Say my name 3 times, that's my final warning, yeah. The Reaper takes you away. Follow me to the grave. Feeling I can't escape. Let me rest in peace. Hair on my back, I'm a real dog soldier. Drop so many tracks and it ain't even October. Wearing all black, got them calling me the Reaper. When I walk into the building, they all know the life's over. Let me in the past, but I'm back from the dead. Had to go and get it back, now it's on to the next. Every level losing friends, have been filling me with dread. Going down a dark path, will they love me when I'm dead? Cause I'm saying like, I'm outbound, yeah, when I'm on the road. My respect for like Metallica, wherever I roam. Like, sometimes that when I'm on my own. And I don't wanna die, so don't leave me alone. Like,
อันนี้โอ้มันโหดจังวะ
Have you been naughty or nice?
you know I've been bad, yeah, I'm better bring the wrath. Got the sights right on the dash, so I'm ready when I slash everybody in my path. Drop the flames on every track. When they talking, I just laugh. I just keep on making music and I keep on stacking bags. Yeah, I'm always making killings and I don't care about your feelings. That's a fact. I'm about to burst right through the ceiling. And when I rise out the ground, it's a Christmas in the graveyard. Demons all around me, but I hit them with the AR. Grim Reaper always try to take my soul apart. Ones that didn't make it, yeah, I'm wondering where they are. Every time I swear it's turned into a nightmare. End of days, I think I can feel him right there. Devil in my mind, no, I can't even hide there. Last breath, I might take it cause I'm not scared. Swear this life I'm living, they ain't seeing what I see. I got anger and depression and it's crawling out of me. Try to focus on the good, yeah, I got everything I need. But it's hard to keep on living when you never feel complete. I'm a devil at producing, check the number of the beats. Yeah, just wait until you see the brand new projects I unleash. Yeah, and even when I make a Christmas album for the memes, I'm still giving it 100, yeah, I leave them all deceased. Yeah, I wonder where the time went, I miss all the old days. I think I'm sliding back into my old ways. You know I've been riding, passion I'm a locate. Time to start thriving, don't live in the slow way.
โอ้
Have you been naughty or nice?
You know I've been bad, yeah, I'm better bring the wrath. Got the sights right on the dash, so I'm ready when I slash everybody in my path. Drop the flames on every track. When they talking, I just laugh. I just keep on making music and I keep on stacking bags. Yeah, I'm always making killings and I don't care about your feelings. That's a fact. I'm about to burst right through the ceiling. And when I rise out the ground, it's a Christmas in the graveyard. Demons all around me, but I hit them with the AR. Grim Reaper always try to take my soul apart. Ones that didn't make it, yeah, I'm wondering where they are. Every time I swear it's turning And I'ma prove them all so wrong one day. And when life's hard, won't run away. I'ma overcome it till there's no more pain. If you hold on, look at all you gain. I promise you gon' make it out. Keep fighting, move in silence. Keep climbing, no declining. Only fall if you stop trying. Would you die for the words you writing? Millions in my net, but I'm still looking to shovel. Always on the move, nah, but I can never settle. Industry plants praying they get on my level. Praying that I fail, that's a pot calling the kettle. It's always the ones that never made it. Wanna do what I do, but they can't, so they hate it. So they gotta chime into like every conversation. Saying that I suck, cause deep down they know they ain't shit. Yeah, but that's the cost of what I do in this life that I live. The bigger all this grows, the more slice that I get. The more they wanna hate, the more heights that I hit. Got them checks looking big, yeah. And I don't even spend it, I just flip it and invest it. These other little rappers would've went and bought their next whip, just so they can get some validation off of flexing, yeah. But I never cared about acceptance. I never fit into society. All this influencer trash was so tiring. Used to be cool, now that's what everybody try to be. People see I rap, so they think all that inspire me. I just do this for the fun, I don't do this for the funds. I keep stacking new goals, so you know I'm never done. When you break it from the mold, that's when everybody shun. Till you finally start winning, and they turn it day one. Kinda like who I become, got the game under my thumb. Yeah, I got so many songs up in the vault, I got a ton. Looking back where I begun, sat alone at school lunch. If the homie saw this empire, he'd be looking stunned. And I'ma prove them all so wrong one day. And when life's hard, won't run away. I'ma overcome it till there's no more pain. If you hold on, look at all you gain. I promise you gon' make it out. Keep fighting, move in silence. Keep climbing, no declining. Only fall if you stop trying. Would you die for the words you writing? Yeah, dropped in, took two with the same round. All the lanes plotting on me, better stay down. All the money that I make, give me a way out. I stay put, taking over any day now. Dropped the tape, took a break, then I came right back. Been down, but I never let it harm me. And I'ma ride till the wheels falling off like that. Want me dead, then you're gonna need an army. Yeah, I do what I want, I do what I please. I know we in December, but I'm spitting like 1,000 degrees. I'm making album after album, and I do it with ease. I know I'm making all this money, but I do this for free. I'm finally back on my passion, drop another classic. Writing all these songs got me in a new bracket. Income passive, workflow magic. Lyrics to the beats, even do my own graphics. It's my world and you a resident. Got my haters falling down like the president. Writing songs better back in my element. I'll be here a long time, so just settle in. And I'll be burning down the world when I come crawling out the grave. And I'm so misunderstood, but they all gonna pay now. Yeah, dropped in, took two with the same round. All the lanes plotting on me, better stay down. All the money that I make, give me a way out. I stay put, taking over any day now. Dropped the tape, took a break, then I came right back. Been down, but I never let it harm me. And I'ma ride till the wheels falling off like that. Want me dead, then you're gonna need an army. Just watch, let me cook, yeah, I know I'm living good, but you don't know what it takes, yeah, you don't know what it took. I was grinding every day, praying that somebody look, and I never took a break when they told me that I should. But now I'm doing well, yeah, I'm finally getting motion. All the ones that doubted me just standing there frozen. Dirty ass white boy winning, got them broken. Try to call me corny, but I know they just coping. Yeah, you must have forgot. Keep on stacking all this heat and I don't know when to stop. Got so many tapes cooking, I don't know when to drop. Yeah, and I know I'ma make it like no matter the cost. And I'll be burning down the world when I come crawling out the grave. And I'm so misunderstood, but they all gonna pay. Yeah, dropped in, took two with the same round. All the lanes plotting on me, better stay down. All the money that I make, give me a way out. I stay put, taking over any day now. Dropped the tape, took a break, then I came right back. Been down, but I never let it harm me. And I'ma ride till the wheels falling off like that. Want me dead, then you're gonna need an army. Yeah, tis the season for the terror, bring it all back. I'ma ride with the devil dressed in all black. Check the list, check it twice, yeah, I'm all bad. Let it snow, second bodies and they all wrapped. Dead in the air, it's time to come alive. There's
โปรเจกต์ตายเชน6 ครั้ง
This Christmas I don't want nothing, just death. I pray the Lord my soul to take. When I'm right in the sled, yeah, you know I'm about to say. All the spirit give me dread, got me crawling at the grave. All I want is green and red, racks and blood, that's what I take. Got a stocking full of death, then it's calling out your name. It's a cold, dark world and I'm a creature of the night. Talking down to me, I introduce them to my side. Swear I'm always creeping in the darkness of your mind. And I'm just like Freddy, if you kill me, I'll revive. Yeah, tis the season for the terror, bring it all back. I'ma ride with the devil dressed in all black. Check the list, check it twice, yeah, I'm all bad. Let it snow, second bodies and they all wrapped. Dead in the air, it's time to come alive. There's nowhere else to hide away. This Christmas I don't want nothing, just death. I pray the Lord my soul to take. You really thought that I was done, but I'm just getting started. You know I'm about to pop off when you hear that guitar hit. I gotta keep it on my sleeve so you know where my heart is. I'm turning all my enemies to the dearly departed. You really thought that I was done, but I'm back for the encore. Killed them all at Halloween, they telling me they want more. Every single tape got me tapping to a dark force. They've been saying revive, why you going so hard for? Back to the tracks and I lock them all away. When it's time for me to drop out, I send them to the grave.
เพิ่มระยะสกิล 200%
Can't believe I'm getting paid. Took enough time off, now I'm done with taking breaks, yeah. Now I'm not stopping till the coffin. I'll be legendary till the Grim Reaper walking. This my calling, now I'm all in, but I still feel that stalking. Back then I was dead inside. Say you wanna die too, yeah, you read my mind. Used to carry all my burdens, really dread my life, but I learned to keep on moving, left it all behind. And I'ma set it on fire, I don't care if I'm accepted. Yeah, I could retire off the money I invested, but I'll take it higher, I'ma go ahead and test it. So give me the lighter, think it's time for me to set it off. I feel like I'm buried alive, just wanna live again. Given my time, I gotta take that risk. Gotta survive, I'm running from the end. Oh, you really thought that I was done, but I'm just getting started. You know I'm about to pop off when you hear that guitar hit. I gotta keep it on my sleeve so you know where my heart is. I'm turning all my enemies to the dearly departed. You really thought that I was done, but I'm back for the encore. Killed them all at Halloween, they telling me they want more. Every single tape got me tapping to a dark force. They been saying revive, why you going so hard for? Back to the tracks and I lock them all away. When it's time for me to drop out, I send them to the grave. I'm just rapping about my life, can't believe I'm getting paid. Took enough time off, now I'm done with taking breaks, yeah. Now I'm not stopping till the coffin. I'll be legendary till the Grim Reaper walking. This my calling, now I'm all in, but I still feel that stalking. มันดอกเบสจะเวล86ด้วยที่นี่ถ้าลงก็ถูกถ้าเหมือนลงแมปเจอ17เลยเนี่ยยิงหัวตายเพิ่ม4 ลูกนอนคอยสั้นออนฮิต
Have you been naughty or nice?
You know I've been bad, yeah, I'm bad to bring the wrath. Got
ล
the
บหนึ่ง
sight
วา
right
นา
on the
ที่ใช้
dash, so I'm
ลาก
ready
สกิ
when
ล
I slash everybody in my path. Dropping flames on every track. When they talking, I just laugh. I just keep on making music and I keep on stacking bags. Yeah, I'm always making killings and I don't care about your feelings. That's a fact. I'm about to burst right through the ceiling. And when I rise out the ground, it's like Christmas in the graveyard. Demons all around me, but I hit them with the AR. Grim Reaper always try to take my soul apart. Ones that didn't make it, yeah, I'm wondering where they are. Every time I swear it's turned into a nightmare. End of days, I think I can feel him right there. Devil in my mind, no, I can't even hide there. Last breath, I might take it cause I'm not scared. Swear this life I'm living, they ain't seeing what I see. I got anger and depression and it's crawling out of me. Try to focus on the good, yeah, I got everything I need. But it's hard to keep on living when you never feel complete. I'm a devil at producing, check the number of the beats. Yeah, just wait until you see the brand new projects I unleash. Yeah, and even when I make a Christmas album for the memes, I'm still giving it 100, yeah, I leave them all deceased. Yeah, I wonder where the time went, I miss all the old days. I think I'm sliding back into my old ways. You know I've been riding, passion I'ma locate. Time to start thriving, don't live in the slow way.
Have you been naughty or nice?
You know I've been bad, yeah, I'm bad to bring the wrath. Got the sights right on the dash, so I'm ready when I slash everybody in my path. Dropping flames on every track. When they talking, I just laugh. I just keep on making music and I keep on stacking bags. Yeah, I'm always making killings and I don't care about your feelings. That's a fact. I'm about to burst right through the ceiling. And when I rise out the ground, it's like Christmas in the graveyard. Demons all around me, but I hit them with the AR. Grim Reaper always try to take my soul apart. Ones that didn't make it, yeah, I'm wondering where they are. Every time I swear it's turned into a nightmare. End of days, I think I can feel him right there. Devil in my mind, no, I can't even hide there. Last breath, I might take it cause I'm not scared. And I'ma prove them all so wrong one day. And when lights are, won't run away. I'ma overcome it till there's no more pain. If you hold on, look at all you gain. I promise you gon' make it out. Keep fighting, move in silence. Keep climbing, no declining. Only fall if you stop trying. Would you die for the words you writing? Millions in my net, but I'm still looking to shovel. Always on the move, now but I can never settle. Industry plants spraying, they get on my level. Praying that I fail, that's a pot calling the kettle. It's always the ones that never made it. Wanna do what I do, but they can't, so they hate it. So they gotta chime into like every conversation. Saying that I suck, cause deep down they know they ain't shit. Yeah, but that's the cost of what I do in this life that I live. The bigger all this grows, the more slice that I get. The more they wanna hate, the more heights that I hit. Got them checks looking big, yeah. And I don't even spend it, I just flip it and invest it. These other little rappers would've went and bought their next whip, just so they can get some validation off of flexing, yeah. But I never cared about acceptance. I never fit into society. All this influence are trash, but so tiring. Used to be cool, now that's what everybody try to be. People see I rap, so they think all that inspire me. I just do this for the fun, I don't do this for the funds. I keep stacking new goals, so you know I'm never done. When you break it from the mold, that's when everybody shuns. Till you finally start winning, and they turn it day one. Kinda like who I become, got the game under my thumb. Yeah, I got so many songs up in the vault, I got a ton. Looking back where I begun, sat alone at school lunch. If the old me saw this empire, he'd be looking stunned.
ยุค12 มอนแลซินดิซิสมอน
And
มอน
I'ma
แล
prove
ซินดิ
them
ซิส
all
12
so
ตัว
wrong one day. And when lights are, won't run away. I'ma overcome it till there's no more pain. If you hold on, look at all you gain. I promise you gon' make
มอน
it
แลดอก
out.
43
Keep fighting, move in silence. Keep climbing, no declining. Only fall if you stop trying. Would you die for the words you writing?
you are ไอสปาร์ออฟฟิศหรือสปาร์แอสเซนเดน
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
เมาส์ผมเจ๊งอีกซ้ายไม่ค่อยจะติด
I'm the 4-7 demon every night I've been working. They ain't fucking with the team, I put them all in the furnace. I see them trying to act hard, but that's all on the surface. They wanna see me in the dirt, but I'm in Satan's service. Kill them all, put them in the dirt, gotta put them in the bag, gotta put them in a hearse. Gotta kill them with a rap, with a size, with a mask, I'm running with an AK, watch your burst. You don't really wanna get a blade to the face, but I'm better get a taste when I slice your veins. Everybody wanna talk, that's all mistake, cause at the end your death awaits. So don't revive, decapitate, all these bitches are disgrace. Yeah, and when I grip the side, I think I'm bad to seal your fate. Think I'm bad to catch a case, I've been slashing like the shape. There was no room left in hell, so I crawled up out from the grave. All you bitches better know that this shit's nothing, this is practice. Murdering and killing, I'm going from the bottom, that I really wanna get in my way, no stopping. Came up from the grave, had to find a better way, now I'm killing every single damn tape I'm dropping. Ain't nobody fucking with me, better be the best motherfucker out of Florida in the game. On the site that I play, better murder everybody, I don't really give a fucking bitch, I'm bad to spill the blood. And that shit's about to flood, Halloween vibes, which that's a must. So the revive just came in clutch, all my enemies looking crushed. With the cold and we disrupt, with my sight I'm about to hunt. Keep your body in the trunk, cause bitch I never gave a fuck.
ตายไวนี่มันน่ากลัวเลยวะ
Get the fuck out of my face. No one gives a fuck about what you say. Talking like you know me, what a shame. You don't know you gotta feel the blame. Cause you know I'm the graveyard phantom. I'm winning, that shit ain't random. My demons are moving tandem. My vision is still expanding. Running through Florida like I own the shit. Studio make a couple hits. Now I'm armed and dangerous. Talk down on me, better know the risk. Sick of all these pussies try to push me to the side. I don't really give a fuck, but you can talk right to my side. While you sleeping, I'm at work, you know I do that every night. While you partying and clubbing, bitch, you know I'm about to climb, yeah. Really better raise some hell today. All you got some hell to pay. Think I just might kill the game until I'm burning everything. Ritual to seal your fate. Satan tells me what to say. Undead start to animate, they crawling from out of the grave. I was summoned to bring you to the other side. Every time you think you'll kill me, I'll revive. Let's the key of Solomon, Paimon gave me life. So now I'll never die. Get the fuck out of my face. No one gives a fuck about what you say. Talking like you know me, what a shame. You don't know you better feel the blame. that creature that crawled up out from the dungeon. I've been chopping heads if you said to me, bitch, you getting bludgeoned. New sight, new blade, let them know the name. People really think I'm nice, so they see my fangs. I'm so esoteric, I don't fuck with this era. I got a brand new bag of tricks away, I'm bringing the terror. And now I'm killing all the competition, chase them with the chainsaw.
โนแลนตายยากอย่าง
Face away, I take the face off. Dropping, I think I turned to an addict. Talking about the sequel shit, it's hard to have it. I'm bringing the chaos and you know I gotta have it. Bodies piled up when I go session. Dark night, full moon.
ตายยากกว่าบอสอีก
Death looking when you're stepping into my domain. Should've turned around and left, now you're getting slayed. Glad you came, cause you're looking like a brand new face. Keep on running, I'ma hit you with the mallet. Take you right down underground and I can show you all my talents. Go ahead, throw a pallet, boy, this shit is not a challenge. Family full of cannibals, we cook them by the gallon.
I ain't hard to find, I'm a Texas bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop top with me. I ain't hard to find, I'm a Texas bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop top with me.
I'm that creature that crawled up out from the dungeon. I've been chopping heads if you said to me, bitch, you getting bludgeoned. New sight, new blade, let them know the name. People really think I'm nice, so they see my fangs. I'm so esoteric, I don't fuck with this era. I got a brand new bag of tricks away, I'm bringing the terror. And now I'm killing all the competition, chase them with the chainsaw. They should call me Leatherface away, I take the face off.
I ain't hard to find, I'm a Texas bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop top with me. I ain't hard to find, I'm a Texas bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop top with me. I ain't hard to find, I'm a Texas bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop top with me. I ain't hard to find, bitch, come and give me. Flashing like I'm leather face and drop with me. Do you wanna play a game? Put you in the body, sign it well with my honor. Put you in the body, sign it well with my honor. Put you in the body, bag, sign it with my autograph. Put you in the body, bag, sign it with my autograph. Put you in the body, sign it well with my honor. Put you in the body, sign it
I'll
with
put
my
these bitches in a trap. Big mask on, sucking, now there's no escape. Live or die, make a choice, wanna play a game. Clock ticking, final minutes, better push it to your limit. Boy, you crossed the wrong one, now I'm coming for my vengeance. Revive it, I'm the reaper when I snatch your final breath. Everybody try to stop me, but that shit has no effect. I'm a creature, feature, Satan try to kill me, but he bled. I'll just keep on coming back like a zombie or resurrect. Saying all these digits like bodies, you want my ticket, a hobby. I made some meals and I pivot to brand new visions. I'm spawning the mask on like Halloween. All my haters can swallow me. Always obsessing about my life, it's fucking sad how they follow me. Fuck the fame, fuck the clout, I don't want it. They love the way my music sounded so demonic. All these people want fame, always looking so robotic. That's the reason why I keep this shit chaotic. I'ma rise even if I die, mark my words. And I'ma climb 6 feet, crawling out of the dirt. I'm taking souls, they don't mind, you know I let them burn. And when I come out from the grave, I'll get my sight and put these bitches in a trap. Big mask on, sucking, now there's no escape. Live or die, make a choice, wanna play a game. Clock ticking, final minutes, better push it to your limit. Boy, you crossed the wrong one, now I'm coming for my vengeance.
body, bag, sign it with my autograph. Put you in the body, bag, sign it with my autograph. Put you in the body, sign it with my autograph. Put you in the body, sign it with my autograph. Repeats.
Yeah, I'm really better, bring the wrath. I made riches out of rags. Better sharpen up my sight and then I turn them all to ash. I'm a demon when I slash. Motherfuckers dropping trash. I don't care about a verse as long as I'll be standing last. Pulling up with the new blade. Homicidal with the rage. Finally coming out the cage and all my enemies getting flayed. Bitch, I'm better, bring the pain. If they talking on my name, I'll be saying fucking coffin. Throw your ass right in the grave. I don't care about who's talking. I came from the gutter. All this fake shit, I don't want this. I do what I want. These little bitches only watching.
คลิกซ้ายไม่ค่อยติด
Create
ว่ะ
fire, burning cities, got 'em moshing. And all my enemies ain't worth it, they ain't worth the energy. I cock it back and then I show 'em how they all can rest in peace. And then I hit you with that 33. I'm Freddy Krueger in your dreams. I kill the competition, then I kill the ones who diss me. It's that number of the beast till I
คิดว่าแล้วเราถึกจังกดคิด78แล้ว
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Service. Kill them all, put them in the dirt, gotta put them in the bag, gotta put them in a hearse, gotta kill them with a rap, the size of the mask, I'm running with an AK, watch your burst. You don't really wanna get a blade to the face, but I'm better get a taste when I slice your veins. Everybody wanna talk, that's all mistake, cause at the end your death awaits. So don't revive, decapitate, all these bitches a disgrace. Yeah, and when I grip the side, I think I'm bad to seal your fate. Think I'm bad to catch a case, I've been slashing like the shape. There was no room left in hell, so I crawled up out from the grave. All you bitches better know that this shit's nothing, this is practice. Murdering and killing, I'm going from the bottom, that I really wanna get in my way, no stopping. Came over in the grave, had to find a better way, now I'm killing every single damn tape I'm dropping. Ain't nobody fucking with me, better be the best, motherfucker, I don't afford in the game, on the site that I play. Better murder everybody, I don't really give a fucking bitch, I'm bad to spill the blood. And that shit's about to flood, Halloween vibes, which that's a must. So the revive just came in clutch, all my enemies looking crushed. With the cold and we disrupt, with my sight I'm about to hunt. Keep your body in the trunk, cause bitch I never gave a fuck.
ล็อกได้หรือไงเมื่อกี้โดนเต็มๆเลยไม่ใช่เหรอ
Get the fuck out of my face. No one gives a fuck about what you say. Talking like you know me, what a shame. You don't know you better feel the blade. Cause you know I'm the graveyard phantom. I'm winning, that shit ain't random. My demons, I'm moving tandem. My vision is still expanding. Running through Florida like I own the shit. Studio make a couple hits. Now I'm armed and dangerous. Talk down on me, better know the risk. Sick of all these pussies try to push me to the side. I don't really give a fuck, but you can talk right to my side. While you sleeping, I'm at work, you know I do that every night. While you partying and clubbing, bitch, you know I'm about to climb, yeah. Really better raise some hell today. All you got some hell to pay. Think I just might kill the game until I'm burning everything. Ritual to seal your fate. Satan tells me what to say. Undead's hard to animate, they crawling from out of the grave. I was summoned to bring it to the other side. Every time you think you'll kill me, I'll revive. Let's the key of Solomon, Paimon gave me life. So now I'll never die. Get the fuck out of my face. No one gives a fuck about what you say. Talking like you know me, what a shame. You don't know you better feel the blade. 'em with the chainsaw. They should call
น่าจะหาเบิร์ดตัวที่มันมีบัฟ vitality แล้วก็ถือกว่า2 มือได้มาใช้แทนตัวนี้ตัวนี้ไม่ช่วยอะไรเลยผมเอามาเพราะว่าเห็นว่ามันใช้กว่า2 มือได้ vitality determination หรือไม่ก็ใช้เมิร์ฟใส่จอยานี่ไปเลยแล้วมันขี้เกียจไปนั่งหาซื้อของทำเซตอัพโดยลดต้านสายฟ้า 200% น่าขันมีอะไรอ่ะแหวน2 ข้างเข็มขัดเสื้อหมดแล้วแล้วก็ใส่สร้อยเยแบงเอาไปนี่แต่วุ้นนี่ผมไม่รู้เสื้ออะไรนี่มันเสื้ออินจ้ะ
Even if I die, mark my words, and I'ma climb 6 feet, crawling out of the dirt. I'm taking souls, they don't mind, you know I let them burn. And when I come out from the grave, I'll get my sight and put these bitches in a trap. Big mask on, sucking, now there's no escape. Live or die, make a choice, wanna play a game. Clock ticking, final minutes, better push it to your limit. Boy, you crossed the wrong one, now I'm coming for my vengeance.พับจออยู่เมื่อกี้จะเลือกเพลงเปิดวาร์ปไว้ปะเนี่ยโอ้โหพูดถึงมหาโกลในนี้ก็ดีเหมือนกันนะไม่ใช่ดีก็พอได้ไม่ใช่ว่าดีเลิศอะไรมากมายแล้วจบก่อน5 ทุ่มไปเนี่ยแม่งนานชิบหายเลยแต่ละแบบ exist, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Bad moves when I walk in, they don't want the darkness. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When the face come out, spilling blood, let them rest in peace. Think it's time I invest in me. Fuck a me, meet the whole damn team. All red like the S&P. Not a day when the please don't speak. I know that you want it. Try to hang it up, but then you pull me out the coffin. Got the devil flows, now they begging me to drop it. Now I'm taking over and there ain't no way to stop it. Saying like, I don't need fame, bitch, I'm way too focused. Got my team close, but my enemies closest. They ain't really ready for the skills I've been
ขึ้นไปกับ
holding. Calling out for help, but
วาร์ป
nobody
ไป
really
แต่ตอนแรกมันอยู่
knows.
ด้วยนะตรงที่มอสผมยืน
Let the cemetery come alive. Now
Hello,
there's
babe.
nowhere left to hide. Yeah.
แล้วคนแรงด้วยนะ
Right to sharpen my blade, that sight.
น้องๆแพทเทิร์นของเชฟเปอร์เชฟเปอร์เอลเดอร์
More on my plate. I'm a servant of death. I drop hits, get paid, bitch. Kill 'em all, no one's doing this like me. Death squad that they really wanna try me. 100 songs locked up, shit's frightening. Better drop 'em all, give a fuck about the timing. Little revive with a brand new bitch. Only Halloween vibes, and you know I never miss. I just let 'em all play, cause they ain't gotta like this. Yeah, I live it up, but I never asked to exist, yeah. I feel alive when I'm nearing my death. Don't wanna try, yeah. Or am I just stuck in my head again? Cry for the end, but I don't want to. Let the reaper take me down. And I fucking hate this. Too many faces. Money makes me anxious. I've been feeling vacant. And I fucking hate this. Too many faces. Money makes me anxious. I've been feeling vacant. Yeah, yeah. And all my flaws keep me stuck in my bed. I put up these walls, keep you out of my mess. And it's driving me crazy, ain't been good to me lately. Yeah, you think you can save me in a casket? Cause I don't really care about what happens to me. As long as all the ones that love are good, that's all that I need. So just let me go on. I guess that I just couldn't hack it. Go on, and you can spread all the ashes now. And it's always in my mind, and I just can't escape it. No matter what I find, the reaper wanna take me. I feel alive when I'm nearing my death. Don't wanna try, yeah. Or am I just stuck in my head again? Cry for the end, but I don't want to. Let the reaper take me down. And I fucking hate this. Too many faces. Money makes me anxious. I've been feeling vacant. And I fucking hate this. Too many faces. Money makes me anxious. I've been feeling vacant. Yeah, yeah.
รถคลิกอีกแล้ว
I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and
Making
gets shot.
that now.
You think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
The one who knocks
Yeah, I'm finally out the dungeon. They just ain't ready for the shit I'm about to summon. Devil got me paid and now we're smoking out in London. Got a demon girl and now I'm cutting off the coven. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody talk too much, man, that's a dead end. Cause when you start to doubt me, that's when I come out of resting. I'll come out of hiding at the
มีแต่
time
คน
you
บอก
least
ว่า
expect it. I feel like Freddy Krueger with the
ถ้า
way
ทน
I'm
ดู
on
ผ่าน
my neck
ที่
shit. I can
ไอ้
take your life, set all your dreams on fire.
ซีซั่น
And
หนึ่ง
this
ไม่ได้
music's just so
พูดถึง
easy
Breaking
that
Bad
I did this twice. Some people
แล้วมันจะส
fucking
นุก
try
มาก
to beat me, but it just ain't right.
ผมดู
Let's
ถึ
see
ง
him try to beat
ซี
us
ซั่น
if
แรก
they
ถึง
falling
EP
back
ที่
in
4 แล้ว
line.
นะครับก็ไหว
Like when I write this, drop back when that sight hit. Yeah, I work the night shift, always on my grind shit.
ซีรีส์ดี
Yeah,
ต
I
ลอ
what
ด
my
กาล
life is. Turn around, you can't buy this. Yeah, respect and power, nothing you supply with. Yeah, when I walk and see him straighten up in either face.
แต่
Everything
รถ
I
คลิก
do
นี่
is
แม่ง
for
เห็น
the
ผลจ
team,
ริง
my
ๆกับรถ
family
คลิก
and
เจ็
the
ดสิบ
grave.
เปอร์
All my life said, fuck your advice. I'ma do this myself, and if I fail, then at least I tried. Why you talking? You ain't fucking with the next one. Every time I drop, it's got me feeling like the best one. Goddamn, they
ผมดู EWC Tekken ตั้งแต่2 ทุ่มถึงเที่ยงคืนแบบโอ้ไม่ไหวแล้วไปหลับไม่ใช่ว่าน่าเบื่อนะผมตื่นไวแล้วเมื่อวานตื่นไวเลยโคตรมันดูถึงผู้ดานเฮฮาชิกับจอห์นดิงเอ็ดดี้ก็คู่กับคู่สุดท้ายแล้วมั้งหรือเพิร์ทเพสไม่รู้แล้วก็มาดูต่อจนจบตอนเนี้ยคู่สุดท้ายอะไรเอาซานดับบูนอฟกับโลไฮนี่โลไฮไบรอันโคตรมันผมเมนดับบูนอฟด้วยผมชอบโลไฮนะแต่ผมเมนดับบูนอฟผมต้องเชียร์ดับบูนอฟถ้าอีกฝ่ายไม่ใช่ดับบูนอฟผมคงเชียร์โลไฮมีโลไฮโอซานมูโกพวกนี้ผมเชียร์สิผมไม่ค่อยชอบพวกนักแข่งจากปากีเท่าไหร่อัสลานอาทิฟนูเบนส่วนตัวนะไม่ได้เหยียดเลยอะไรนะแต่ว่าสไตล์การเล่นถ้าแบบจะทำตำนานเลยก็มีกับคูดาน
They just ain't fucking with me now, they wasn't fucking with me then. Black clothes, put a target on my head, not fitting in. Used to be so irritated, they was calling me a shooter. Now that I'm swerving in the bins, I think I finally see the humor. They used to make fun of me, but they dressing like me now. God, I'm loving my aesthetic, funny how they come around. Used to be the fucking joke, and now they looking like some clowns. And then they got the nerve to try to text me for a pound. Man, this world doesn't suit me, I'm living life like a movie. All these fruits on my label, but I can't let it all consume me. I've seen greatness leave the vessel of a person, yeah, spooky. Stab me in the back, but nowadays there's nothing to me. Put my soul into these tracks, whiplash with the way I'm out of working. Y'all just say my tempo only living on the surface. And I've been in the studio with the shadows, I've been lurking.
โพสต์แล้วมีคนเห็นคนเห็นด้วยเยอะใน Twitter มันก็จะมีแนวโน้มที่จะเปลี่ยนตามนั้นตามความเห็นใน Twitter แล้วทีนี้มันมีนักแข่งที่ชื่ออัสลานแอชจากปากีคอมเมนต์ไม่คอมเมนต์เลยมันทำคลิปเกี่ยวกับถามผู้เล่นปากีในประเทศเปิดเดียวกันว่าไบรอันฟูลี่เนี่ยมันท็อป 1ก็แหละมัน OP หรือเปล่าอะไรประมาณนั้นผมไม่แน่ใจว่าท็อป 1หรือว่า OP หรือเปล่าแต่ว่าผมไม่รู้ว่าสคริปต์หรือว่าเกมไม่บอลหรือเปล่าก็ตอบไปหมดเลยว่าใช่ OP ก็มันก็คงไม่อะไรหรอกเพราะว่ามันก็เป็นเรื่องจริงของที่คิดว่าไบรอันมันโกงเหมือนกันมันค่อนข้างดีอะไรโป๊กลอนเชอร์เคาน์เตอร์ฮิตลอนเชอร์โอ้โหคอมวอลแครี่ดีที่สุดในเกมแล้วมั้งลองลงมาไม่แน่ใจว่าเท่าจุนหรือว่าลองหรือเท่าหรือว่ามากกว่าจุนหรือน้อยกว่าจุนประมาณนั้นนะมันโคตรมันดีจริงๆแต่ว่าประเด็นมันคือมันพูดประมาณว่าถ้าจำไม่ผิดนะประมาณว่าแต่ความเห็นของพวกคุณไม่สำคัญหรอกเพราะว่าเขาเมนไบรอันไม่ได้พูดชื่อนะเมนไบรอันที่เขาเล่นมานานแล้วเขาไม่ได้คิดแบบนั้นซึ่งก็มีอยู่คนเดียวคือนีก็เขียนกลับเลยใน Twitter สวนกันไปสวนมาผมจำรายละเอียดไม่ได้แต่ประมาณได้ดังนั้นก็ถ้าคิดว่าแอนนาโนนถ้าคิดว่าไบรอันโกงมันก็เล่นงั้นผมก็เล่นแอนนาดิแต่ผมเล่นถ้าคิดว่าไบรอันโกงนี่พูดนะถ้าคิดว่าไบรอันโกงงั้นคุณก็เล่นไบรอันเลยเดี๋ยวผมเล่นนี่เริ่มเปลี่ยนงั้นเดี๋ยวผมเล่นไอ้นี่แอนนาตัวที่อัสลานแอชมันเล่นเมนอยู่เมนซีซั่นเนี่ยซีซั่น 2แล้ว มาเจอกันตอนอะไรแกนไฟแนลอะไรประมาณนั้นแบบมาวัดกันไปเลยว่าตัวไหนมันท็อป 1กันแน่ผมไม่แน่ใจว่าไออัลบั้มตอบยังไงแต่ว่าประมาณก็คงเลี่ยงคำตอบหรือว่าแบบไม่ยอมอะไรเงี้ยเพราะว่าพูดประมาณว่าให้เวลาปีหนึ่งปีหนึ่งนี่นะตลกให้ปีหนึ่งไปให้เวลาปีหนึ่งเนี่ยไอเขาพูดประมาณว่าให้เวลาปีหนึ่งฝึกไบอันเดี๋ยวมาสู้กันตลกถึงตอนนั้นเมตามันก็เปลี่ยนไปแล้วคนมันก็เลยพูดว่าไงดีไอ้ลานมันเก่งไม่มีเหตุผลถ้าเอาจริงๆมันก็เชียร์โวลิ่งกันทั้งหมดแหละไอ้อัสลานเนี่ยตัวดีเลยแต่นีก็เล่นผมจำได้ว่ามีคนพูดว่านีเล่นไบอันเมนไบอันมาตั้งแต่เทคเคน2เทคเคน3ป่ะแต่ว่าหยุดไปตอนเทคเคน7เทคเคนเพราะว่ามันอ่อนมากแล้วก็ไปเล่นอะไรตัวอื่นคาซุยะดาคุนอฟเล่นไปแล้วนี่แต่ว่าซีซั่นเทคเคน8ซีซั่นก็เห็นนีเล่นแต่ไบอันนะแต่ว่าเป็นดราม่าสนุกสุดอยากเห็น2คนนี้สู้กันในแกรนด์ไฟนอลสลับเมนไออาร์ทิสไม่ใช่ไอแอดลานแอดก็เล่นนะไบอันเลยไอนีก็เล่นเป็นนางคงแบบสนุกมากจำไม่ได้แต่รู้สึกว่าไออาซานโดนคาร์ดิโอไอมุกโลใครไม่รู้ตกเกาหลีตกล่วงไปจากท็อป4ท็อป5นี่ก็แพ้จอร์ดิงแพ้เกาหลีหรืออินยาไม่แน่ใจของคนเกาหลีคนไอ้คู่แกนไฟนอลคูซานกับโลไฮมันก็สนุกอยู่แต่ผมอยากเห็นเชซูเกะแล้วก็คูดันผมว่าคู่เนี้ยเสียงเชียร์นั่งคงลั่นพอคูดันระดับตำนานของมิชิมะอยู่แล้วแต่เคซูเกะก็ผมติ่งเคซูเกะนะมาสายตาดูเลยเชียร์ไม่ถูกเลยถ้ามีแบบนั้นจริงแกนเคซูเกะคาซุยะกับคูดานผมชอบคูดานเดวิดจินมากกว่าเฮอาชิเดวิดจินโดนเนิร์ฟทำอะไรก็โดนเนิร์ฟจนต้องย้ายเมนพูดถึงคูดาน
To wonder what this would be like if I let it go. All this time that I spent, what would happen if I had to go? I'm haunted by my mistakes. I wanted to be the greatest, falling head first into the end of all my life.
พูดถึงทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่ผมยังไม่เคยเห็นเดี๋ยวยู่กับอลิสาในท็อป8เลยท็อป8ของทัวร์ที่ไม่เคยเห็นหมีผมยังเคยเห็นมาแล้วเลยลังชู
see I could still hear the sirens. Said it how much, so I made my own world. There was too much noise to the music, my silence. If you ever seen, try to do what I did. Try to have dreams, just close your eyelids. Don't let them take you off that path, cause regret's way worse than letting them land. I'm always running from all my sins. Say that what slows me down when nothing's letting me win.
ที่ใช้มวยหยงชุนผิวดำจำชื่อไม่ได้ตอนนั้นก็เคยเห็นติดท็อป8
Sometimes wish I could change. Throw my hands up, say I'm done with falling. And I'm just throwing up all the ashes. There's way too much inside of my head. And I'm just throwing up all the ashes. There's way too much inside of my head. I used to wonder what this would be like if I let it go. All this time that I spent, what would happen if I had to go? I'm haunted by my mistakes.
ซีซั่นที่แล้ว
To be
แล้ว
the
คุณน็อป
greatest, falling head first into
แล้ว
the
คุณน็อป
end
มัน
of
โกง
all
มาก
lives. The show
โดน
goes
เนื้อ
on
ไป
until I die. This is all I know. Why would I
ไอ้
not
เนิร์ฟ
try?
QCF
But
4
it feels too
ตอน
much.
ที่มันฮิต
Space
ที่
in
ที่มัน
my mind.
ออนกราว
I'm out of space
มัน
in
ก็
my
ถูก
mind
แล้วนะ
now.
แต่ไม่รู้เลย
Loving myself, but it hurts sometimes. Suicide, no
ที่
cutting in my mind.
สุการให้สัมภาษณ์ตอน
Pride and I ride for the
ตอน
fans,
จบ
but it hurts
ตอน
sometimes.
ชนะแล้วอะก็
Night it haunts me. I just wanna end my life.
พิสูจน์ให้เห็นว่าดาคุณน้องมันไม่ได้โกง
Then I'll run into the night.
เพราะว่าเนี่ยมันเล่นหลังจากที่มันโดนเนื้อไปแล้ว มันก็ยังชนะตัวได้
So trapped inside.
ไอทัวร์
I don't wanna go
EWC นี่เหมือนกับว่า
soul. I can't find it.
มันใหญ่กว่า EVO
The baddest death and despair. But those feelings always fade away. They just don't compare to you and to you. I pray to
มันเลือดผมไม่ดีเลย
don't run. Take one step, I'll load the gun. Just a fire
ตายเลย
at my emptiness. Got clean, but every day still missing. Crushed up pills really blind my vision. 2019 worst year of my life, but I came right back. Now I'm back on the
โอ้เดิน
grind.
ยาวเลยทีนี้
Back then, really thought I had a death wish. Still do, but this time I won't suppress it. Smoke green, just the easy aggression. But it never gets rid of my depression. Look inside, yeah, my soul's all black. Never really thought they fucking with me like that. Just a young, dumb kid, now the kid got plaques. Said he burst right through and he got the last laugh like. But no matter my successes, that new state tied around my neck shit. 26, still got so many questions. I feel blessed, but it never really set in. Every day I don't
เลือกอะไรวะเนี่ยรถขี่
so long since I felt love. One more day, I might
โอ้
drop blood. I don't even wanna try to fix
เอ้
my
ย
mistakes. You save me from myself when I get closer to the
น่ารำคาญ
when I'm lost and in the darkness. I still know I'll find a way to you and to you. I pray to God that you don't run. Take one step, I'll load the gun. Just a fire at my emptiness.
อะไรดำๆผมตามผมแล้วนะเดี๋ยวเนี่ยอยู่ทางซ้ายผมเนี่ยมันเป็นท่าบอสแหละแต่ลองโดนดิ ก็เอามันยังตามอยู่เลยดูเลยดูกันมีช่วนบั๊กวะ AG ผมตายได้ไงวะเนี่ยเลือดไม่รีเลยวะต้องไปเปลี่ยนไปใช้สร้อย
something great. Yeah, it's finally time for me to make statements. But if I'm being honest, I hate this. Yeah, I never wanna speak this honestly. And yeah, I never thought I'd see the side of me. But I've been getting wasted every night. Can't bear being alive. I try so hard and not to pay. You found yourself, I can't relate. I sabotage, run everything. I don't want this, no. I'm a disgrace, I can't be sane. I try new things, but I can't change. I pray forgiveness for my ways. I wish that you would call me back, but you left me in the darkness. I won't be right by your side. I'm not fine. Let me in the darkness. I won't be right by your side. I'll be dead. Yeah, let down ones that I depend on. I can't bear this. I might end it on now. Suicide, no, for everyone that I sinned on. Let the water take me tonight. I try so hard just to please you. Sometimes I wish I could be you. Normal life, yeah, I want it right back. And I might make this my last time now. I try so hard and not to pay. You found yourself, I can't relate. I sabotage, run everything. I don't want this, no. I'm a disgrace, I can't be sane. I try new things, but I can't change. I pray forgiveness for my ways. I wish that you would call me back, but you left me in the darkness. I won't be right by your side. I'm not fine. Let me in the darkness. I won't be right by your side. I'll be dead. Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about the fame. Only money I can stack right to the grave. Shout out all the ones that finally tell my name. Shout out Florida, that's where I was born
หนึ่ง
and
ใน
raised.
สี่
Watch
หนึ่
them
งในสาม
fuck
ยัง
them out like they know what I'm about.
หมดไป
Watch
120
them write all other articles. When I start acting out, I'll drop a track the next day.
ก็
Play
20 กว่ารอบ
hit the stage, I'm saying thanks. All the hate just pay my bills, I'm feeling great. Been on my villain shit, killing shit. Don't care how you feeling shit.
อยากจบไวๆจะได้ไปเล่นเทคเคน
You know I've been
ใจผมอยู่เทคเคนแล้วนะ
days I might say something real, cause being fake will make you meals, but the truth will get you killed. Been having dark days, never gave a fuck about me anyways. Hard to say if I should keep on going or just fade away. Digging graves, yeah, bitch, while you sleep, just know I stay awake. Bags under my eyes, but what's a life without some pain, yeah. I don't really give a fuck about the fame. Only money I can stack right to the grave. Shout out all the ones that finally tell my name. Shout out Florida, that's where I was born and raised. Now watch them run their fucking mouth like they know what I'm about. Watch them write all other articles. When I start acting out, I'll drop a track the next day. Play it when we hit the stage, I'm saying thanks. All the hate just pay my bills, I'm feeling great.
หรือว่าผมจะลงซิมูลาคัม100 รอบดีวะ
I guess I get it, you don't wanna get
น่าสนว่ะ
shit, I'm not offended. Honestly, I like your work, that's why we
เพราะเชอรี่บอสนี่มันฆ่ามาเกือบหมดแล้วนะ
about me after backlash.
บอสที่ไม่ใช่ยูเบอร์ก็ไม่ได้น่าสนใจอะไรมาก มีแค่เมเว่นนะแต่น่าสนใจ ซิมูลาคัม100 รอบก็น่าสนใจ แต่มันนานอยู่นะสตรีมเดียวไม่น่าพอ100 รอบ
Yeah, finally popped up with the blood of my enemies. I've been working every night, throwing back to the trilogy. Back when I could've been the one to throw a single shot. Now I got the funds, tell label fuck off. Please do not fuck with
ได้
me
ไอเดีย
if
แล้ว
you don't have any
ซิมูลาคัม100 รอบอาทิตย์หน้า
my road. I'm busy with working, I'm better
โอ้
You get murked, talking down
ไอ้หมวกนี่ก็มันได้มอดใช้มานาน้อยลงมานา90%เปอร์ reservation อะไรพวกนั้นน่าจะมีราคาอยู่จำได้แต่นอกนั้นก็ไม่น่ามีอะไรแพงพูดถึงน่าเสียดายนะถ้าใครเคยเล่นก่อนหน้านี้น่าจะจำได้ไอ้แบบเนี้ยแบบ Cortex มันเคยดรอปเบสซินธิซิสแบบดรอปจากมอนธรรมดาเลยไม่ใช่ดรอปจากบอสอย่างเดียวไม่รู้ทำไมถึงโดนปรับออกไปไอ้พวกมอดระเบิดศพในธนูในคาถาแมปซินดิซิสแต่ไม่ดรอปไอเทมซินดิซิสดรอปจากบอสอย่างเดียวดรอปจากยูเบอร์อย่างเดียวก็ได้ดรอปจากมอนแลในยูเบอร์คอมเพล็กซ์หรือว่าไอ้นี่ดีวะแมป7700 รอบหมายถึง Rush 77ไอแมป Abomination หรือว่า Secretซื้อในแบบใน TFT เอา100 แมปก็ไม่เลยนะผมว่านั่นก็น่าสนใจ The Fear โลท่า The Fear 100 ครั้งโอ้100 ครั้งนั่นก็นานเหมือนกันนะน่าจะ2 ไลฟ์เพราะชายูล่ามันนานมีอะไรบ้างนะยูเวอร์ซิลีก็นานยูเวอร์ซิลีคอเทคซายูล่าอะไรกันเชฟเฟอร์เอลเดอร์โอ้โหไม่นานหมดเลยวะ100 รอบคงต้อง2-3 ร้อยได้มั้งรอบหนึ่งก็สักเกือบ10 นาทีได้แบบลัชเลยก็8 นาทีได้มั้งโอ้แต่ว่าผมว่ามันน่าสนใจแต่ว่ามันนานไปหน่อย อยากรู้เหมือนกันว่า100 รอบจะได้อะไร
Every single time I call, you're not sorry. Every single day and night, you still haunt me. I've been so down tonight, and I close my eyes. I'm so paralyzed, and I'm falling down. Every single time I call, you're not sorry. Every single day and night, you still haunt me. I've been so down tonight, and I close my eyes. I'm so paralyzed, and I'm falling down. นี่ดีเนี่ยดับเบิลดาเมจสเปลดาเมจถ้ามีบิลไหนใช้นะ I might drown tonight with my friends. Time flies when you think you see it. I try, but she don't wanna pretend. She might suicide in my bins. I want a pretty girl with face tats. ไอโลไทเทเนียมเนี่ยเดี๋ยวผมจะเก็บไปทำรีคอมบิเนเตอร์เอง Ever since I came up, dug my grave, I gave my promise to you that I'd be more honest. But right now I'm not my strongest. Gave up love to make a profit. I can't escape the piece of me that loved you more than you could see. I can't escape the thought of you with someone else. I'd rather die. I might drown tonight with my friends. Time flies when you think
Cortex ผมว่าเวอร์ชันธรรมดาน่าลุ้นกว่าน่าลงกว่าตัวนี้ครับกว่ายูเบอร์เพราะว่าหลีกนี้มันมีทั้งอะไรกดทองก็แพงไอ้กดเตอร์เฟสแล้วก็ไอ้เสื้อกันครีชื่ออะไรนะนึกชื่อไม่ออกเสื้อนั้นก็แพงหรืออาจจะไม่แพงแล้วแต่ก็มีราคาอันนี้ถ้าจะมีอะไรมีราคาก็แบบขายได้เลยก็ไอ้ดิว rational doctrine อะไรนั่นdoctrine doctrine ไม่รู้แค่นั้นเลย Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, no. Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, no. Been a long week, been a long week. รถขี่แล้วปะเนี่ยไม่มี AOE extra lightning Beyond
Money ain't shit when you're losing every single one around you to hold you down to keep you sound. That we're younger than most of the people
เพิ่มระยะด้วย
do this, so I fight for you, and I know
วงมันเลิกเลย
that we're younger than most of the people that do this, so I fight for you. Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, no. Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, so you can end this shit before I end up in the dirt again. I won't be missed, I swear I'll never speak a word again. I give it all away to spend my time with you, and we could carry out our days not caring about the views. And I don't want nothing but you,
พอมีไอ้สร้อยพอเมิร์กมันใส่สร้อยนี้แล้วผมสบายอีกเยอะแล้ว
and all them
มันเจิมได้น่ะ
running back to
แล้ว
you.
คาทาลิสต์
Back to you, I'm running back to you. Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, no. Lay me down in the dirt, I can't do this no more. Keep on fighting, what for, no.
Hey, it's me. Just calling to tell you that I miss you. Hope you're doing good. Call me back when you get the chance, alright? Bye.
I'm trying, but guess I'll get over it. And you know I'm trying, but guess I'll get over it. And you
Everything I have always ends up in the deep end, and I know I might collapse. Every night I'm feeling sleepless, and it feels like I'm running off the edge. Feels like I'm drifting from my friends. Feels like I'm living in pretend. Feels like I'm waiting for the end. Life's been going a million miles, and now we're on the road. Then I gotta hit the brakes whenever I come home. Used to seeing people on a daily basis, but now I'm losing life, and honestly, you know I hate it. Yeah. It's all my fault that I'll end up
4 จุดมันไม่เพิ่ม nearby unscalable สรุปว่ามันเพิ่มได้แต่ตัวเองไอ้4 เปอร์
Everything I have always ends up in the deep end, and I know I might collapse. Every night I'm feeling sleepless, and it feels like I'm running off the edge. Feels like I'm drifting from my friends. Feels like
Toxic
I'm
Cloud
living in
ไม่ใช่
pretend.
พื้น
Feels
ผิด
like I'm waiting for the end. All the noise, like I even got a choice. Fell in love to fill the void. Now I always miss her voice. Finally letting go hurts like way more than you think. But all the hardest life lessons always hurt like fresh ink. I know that it hurts sometimes. I just can't be the best for you. Been on this lonely vibe. That's just all I know how to do.
I'm trying, but guess I'll get over it. And you know I'm trying, but guess I'll get over it. And you
Everything
เพิ่มต้านทานคน
always ends up in the deep end, and I know I might collapse. Every night I'm feeling sleepless, and it feels like I'm running off the edge. Feels like I'm drifting from my friends. Feels like I'm living in pretend. Feels like I'm waiting for the end.
ชอบเพลงนี้ว่ะ
I don't wanna fall back down again. I just wanna waste time with my friends. I just wanna
Generally never end นะ
feels like January never ends. I used to hate being 15, but now I reminisce on the times when life was easier, the times I grow to miss.
เป็น
Driveway, I was listening to rap.
จอไม่ได้เลย
Bored of school, so me and Taco did
generally never ends
everything around me. I've been on a downward slope. Now I'm always feeling low. I've been losing everything around me. Now I'm feeling under pressure. I wish I could go back to the days when times are better. Time fades slowly. It weighs on me. I can't go back. I can't go back anymore now. I don't wanna fall back down.
ฟิวอะไรมันใช่วะผมอยากรู้มากเลยผมรู้แหละว่าไอ้อะไรสเต็งหรืออินมากกว่าแล้วมันจะได้พื้นศักดิ์สิทธิ์หรือว่าพื้นที่เพิ่มโอกาสคิดเป็นหลักหน่วยแต่ว่าฟิวอะไรใช่วะผมนึกไม่ออกฟิวไอ้พวกอีกวิสเตอร์เหรอดูดิเบดวอร์เทค RF ฮะอ๋อมันเอามาใช้กับไอชิปเทนมันไม่มีพื้นศักดิ์สิทธิ์ไอConsecrate Ground Consecrate Ground ไอ้ที่มันรีเลือดเยอะๆรีเลือดเยอะๆรีเลือดเปอร์เซ็นต์นะแล้วก็ได้อะไรลดผลสาบอ๋ออินพิเศษไม่มีอะไรดีเลย ได้ไวแล้วหรอมั้งกดคลีอีกแล้วโอ้ยดูพื้นเดี๋ยวโหมันบนเริ่มเลยแม่งรถแย่แพ็คโอ้โหเลยเปิดวาร์ปอีกโอ้รถแย่มาเป็นแพ็คติดมันแมปแบบเนี้ยแมปที่มอนเยอะแล้วก็มีพื้นแปลกๆพื้นทิศพื้นสายฟ้าพื้นศักดิ์สิทธิ์ก็เหมือนกันทำให้โอ้มันทำให้บิดอีกแล้วเลยเปิดวาร์ปอีกแล้วมั้งเนี่ยทำให้บิดเลทแย่เลทแตกนี่เปิดวาร์ปโอ้ยเพิ่มระยะตีไวไล่ไวเอ็กซ์ต้าโคลดคิเนี่ยคอมโบบิวแตกไล่ไวตีไวก็แย่แล้วนะโอ้ยไม่มีเลือดปลาตะกี้เมื่อกี้ อ้หมวกนี่มันสำหรับออร่าบอทพอจะจำได้ เพราะงั้นไอ้มอสที่มีสิทธิ์ลดมานาสำรองถึงได้มีราคาออร่าบอทมันหิวมานามันพูดเลยอะ
In my life, tell the Reaper I'm sorry. Suicidal thoughts in my head still haunt me. Wrote the fucking note, I read it back and then I trashed it. I don't wanna be depressed, it's just a fucking habit. Got tattoos on my arms so I can't cut. Barely even stay my fucking self so I can't love. Cut off all my friends, they ask me why I'm so heartless. I turn around and ask them why they leave me in the darkness. In my life, tell the Reaper I'm sorry. Suicidal thoughts in my head still haunt me. Wrote the fucking note, I read it back and then I trashed it. I don't wanna be depressed, it's just a fucking habit. Heartbreaks every time I see your face now. For the shit myself and now it's at a million plays. While failing all my classes, teachers I wasted potential. Could've been a doctor, but the music more essential. I remember all the days when I couldn't feel my gas. Now I'm filling up the bank, cause I made it off of rap. But the sadness never changed, where no matter what I have, it'll never go away, it'll never go away. When I fall asleep sometimes, I'm scared I'll never wake up. When I fall asleep sometimes, I pray I never wake up. In my life, tell the Reaper I'm sorry. Suicidal thoughts in my head still haunt me. Wrote the fucking note, I read it back and then I trashed it. I don't wanna be depressed, it's just a fucking habit. Got tattoos on my arms so I can't cut. Barely even stay my fucking self so I can't love. Cut off all my friends, they ask me why I'm so heartless. I turn around and ask them why they leave me in the darkness. When I fall asleep sometimes, I'm scared I'll never wake up. When I fall asleep sometimes, I pray I never wake up.
Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under. Save me from myself. I don't really want to wonder if I'm really going under.
Yeah, I think too much, so I'll write this down. Put my soul into these sounds. These sounds gave me some success, but I still frown no matter what I make. So breathe in, breathe out. I don't wanna be this way. Drive too fast, too dangerous on the road, so I could feel something like, yeah, I'm finally rich, but my mental's in a ditch, and I've been in that gray abyss where sadness and the great eclipse. And lately it's been getting harder to breathe. At night I stare up at the ceiling, racing thoughts I can't sleep. It's getting harder to breathe. Yeah.
Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under. Save me from myself. I don't really want to wonder if I'm really going under. Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under. Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under.
Yeah, used to wanna be famous, but right now I walk around aimless. Been to doctors, been to therapy, but they can find where the pain is. Told on my face numb and I'm stressed out. Well, my career is the best now, so they just gave me pills to numb the pain, but that don't work for me. I wrote about better days, but now I think it's just a fantasy. Cause all I have are lesser days and everyone's abandoned me. I try to chase nostalgia, but it never feels the same. So if I disappear, just know I'm in a better place.
Save me from myself. I really need your help. I'm going under. Save me from myself. I don't really want to wonder if I'm really going under. Save me from myself. I really
Fight. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight. Round 1. Fight.
Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Holy fuck
Round 1. Fight. Round 1. Fight.
เนี่ยวอลแครี่แรงอะไรเบอร์นั้นน่ะ
Fight. Final round. Fight. You win. No pain, no gain. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three.
ยิ่งพยายามเว็บแดน
Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. All right.
โอ้รับสวย
เองก็ต้องแลกงานด้วย
โอ้เกือบแล้วน่ะ
Round one. Fight. Round two.
เตะขาขาดเลย
Fight.
รับสวยครับ
Round three. Fight. Round one. Fight.
ปี้อยู่เนี่ยปักยางยืดแน่เลย
Round 3. Fight. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
เพื่อนเขาสังเกตว่าตัวผู้ไว้เพราะว่า
Round 1. Fight.
เตะตัดมันจะติดเลยว่ะรู้สึกด้วย
Fight. Round 3. Fight.
才是最强的。
Time up. Round.
ไอชิกังฟูฮังก้าหัวก้า
All these late nights are taking a toll. Try to clear my mind, these thoughts just won't go. I don't want the fame to mess with my soul. And I'm trying, I try, but I stress over this in my head, overthinking that my days are feeling numbered now. It never feels right. The success that I live made my friends start to switch. Now I'm cornered and alone. Only my father's proud of me. When I'm in a crowded room, you never hear me talking. Every move I make, I feel like everyone is watching. I've been on the come up, I don't wanna end up falling. And I try to let things go, but it's taking a toll on me. I try, I can't take it, but that's the life I chose. I can't change it, so I'll just take this road on. And I know they want that. I'll swap me in a casket. It's all that I can't let them have this. I know they're down bad. They hate me, it's tragic. Things I try to push away, but at night, bad dreams are all in my head. I don't sleep, so I get no rest. Bad dreams are all in my head. Before
รถจีอีกแล้ว
how many times will I fight this? The thoughts that I never end up right in. And I'm scared that I'll be working till I wake up and I'm old. Scared I might get shot like when I'm sleeping at my own. I don't wanna go before my own best. I don't wanna take to drop when I'm dead. But it feels like I might never make it out. Cause better days never come when I wait it out. When I'm in a crowded room, you never hear me talking. Every move I make, I feel like everyone is watching. I've been on the come up, I don't wanna end up falling. And I try to let things go, but it's taking a toll on me. I try, I can't take it, but that's the life I chose. I can't change it, so I'll just take this road on. And I know they want that. I'll swap me in a casket. It's all that I can't let them have this. I know they're down bad. They hate me, it's tragic. Things I try to push away, but at night, bad Bad dreams are all in my head. I don't sleep so I get no rest. Bad dreams are all in my head. Before I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain. And I just want someone to show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright. But I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing. And you know my heart's been racing. Got too many pills I'm taking. Inside, yeah, keep it inside. I bottle emotions and swallow my pride. I'm just filling the void with money, cars, and drugs. And the women I love, they're just using me up. Like, it's hard to be sane when everybody wanna try me. Friends switch up, now I know they never lie me. Way too many times that I'm falling out the deep end. Don't need vibes cause I'm falling out of sequence. I'm running too fast but I don't know why. Even with this cash I can't get by. Everybody talk, they don't know my life, but I still try. I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain. And I just want someone to show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright. But I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing. And you know my heart's been racing. Got too many pills I'm taking. I carry on but it's so exhausting. Dead friends and family on me. Barely living, I feel like a zombie. I feel invisible, nobody wants me. I ruin everything and I know it's all my fault. How can I change when I got these obstacles? It's all in my brain, I got depression in my skull. Just want to escape but it feels impossible. I'm running too fast but I don't know why. Even with this cash I can't get by. Everybody talk, they don't know my life, but I still try. I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain. And I just want someone to show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright. But I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing. And you know my heart's been racing. Got too many pills I'm
ดาเมจ58 เปอร์
taking.
เจาะต้าน24 เปอร์ โอเค โอ้เหี้ย
I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. Everything I want, but I'm still dying. Even when I'm down, no, I'm still trying. I'm not really living, I'm just surviving. I've been looking for my purpose again, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread. It's been getting too hard to pretend. I just wanna let go of my sins. Calling out for help, but I don't have no one to talk to. Try to be a better man, but it always falls through. I'm feeling like a disappointment. I'm hearing voices, I've been on the edge again. And you know it's hard to be myself sometimes when I only want what's worse for me. And I hate what I became, now I'm so stressed out. Try to medicate to push these thoughts down. Alone, I don't wanna need these pills to function. I supply my own destruction. I wish life came with instructions. Maybe then I finally change. I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. Everything I want, but I'm still dying. Even when I'm down, no, I'm still trying. I'm not really living, I'm just surviving. I've been looking for my purpose again, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread. It's been getting too hard to pretend. I just wanna let go of my sins. Withdrawals, they go on and on. It's been so long, but I'm hanging on. And I've been letting the ones down to love me. I just push them away, cause I don't even know myself or who I am these days. Embrace pain to try and feel something, and I don't even know how I got this far. Don't even bother trying to save me. Alone, I don't wanna need these pills to function. I supply supply my own destruction. I wish life came with instructions. Maybe then I finally change. I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. Everything I want, but I'm still dying. Even when I'm down, no, I'm still trying. I'm not really living, I'm just surviving. I've been looking for my purpose again, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread. It's been getting too hard to pretend. I just wanna let go of my sense. I won't die if they put me in a casket. I'll be fine cause you know I'm always on my own. I'ma try just to get out what I'm trapped in, but my head goes on and it's all I ever know. And it's always so hard for me to put myself first. Can't let nobody take away anything that I deserve. So I'm trying. I got dry, but I've been feeling car sick. Hard to get a spotlight when you're in the darkness. Can't let it show, so I gotta stay heartless. Can't trust anyone when they all want this. Swear I'm always in a dark place, and you know it's hard to breathe when I drown again tonight. Always think about the worst case, get it far behind. Always on my mind, and you know that I've been down too much. Dark thoughts in my head won't win, but you know that I've been lost again. I've been wondering, will this ever get easier? Will this ever get Will this ever get easier? Will this ever get Will this ever get I've been wondering, will this ever get easier? When it hurts, I've been lying saying I'm fine. Don't wanna be a burden, but I think I'm losing my mind. Sometimes it feels like I'm giving up. When the stress piles up, I think I've had enough. And I can't live with half the things I've done. I just wanna find help and peace of mind, but life goes on. And you know that I've been down too much. Dark thoughts in my head won't win, but you know that I've been lost again. I've been wondering, will this ever get easier? Will this ever get Yeah. Yeah. You're my light in a world of darkness. I always try my hardest, and I know I got a lot on my plate, but you stick around. And when I get crazy, you hold it down. Distracted me from all the bullshit. You got a problem, I'm coming with full, cause then I got nothing to say when you're not around. I think I'm in love, cause when we lock in eyes, I float away, and I'm losing track of time. You know my pain, so you're always on my mind. Addicted to your love, so now I'm getting high again. And you know it's all on me. Show you you're my everything. So lay your soul on me. We'll help each other get away. I need your company. Without you, I'm on the brink. Tell me what you need. Anything to make you stay now. If you don't really mind the anxiety that's in my head. If when I got you right there beside of me, I'm not stressed. And we're always turning the day to weeks. I hate it whenever you have to leave. You're taking me out of my apathy. I hope there's more than a fantasy, and I'll always be there for your dark days. We've been living life the hard way, both cuffed in the same old dark place. I'm falling for you when we're locking eyes. I float away and I'm losing track of time. You know my pain, so you're always on my mind. Addicted to your love, so now I'm getting high again. And you know it's all on me. Show you you're my everything. So lay your soul on me. We'll help each other get away. I need your company. Without you, I'm on the brink. So tell me what cut her off, it was painless. Show me fake love, it was shameless. I should've known that we would never make it. Now my heart is cold, feeling vacant. I just wanna move on. And I don't know how I could be so dumb. Lie to me and say you wouldn't run. The echoes in my head go on and on. But I'll be fine, I'm better off without you. You really know how to mess up a good thing. Acting like you care, you weren't there for my dark days. How could I have been so blind? Let you walk right over me. I gave you time, now I'm off that. I don't wanna run away from all my mistakes. But I'm so ashamed of all the time I waste. Now I do my own thing, I won't let you slow me down. Went my own way, yeah, you barely know me now. Lost another one, life goes on. I'll find another one, it won't take long now. How many times will this happen to me? But I guess I don't mind. Had to cut her off, it was painless. Show me fake love, it was shameless. I should've known that we would never make it. Now my heart is cold, feeling vacant. I just wanna move on. And I don't know how I could be so dumb. Lie to me and say you wouldn't run. The echoes in my head go on and on. But I'll be fine, I'm better off without you. Still sending me texts, but I don't care. Try to get in my head, but it goes nowhere. I've been focused on the better me. Maybe you should try that. If you did, then maybe I will write back. I'm not letting you pretend that we could have a happy ending. Our love is fading. I left and I'll never come back. Can't believe I ever wanted you so bad. Lost another one, life goes on. I'll find another one, it won't take long now. How many times will this happen to me? But I guess I don't mind. Had to cut her off, it was painless. Show me fake love, it was shameless. I should've known that we would never make it. Now my heart is cold, feeling vacant. I just wanna move on. And I don't know how I could be so dumb. Lie to me and say you wouldn't run. The echoes in my head go on and on. But I'll be fine, I'm better off without you. I don't really know where I'm going. Feels like everyone found their story. All my stress been overflowing. I just count my days now. I don't really know where I'm going. Feels like everyone found their story. All my stress been overflowing. I just count my days, I know they won't last. And it feels like I don't have a place now. Cause I don't connect with anyone who found a way out. And when I'm up, I'm just waiting for the takedown. Will my fear of living life ever die out? Lost inside this maze and I can't take this, so I take 2 pills to stay here. Then I'll wake up by my bed. I can't keep living like this. It's something's got its claws in me, dragging me back down where I don't wanna be. I can't shake my withdrawals now, but they got me begging for the end. I'm suffering. All of these drugs been calling me. I don't have no one, so it's all of me. I bury my head, I don't wanna see no one. If they're better off without me. I don't really know where I'm going. Feels like everyone found their story. All my stress been overflowing. I just count my days, I know they won't last. And it feels like I don't have a place now. Cause I don't connect with anyone who found a way out. And when I'm up, I'm just waiting for the takedown. Will my fear of living life ever die out?
Lost inside this place that I used to come to escape my fear and sorrow. If tomorrow
And it's so hard for me to let you know that I never should've let you go. But that's just a road I chose. I finally see it, but it's out of my hands now. And I'm always running away. Was scared of showing emotions. Want you out of my brain, so I've been down in these potions. But I know it won't change. I couldn't fix it, it's broken. It's always my mistakes. You made me anxious, but how could I complain? I did the same shit. Too busy by myself to see you hate this. I never saw the signs we wouldn't make it. And now I ain't sleeping much, all in my head too much. Wishing I gave enough, but I couldn't make it up. So I'll down another one, hoping I'll get off it. Don't want another love, so I'm moving cautious. And we're trying to carry on, but we're lying. To say our love's not dying, but I can't see a world without you now. And it's so hard for me to let you know that I never should've let you go. But that's just a road I chose. I finally see it, but it's out of my hands now. And I'm always running away. Was scared of showing emotions. Want you out of my brain, so I've been down in these potions. But I know it won't change. I couldn't fix it, it's broken. It's always my mistakes. Way too many fights, way too little conversations. Tried to get it right, but I never had the patience. Always on my mind, that's my first love wasted. But do you even care? Cause if you really hate me, I don't blame you. I never really gave you enough, but I would kill just to hear you say you love me again. I never meant for the way that everything had to end. Just know I'm sorry now. And we're trying to carry on, but we're lying. To say our love's not dying, but I can't see a world without you now. And it's so hard for me to let you know that I never should've let you go. But that's just a road I chose. I finally see it, but it's out of my hands now. And I'm always running away. Was scared of showing emotions. Want you out of my brain, so I've been down in these potions. But I know it won't change. I couldn't fix it, it's broken. It's always my mistakes. I let them talk, yeah, I know they wanna hate me. They write me off cause I'm doing things greatly. I let them watch cause they'll never outpace me. I'm doing things they never will cause I've been fighting my whole life for all this. And I would die for all this. Till they put me in the ground, man, I'ma try for all this. I'ma ride for all this and I would die for all this. Till my enemies are watching on the side while I win. But they're telling me second of tragedies. I gotta make it out myself and I wanna burn it down. I wanna hurt them now. Coming for all that I deserve. So go ahead and doubt me. Try to shut me down. I'ma make you regret it. And you'll never forget it. So go ahead and doubt me. Try to shut me down. I'ma make you regret it. And you'll never forget it. And you know it's a long way down to the deep end. I won't see you there. You won't know where I'm going. Watch you run when I creep in. I feel like a soldier now when my gun stays loaded. Lost cause, watch the opposition burn out. Homicides happen when I put the word out. If you dissing me, you won't like how it turned out. I think it's time for all my enemies to learn. Can you save my soul? Pray to God, but he's silent. So stressed out, I'm a 21 bias. Loud when I'm down, yeah, I swear it's so frightening. But when they see me winning, yeah, that's when they go quiet. What they're telling me, second of tragedies. I gotta make it out myself and I wanna burn it down. I wanna hurt them now. Coming for all that I deserve. So go ahead and doubt me. Try to shut me down. I'ma make you regret it. And you'll never forget it. So go ahead and doubt me. Try to shut me down. I'ma make you regret it. And you'll never forget it. And you know it's a long way down to the deep end. I won't see you there. You won't know where I'm going. Watch you run when I creep in. I feel like a soldier now when my gun stays loaded. I'm running for my life every night and yeah. Put me in the dirt again, made a couple lists. Yeah, I'm living out my dreams. Yeah, I'm finally getting rich. At Picasso, circle getting smaller. Now I'm feeling so alone cause of this. I don't wanna waste my life isn't over. Take my time getting sober. I'm sick of myself, but I won't die young. Gotta stay strong, think I stress too much. I don't know what's wrong with me or why I do these things. But I'm trying hard to change and pay my dues. In California, my demons follow me. It's so hard to get some sleep when I'm running for my life every night. In California, my demons follow me. It's so hard to get some sleep when I'm running for my life every night. In California. Yeah, lost sobriety in LA, then went on a binge and I was stuck in that for 3 days. But we all slip sometimes, I know we'll find a way out. I hate the pain but I don't wanna die. In California, it's so hard to take the blame. I wanna help but I can't be saved. All my friends have gone MIA, so I guess I'll stay here. I don't know what's wrong with me or why I do these things. But I'm trying hard to change and pay my dues. In California, my demons follow me. It's so hard to get some sleep when I'm running for my life every night. In California, my demons follow me. It's so hard to get some sleep when I'm running for my life every night. In California. Negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like sometimes I lose control. No brakes, I might explode. I'm falling down, I know. Today my yard is cold. Tell me why I only focus on my problems, on my mind. Watch me plummet to the bottom. Blessings all turn to a curse. Always prepare for the worst. I know I'm blessed to be here and I try to see it. But I'm not fine, fine. Everybody hurts sometimes, times. I never asked for this life throwing me off of my vibe. But I won't die if I crash and burn. And when my past comes back at me, tell me that I'll never fear again. Tell me that I'll never fear again. Negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like sometimes I lose control. No brakes, I might explode. I'm falling down, I know. Today my yard is cold. I've been so low. I've been falling down and you can't save me. I won't let the dark thoughts ruin me, and now I never let them in. Find a way to cope when they're breaking in my head again. I'm trying to be a brand new person, trying to find my purpose, try to ditch all my burdens, and I think I deserve it. And when my past comes back at me, tell me that I'll never fear again. Tell me that I'll never fear again. Negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like negative thoughts always in my brain. I just wanna move on, but I like the pain. Like sometimes I lose control. No brakes, I might explode. brakes, pump the gas, now I'm coming for revenge. I've been feeling like an outlaw cause I don't make amends. Every time I wanna win, I see them plotting on my end. All my enemies are seeing that I'm on how they descend. Talking big game, yeah, but that ain't real, it's just pretend. Watch a legend burn, coming for the fake ones. I did it all myself, now I don't need no day ones. Ain't nobody's on my level, watch me breaking. Coming for the scene, I see the crown and I'ma take it. And I feel my body rise. I might fall, but I won't die. Oh, I might lose control. And I've been breaking bones until my blood runs cold. And that's just all I know. I've been taking souls, and it's my temptation. No bounds, this is mine for the taking. Stand down, I'm a god in the making. I've been running things, on my mind 100 things. Try to become a king, keep my eyes on everything. The second that you're finally breaking through, that's when they hate you. But that's motivation for the next time that they face you. And if I ever care about what you think, then I will fail. All these vultures watching me, man, they've been on my trail. They don't even know what crossing me might do or might entail. But I let them just to show them when I finally lift the veil. And I feel my body rise. I might fall, but I won't die. Oh, I might lose control. And I've been breaking bones until my blood runs cold. And that's just all I know. I've been taking souls, and it's my temptation. No bounds, this is mine for the taking. Stand down, I'm a god in the making. Stand down, I'm a god in the making. I'm broken, lost focus, lost myself, but I'm chosen. And it feels like the world's on my shoulders. Now I only move slower, and it's all in my head now. I'm letting myself down, I'm not living up to what I wanna be. I feel alone in all of my dreams. Why is it always hard to be seen? And if I die, will they tell my story? Will I find glory? And can you let me know? I just wanna know now, I just wanna know. Is anybody out there? I need to know that it's not just me. I ain't going nowhere. If I can find just someone. Is anybody out there? I need to know that it's not just me. I ain't going nowhere. If I can find just someone.
Been living, we loose ends, been running on the cliff's edge. Can't feel a thing when I start to slip. Reminding myself I gotta catch my grip. Been learning to cope now, just feel like I checked out. Been looking for another way in. Waiting for the day that I can catch my breath. Waiting for the day that I can feel again. And I'm still haunted by unanswered questions flooding my head at night. Like, am I alright? Am I wasting my time? Should I cut ties? Am I losing my mind?
Is anybody out there? I need to know that it's not just me. I ain't going nowhere. If I can find just someone. Is anybody out there? I need to know that it's not just me. I ain't going nowhere. If I can find just someone. Had to cut her off, it was painless. Show me fake love, it was shameless. I should've known that we would never make it. Now my heart is cold, feeling vacant. I just wanna move on. And I don't know how I could be so dumb. Lie to me right over me. I gave you time, now I'm off that. I don't wanna run away from all my mistakes, but I'm so ashamed of all the time I waste. Now I do my own thing, I won't let you slow me down. In my own way, yeah, you barely know me now. Find another one, life goes on. I'll find another one, it won't take long now. How many times will this happen to me? But I guess I don't mind. Had to cut her off. Let me say, take it. But I guess I don't mind. Take it. Let me say, take it. But I guess I don't mind.
Gonna bring me down. Gonna bring me down. Gonna bring me down.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to dream for it. I stay up late every night, I lost sleep for it. I overcame so many traumas, left them all in the past. I had to cut my scars open, now I bleed for it. Look, it used to hurt when they laughed. Some nights I'd stare up at the ceiling, second guessing my path. But when times got tough, or when it all went bad, man, I'm grateful for the music, that was all that I had. My escape from my problems at home, from feeling alone. I just make some brand new beats and spit off of the dome. I'd keep notebooks all around me everywhere I go. Nah, this not a song, just a piece of my soul. People used to ask me when I'd give it up. But if you thought you had a chance, would you give it up? Like, would you chase it while the people around you live it up? Cause when I'm old, I'm never asking if I did enough. Like, even with all the trauma and pain, bipolar rot in my brain, everything I overcame, I won't complain. Because it's more than the music, yeah, it's deeper than killing tracks. A broke kid out of Florida got my state up on my back. Yeah, it's not about the fame or the money or getting plaques. It's the fact that I can make a difference. Yeah, so if you got a dream, you better chase it. Time is of the essence and the reaper isn't patient. If you got a dream, go and take it. It's only one life, so you probably shouldn't waste it. And I've been feeling blessed, looked within, I'm redefining myself. Like, will I be one of the best? Only time will tell. Cause we still got a long way to go. We still got a long way to go. Oh, no matter the cost, so I'll defy all the odds. Cause I know God has a plan for me. We still got a long way to go. We still got a long way to go. Oh, no matter the cost, so I'll defy all the odds. Cause I know God has a plan for me. Nothing's gonna bring me down. And no one, no, nothing's gonna bring me down. No, oh, oh.
Gonna bring me down. Gonna bring me down. Gonna bring me down.
Gonna bring me down.
Bring me down.
Yeah, so that was what I was working on, Lex. What do you think about it, man?
That was sick.
Kind of like No Way Home, but whatever.
Feels good to be back on it. Yeah, yeah. Feels good to be back on the track. No mask when I snap like this. I've been coming from the back when I rap like this. Went pop, now my money do backflips. But they must have forgot. They must have forgot that I rap now. Calling them sea bass. Everything I drop in heat. I'ma bring that. Too much green, but I don't really need that. One of the greats, you know I'ma be that. I'm finally back from my revenge, and I won't stop until the grave. I won't stop until they shouting out my name. I won't stop until I end up in the grave. They doubted me, but now I'm back from my revenge. I switched to singing, came back to the rap. It's pathetic, the state of the game. 3 years ago, so they all wanted greatness. They traded that all for a chain. Ego and pride and greed, the only humanity left that remains. Now there's no loyalty, even the best of us switching up to get a gain. Like what happened? I try to be nice, have compassion, but they rap for a chat like no passion. Everything that they drop in so average. They wearing them drugs like high fashion. Now they all too high like my taxes. I was gone for a minute, but I'm back with the sequel. The fans like Josh, hey, please just snap on it. Can he rap on it? Bring the heat, put the gas on it, please fast on it like 2019. My flow so gross, gotta put it back on it. They've been counting me up, but I don't really care. Where I stand in this game just don't matter. I already won. I don't really care about that ladder, I'll never be done. I'm finally back from my revenge and I won't stop until the grave. I won't stop until they shouting out my name. I won't stop until I end up in the grave. Hold up, cut the track. Yeah. How many times do I gotta repeat it? Y'all messed up big time, sleeping on me now. Really gotta kill them all. Didn't wanna get involved. I've been undefeated. They praying I fall. Everybody talking, nobody walk. I'ma drop everything I got. Had to let them know that Josh better be on top. Everybody chop from the pot to the rap and the flow and no stop. Like 15 minutes from 15 seconds. Seeing them up, but I don't feel threatened. Give it a month, everybody forget them. They came and went before I even dropped my next album. Josh been that boy, but they still doubt him. I channel that noise to a new outcome. Just had to deploy soldiers round him. They lined up to shoot. Finally got sober and now I'm limitless. Finally doing me, I've been stacking up my accomplishments. They want the older me, I can't stop them when they reminisce. But it's for the better, try to tell me that I changed. Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm not changing, I'm evolving on a new wave. Yeah, you know I had to grow, yeah. Ay, yeah, I'm doing whatever I wanna do, so don't talk about the old me, he's a ghost, yeah. Demons got me in a war that never ends. Every day's another battle, but I keep on stacking wins. Who'd have thought my breakdowns would get me selling out events? If you ask me how I'm feeling on the day, it might depend. I've been broken, I've been lost, but not complacent. Swear you never fix your problems if you never try to face them. Everything I do is flawless, now the key is having patience. You just gotta put the work until nobody can debate it. They told me they missed the old me, but that was back when I was stuck on the drugs. And no one to pull me, I did it myself, now I'm finally happy, I feel like enough. They want the devil rap, but I've been off of that, how should I put it? I got saved, won't let them tell me what to think. You know I put that on my grave. You self-improve, they call you lame. Self-destruct and they praise. Every movement in this game, it's like I'm stuck in a maze. Try my best not to go crazy, try my best to be sane. You be yourself and then they hate it, now they mad because you changed. Like yeah, I know, yeah. I'm not changing, I'm evolving on a new wave. Yeah, you know I had to grow, yeah. Ay, yeah, I'm doing whatever I wanna do, so don't talk about the old me, he's a ghost, yeah. Demons got me in a war that never ends. Every day's another battle, but I keep on stacking wins. Who'd have thought my breakdowns would get me selling out events? If you ask me how I'm feeling on the day, it might depend. All my life I never did what they wanted. They tried to pick my path from me, they tried to steer me back on it, but I kept going with my vision. Anything else I'm dishonest. I live the life I wanna live, that's how it'll be till the coffin. Money never changed me, yeah, I'm still that loner kid. I had no one to save me. I'm still writing songs right out the bedroom like I'm 18. Only writing songs for the ones that really made me. I don't care about the ones that wanna break me. Last album I got too comfortable. People said it's insufferable, but I think that's recoverable. Now I'm feeling untouchable, cause I love it when they doubt me. Now I got something to prove. Just had to wake me up and tell me that I changed. Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm not changing, I'm evolving on a new wave. Yeah, you know I had to grow, yeah. Ay, yeah, I'm doing whatever I wanna do, so don't talk about the old me, he's a ghost, yeah. Demons got me in a war that never ends. Every day's another battle, but I keep on stacking wins. Who'd have thought my breakdowns would get me selling out events? If you ask me how I'm feeling on the day, it might depend.
This is so crazy, man. So you're telling me all my creations have come to life?
Josh, I've explained this 3 times already. There's this guy called Little Revive. Call me corny or cringe, yeah, like that matters. They just left the hate comment on my bag's fatter. They wonder how I land mills like Mad Hatter. I just drop a new video, leave them all tattered. I'm more known in your city than you, I bet that hurts. Tower over everyone, I'm coming up the ladder. Used to be a glass ceiling, but not that shattered. I've been getting really sick of this rap game. I'm mad at the labels cause they filled it with mad lames. Like how could I cope, man? They calling me bad names. I just wipe my tears with the honey, spin more flames. Most rappers just surface, ain't more there. Post whips, but on Spotify they pour there. Got lazy, now I'm cutting into your share. Better get the ammunition, now it's warfare. Kinda sad, all these rappers getting mad cause I focus on my craft and I had to overlap every one of you. So down bad, way to focus on the racks that you didn't even know this happened to me is very dumb of you. I'm not mad, I don't care, been too busy in my bag to really even wanna make fun of you. Yeah, this division, the masterpiece, it doesn't matter who's after me, it's only me. Cause I bring the cavalry every occasion. Send me your best and they all getting wasted. Day in my shoes, now man, most couldn't take it. I put in the work, yeah, like how could they hate it? I think I know the answer. Try to cut the real ones out the game like cancer. They don't wanna hear the lyrical, spiritual miracle guys that throw in 40-syllable lines. Cause labels backing up a truck full of money to these dumb little rappers with a name that sound funny. Cause they're easy to control. A couple million in marketing, see them everywhere you go. If I had the same funds, then the music would explode. But now I got a new strategy, just watch. I'm a couple viral videos from the top. I know they ain't ready for the hits I'm about to drop. I do it any cost. I'm coming for the head of my enemies. Need a war to get rid of me. Better kill every bit of me. Swear it's like they were telling me, man. Look what they did to me. Try to copy the recipe, then they all became dead to me. Now nobody's ahead of me. Try to diss, they ain't dead to me. Now they all wanna settle. Be money green, call it Hulk, cause I stack it incredibly. My God, I've been running circles, man, it's not fair. Better get the ammunition, now it's warfare. Kinda sad, all these rappers getting mad, cause I focus on my craft and I had to overlap every one of you. So down bad, way to focus on the racks that you didn't even notice. Stepping to me is very dumb of you. I'm not mad, I don't care. Been too busy in my bag to really even wanna make fun of you. Yeah, this a vision, the masterpiece. It doesn't matter who's after me, it's only me. Cause I bring the cavalry every occasion. Send me your best and they all getting wasted. Day in my shoes, now man, most couldn't take it. I put in the work, yeah, like how could they hate it? They probably hate it cause your ego been building up. You finally getting money but your soul isn't filled enough. Like we get it, you perfected the vision. You quit your job, man, you did it. You finally made something for yourself. But I know you're not painless. You getting fame but you hate it. You feel commodified but you've been way too scared to just face it. So you just run around parading but you help but degrade it. You talking about how you the greatest but inside you be caving. Cause you don't know who you are anymore. Inner thoughts kicking down the door. Josh, I think it's time we take you on tour. Forget about your mental health, we think it's time to perform. Forget about your self-esteem, just get in front of the camera. You gotta turn into a product, let's just make the brand grander. We need a hit, we need a feature, man, we really got a chart. Heard you're making fearless too, I heard that's coming from the heart. But I don't like it, I get it, you just wanna do your art, but you should scrap it. Oh, come on, man, I thought you wanted to be famous. Forget the warfare, this a war in your mental. You've been at a crossroads, you've been stuck in the middle. Like, do you wanna dive in or do you wanna stay little? Swear you're always back and forth, man, why the hell you so fickle? Your last album went pop, but that wasn't really you. The point of what you're doing is just talking to the youth, helping fans with their depression to escape for just a second. Maybe they take in the message and then put away the weapon. Man, just think about it, reassess the motive. This ain't clout, this isn't showbiz, this is musical healing. Embrace the pain, let them feel it and wear your heart in your sleeve. Let the flaws all be seen, don't worry about all the green. Cause deep down I know you died for all this, cause you were born out of the pain. You were trying to exist, but you barely maintain. Being chained to your depression, only thing that brought change. You concealed it like a weapon, but that gun stays in. And you would die for your family even if you are strange. All the bags that you've been chasing got them falling to the waist. You would never miss a dinner, now you're missing holidays. Been too wrapped up in the vision, you would lose it, you would lame it. I hate you, but I'm you. If I gotta see it, I guess I'll make you see it too. Fix it. I'm sick of being told being myself isn't working. Like everything I do is all for no purpose. But I feel the greatness inside of me, yeah. It's like digging a grave, I unearthed that I'm always at war with the past and the current. And my mental health got my brain always swirling. It's scary, it's kind of like I'm Tyler Durden. I'm bipolar, yeah, I carry that burden. Got highs and lows, but fine on the surface I might explode. Like nobody's perfect, but even with all this pain that I battle, I still find the strength, take a track and I'm murking. Nobody can stop me, it's not even worth it. They try to get by me, I'm not even nervous. Got real ones beside me, the kind you can't purchase. I feel like the only one left in the circus, unapologetically me. I'll stream labels could show you the stats, let them read it and weep. They all try to sign me, I've read all the offers that led me to cease. I don't need the industry, grateful that everyone got all the fans that I need. We're about to take over, been crafting the videos. Do it all, still wear my heart on my sleeve and fear on my face. Signifies how I demolish the pain. Think it's a statement about COVID, it's not where 2018 never changed. They're still throwing dirt on my name. They wanted me gone cause they hate how I'm saying the truth. I'm not like the others, stay true to myself. No, I don't gotta change and get views. They don't know the first thing about me, they always assume. So I'ma just let them, they'll hate me no matter whatever I do. Whatever I do gonna last, I can't say the same about you. Most of you don't have a clue, like they all come and go. The gimmicks get old and then one day nobody shows up to the shows. I've seen it, it's tragic. They really don't know how long I've been rapping. It's been like a decade, the music is spreading. The people that doubted don't know where I'm headed. They don't understand what I've been through or what I might do to live out all my dreams. I've been dreading the thought of a panic attack on me sweating, but I gotta kill it no matter the setting. I can't have it holding me back if I'm stressing. I just gotta dive in and do it, no dreading. It's so exhausting, trying to navigate this life. Cause everyone you see expects you to just be normal all the time. I'm not normal. One day I'm depressed and lay in bed, the next I'm fine. It takes 10 times the effort to even try. If you really knew me, you would know what I bottle. I've been working every night cause I'm scared I won't drop enough. I remember bad days, all the pills I was coughing up. Had the devil on my shoulder, yeah, it's always so ominous. Cleaned up, found God, I'm a whole new Josh. And nobody is touching me, all the ones that look up to me better really see a whole new level that I've been on. No one is close compared to me, everybody else sorting the bros. I'm better make 7 mil, did it all on my own. And everybody else near better stay on their toes. Got all these lame little rappers always saying the most. So when I see them, I'll be like, get on my throne. I know I'ma do it regardless of my mental health. It's more than the music, it's proving myself. Whatever might happen, I know I'll excel. So get on my throne, yeah, yeah. Yeah, get off my throne, Yeah.
Okay, Josh, I think it's time that we split up. I'm gonna go with the You're Not Alone, Josh. Sup, bro?
Fighting, so I'm calling. Can anybody help me? I know I've been stuck in my ways, don't gotta tell me. Cause lately I've been trying to change, and it's unhealthy the way that I've been taking the blame. I let them hate me cause I don't really care. I'm sick of going through the motions. I took a break for way too long, was almost done with rap. I took some time to find myself, I'm healing from my past. I got issues, I got problems, but I'm still intact. But I got something on my chest, so now I'm coming back. My last album got some hate, they weren't in love with that. I put my soul into that project, gave it all I had. And now they're saying that I suck and my career won't last. I know they're chomping at the bits to call this new one trash. That's alright, that's just the world that we live in now. Hate watching for amusement, so yeah, go ahead, gather round. At my lowest, they laughing now. Used to love, they attacking now. Don't care who they impacting now. Every day they harassing now. I might relapse, pick the pills, I put a beat on, start spazzing now. Turning me to be rabid, I'm getting rabid, combative now. Yeah, like anything I do, they'll hate it, don't even matter. Feels like it's me against the world, you're about to play, yeah, I'm crashing out. This my passion, I'm only falling off right into madness. Yeah, I was gone, but I'm done being passive. Feel like it gone with illegal attachments. I'm done, done with trying for the ones that don't like me. Done with the industry, they couldn't buy me. Now I'm just doing what I wanna do and I still stay climbing. And all my real fans, they know what's up. And I'm still here, still focused up. Still cooking tracks till they're overdone. Kill everybody opposing us. Still in the lab, there's no closing up. And I don't stop till it's open up. Like 4 years I've been sobered up. And I'm locked in and I'm loaded up. I feel like I'm running out of patience. People talking down and I won't take it. I got something special, I won't waste it. I just don't compare to what they're saying. Cause I know who I am and I know who I'm not. They say that I can't, but I know what I got. Guess I'll do this all again, no matter what the cost. Throw my middle fingers up every time I drop. It's probably my own doing, letting this get to me. But push, push, push came to shove, so now that's history. It's one thing if you just don't feel what I've been dropping. This don't apply to you, I'm talking about borderline stalking. They spreading lies and spreading rumors, man, I just don't see the humor. Always growing like a tumor, got my mental in the sewer. While they hide behind computers, they critique on my maneuvers. They don't realize who I'm dating needs consent from all my viewers. I'm not that type of rapper, they don't understand. Like I don't walk around and do things just because I can. I don't put my life online to try to get more fans. Being famous just ain't something that is in my plans. So let me get right back to business. I'm an artist, I don't fit in with celebrities or gossip or what's trending. This my passion, this my focus, this my magnum, this my opus. This the point where I turn my middle finger to everyone in showbiz. Everybody talk too much, all those gimmicks are not enough. I feel like dim the way when I show up, you know that I'm killing whatever I touch. Back to back, but it ain't no rush. I'll drop a class, it don't call my bluff. I'm proving them wrong and I'm loving the rush. I can't believe they all bought that junk. They talk too much, they suck too much. No life, so they prime mind, they all parasocial, it's crazy. Attack the people who like my songs and paint them out like they glazing. Y'all grew up and grew out the music, but y'all still somehow try to blame me. They pissed about it, so attack me, but they the ones who 180'd. But this is my return, I just don't care anymore. I got some brand new trauma weighing on me, shaking my core. Now all that negativity is at the bottom of my list of things that hurt me every day, that make it hard for me to live. So sit back and welcome to the show. If you love me, if you hate me, I don't care, man, I'm a flow. I just gotta get this out of me, it's weighing on my soul. And if I vent about my pain, then maybe someone else will see they're not alone. Some days all bad, some better. I'm just trying to live without becoming untethered. Weighed down by my trauma like a diamond in the pressure. I'm just trying to live life, but every day I'm feeling deader. Like, why my demons come around on a night like this? Getting mad at everything, gotta hide my fist. Everybody in my face, how I climb like this. Never thought I'd be alone when I fight like this. Life I chose, no plan B. Never let somebody tell me what I can't be. I'm the man making moves for my family. And to me that's sounding better than a Grammy. I've been to hell and back and fell off track. I bottle up my trauma and my pain and I sell it back. Every test God give me, I'll excel and pass. I know the devil hate to see it, so go tell him that. I've had loss, I've had a lot. So don't ever try to tell me what I got. You don't wanna be the one to set me off. I can tell they ain't about it, just talk. Used to care about my spot, but that always drowned me. I was gone for a minute, they'll be fine without me. Now there's nothing more important than the ones around me. They're the ones that keep me sane, they're the ones that ground me. Yeah, there's way more to life than trying to be famous. Yeah, you got clout, but your soul been tainted. Fake friends second when you're trying to be the greatest. Followers and likes, man, that's so overrated. Having lust really changed my perspective. Life clicks when you navigate the wreckage. I don't care about who I got less than, only care about perfecting my message. I finally found my purpose. I know it's the furthest thing from this circus. I'm done and I'm taking my soul back right now. I feel it in like every word I write down. I've been gone so long, I got everybody asking me where I've been, like what I've done since. Who have I become? I just gotta look within. Yeah, I've been hell and back, but I'm still crawling out the fire. Yeah, that's all I have. I'm scared that life ain't getting brighter, but don't tell me that, don't tell me I'm gonna crash. I'm never looking back. Will you put out all my flames on? Yeah, like does anybody hear this? Am I alone in my pain when I feel this? I miss the days when I used to be fearless, but now my fear's been degrading my spirit. Had a loss in the family, and it really hurt me. And no matter what I do, the world keeps turning. Demons see me weak, so they use it all to burn me. Yeah, I swear they always wanna curse me. I just shut down, go back to my habits. I don't leave the house, I've been so nomadic. But I see my future and I know I gotta grab it. Gotta lock in, gotta write another classic. And every day I'ma pray that God give me strength to overcome the trauma that been stuck in my way. I know we got a plan and it's keeping me safe. I do this all again, yeah, there's nothing I'd change. I've been hell and back, but I'm still crawling out the fire. Yeah, that's all I have. I'm scared that life ain't getting brighter, but don't tell me that, don't tell me I'm gonna crash. I'm never looking back. Will you put out all my flames on? I don't wanna lose another one. Feeling like this is too much. Yeah, one more day, that's all I want. Yeah, that's all I want. But life goes on and on, like all of my pain. Yeah, on and on, want it out of my brain. Yeah, on and on, carry all of my shame. Yeah, on and on, on. Yeah, I know that it's coming, I take it day by day. You ask me how I'm feeling, don't know what to say. Sometimes I isolate and I just sit and pray, like maybe God can help me try to find a way. I'm asking questions I already know the answer to, like if you gone, will I step up, will I make it through? Or will I drown myself in sorrow, go back to the booze? I can't stop thinking about it, swear this darkness always looms. I can't imagine what life would be like without you. I've known you since my first presence, so baby I've been around you. You saved me when I was down, like no money can pay that value. The memories that we shared, I hold them close, cause without you I'm lost. I miss when you hug me, tell me that I'll be okay and tell me that you love me. I still feel your hand right on my back, it used to bug me. Now I really kill for that again, it's really crushed me. And I know that you wouldn't want me to be sad right now. You're in a better place, got me feeling selfish. You're in heaven now, I know it's a blessing. But if God hears me, this is what I tell him. I don't wanna lose another one. Feeling like this is too much. Yeah, one more day, that's all I want. Yeah, that's all I want. But life goes on and on, like all of my pain. Yeah, on and on, want it out of my brain. Yeah, on and on, carry all of my shame. Yeah, on and on, yeah. It's getting harder and harder to breathe. Don't got the stomach to eat. I'm feeling so incomplete. Was that you know just a breeze? I need some kind of relief. Pills used to numb me to sleep. Guess that I'ma settle for just throwing my soul on a beat. And I'm so exhausted, had so many losses. Ever since you left, every day I'm feeling nauseous. Eyes like a faucet, tears all on my crosses. I don't want to stress, but there ain't no way to stop it. I know it's hard when you feel lost like way too often. Just know that you'll be alright. They're watching from above, yeah, they know you'll be fine. I don't wanna lose another one. Feeling like this is too much. Yeah, one more day, that's all I want. Yeah, that's all I want. goes on and on, like all of my pain, yeah. On and on, want it out of my brain, yeah. On and on, carry all of my shame, yeah. On and on, on. Feels like I'm barely hanging on. Every day feels like it's way too long. Don't know how to right so many wrongs. It's like there's no place where I belong. I've been so miserable, manic, and all the above. Don't wanna get close, cause I'll end up crushed. I make some progress and take a few steps, but one thing goes wrong and I'm back where I was. 4 years sober, one death better push me over. I try to be strong for the ones that depend on me, but all this grieving been pulling me lower. I'm mad and I'm stressed. I don't want none of these thoughts in my head. I'm barely sleeping, man, I've been a wreck. Thinking on things that I should've said, cause that wasn't you in that hospital bed. Never gotta say goodbye. I just sit alone with these tears in my eyes. I would trade everything I have, I would give it all away if I could see you just one more time. Now I'm barely living, can't go through the motions. Tore me apart, now I'm sitting here broken. Can't even move, I'm just stuck and I'm frozen. Mind always racing, I'm losing my focus. How could I know it? The last time I saw you, I didn't know I'd never see you again. And now I feel so lost without you, it's so hard to live. Feels like I'm barely hanging on now. I've been losing everything and nothing's really helping me. I hate the way that's dwelling me. Feels like I've been lost in insanity. And every single memory, that's all I see. Feels like I'm barely hanging on now. I've been losing everything and nothing's really helping me. I hate the way that's dwelling me. Feels like I've been lost in insanity. And every single memory, that's all I see. Yeah, you wonder where I've been, that's it. Down at the bottom, been losing my grip. Sometimes I don't even wanna live. Sometimes I don't wanna exist, but I have to. Cause all the hurt that I feel, if I peace out now, I just pass it on. Wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So I just move along. Yeah, I gotta be strong for the ones I love. Hurts them too, that's why I gotta be tough. Yeah, I gotta be a man, gotta put them all above. Gotta be a rock when times get tough, but it's hard to breathe. You are my rock, why you have to leave? I know God's plan how it had to be, but it's all been weighing down on me. And I don't know if I got the strength. After what happened, I won't be the same. I just can't take all this hurt, this pain. I wasn't ready for this kind of change. I'm looking around, but there's no one to blame. Won't let your memory fade. You left a void, no one's filling this place. I've been so scared to visit your grave, cause feels like I'm barely hanging on now. I've been losing everything and nothing's really helping me. I hate the way that's dwelling me. Feels like I've been lost in insanity. And every single memory, that's all I see. Feels like I'm barely hanging on now. I've been losing everything and nothing's really helping me. I hate the way that's dwelling me. Feels like I've been lost in insanity. And every single memory, that's all I see. Yeah, I got so much on my mind, got me working out like all night. You know I gotta climb so that one day I'll be alright. Feel like I got people coming at me, yeah, from all sides. I just shut them out, yeah, like my demons, I got all types. I feel this pressure been building, it's been a minute since I dropped. Gotta carve on my intentions, give this everything I got. Gotta show them who I am and cut out everything I'm not. Gotta show them where I stand, clock's ticking, don't stop. I gotta polish the motor, man, this is more than the showbiz. I gotta kill all my omens, can't let them find where my soul is. I finally cut out all the people that were trying to control it, and now I steer the ship alone, can let them know where I'm roaming. I'm about to lock in, took my time, now I'm back, but I've been cautious. I know my demons right behind me, they've been stalking, but I keep on fighting, yeah, I got no option. I'm locked and loaded if the devil wanna walk in. I'm on a whole different level, now this is personal. The way that I've been writing all these songs, I'm getting surgical. Just sitting around, now all my charts are looking vertical. And to everyone that doubted me, I won't be merciful. I know I gotta prove myself again. Gotta keep my spot, gotta seal it in cement. Fighting all my demons while I do it from the trench. It's time for me to come back for revenge. Where there's so much in my way, I just wanna dive in, I don't wanna wait. Gotta keep on climbing, do it till the grave. I'm the only one that can never seal my fate, and I can't let nobody else try that. And all my demons dragging me lower, I pray that I'll make it out fine. And all my demons dragging me lower, but I'm still trying. I used to care how they perceiving me, used to wanna blow up, get my name up in the industry. But as I got closer to the spotlight, the more that I could see, and I'd rather be the only one believing me. Yeah, because I realize this whole game fake, and it ain't about your talent, only about how much you pay, or the method that you pay. One way or another, they're gonna try to take your soul, so I'm saying no thanks, no way. I'd rather be the righteous one in every move I'm making. Rather have integrity than trying to fill some stages. Rather have no money, but a family that I'm raising. Look into the mirror proud anytime I face it. I'd rather be broke than like fake and rich. Y'all can take the throne, I don't need fame to live. This game is filled with clones, and it's all pay to win. I feel this in my bones, it's time to make a switch. Every day I gotta keep fighting. Put my soul on the track when I'm riding. Keep the fame, keep the cloud, I don't like it. I'm in a whole different lane, swear there's so much in my way. I just wanna dive in, I don't wanna wait. Gotta keep on climbing, do it till the grave. I'm the only one that can never seal my fate, and I can't let nobody else try that. And all my demons dragging me lower. I pray that I'll make it out fine. And all my demons dragging me lower, but I'm still trying. Yeah, I'm the most underrated, beloved and I'm hated. I let them debate it while I take the crown. Do what I gotta do, that's how I'll make it. And I do not follow along with the crowd. Yeah, I get up on the map and I do it my way. Like no matter what it takes, at a whole new pace. And I run through the game to the route of focus. About to make everybody look so atrocious. Yeah, couldn't be me, couldn't be me. Let a label take control of the money or my goals. Oh, I got big dreams. Everything I do for the squad, but if you cross shots, you gon' end up cut for the team. My beat cinematic acquires the strings. It sounded like scores out of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I was gone for a minute, but they pulled me back. Now it's like the return of the king. Yeah, I'm bad for blood. I see the state of the game and I've had enough. And all these trash little rappers really adding up. They got clout, but the money ain't stacking up. Cause the labels that own them take all of their money. And when it's all dried up, they turn into bums. That's why in a year they'll be out of the running, and I'll still be here in control of my funds. I say what I want cause nobody control me. People type hate cause they don't really know me. I started for nothing, now look what I own. You can say what you want, but you can't call me phony. Like drugs, women, cars, that's all that they talk about. I'm sick of hearing it, I wanna crop it out. Zombies, they cheering it, there ain't no stopping now. I feel like Negan, Lucille, what I'm dropping now. You bet for average when I bet I stomp them out. I'm making classics, you making what's popping now. I never care about the traffic or likes, and I'm taking that to the coffin now. I don't gotta answer to no one. My face is the same when the show done. I'd still be the man if I had no funds. Y'all wearing that mask like shoguns. It's crazy they calling me trash and then turn around and start bumping some yeet. It's crazy, I made it off talent and Ice Spice made it jiggle in cheeks. That ain't misogyny, just how it is. Strip it on stage and they sell it to kids. Labels manipulate numbers and clicks. The fall of Rome, got nothing on this. Y'all ruining rap, make me embarrassed to say that's my path. I stand for a message, y'all dance for a bag. I just don't get it like
really, what do you guys even stand for?
Like what's the message? When I'm hearing those songs, I'm left with questions. When I get up on a track, I'm like a reverend. Take my mistakes, turn them all to lessons. But you ain't saying nothing, it's so depressing. All feeling no substance, same way Starbucks, ice a beverage. Why you disrespecting that type of blessing? Just call it how I see it, no second guessing. Don't follow the crowd, that's just not appealing. There's so many clowns and they keep on winning. I don't want the cloud, I'm too busy living. I don't want the crown, I'm too busy building. I'm leading the lost where the Lord is willing. The book of Josh, that name is so fitting. The world going down, that's just how I'm feeling. When you point it out, they call you a villain. Yeah, I'm done with wasting away, yeah, with nowhere to go. I'm feeling better now and I'ma take my soul back. Fighting with the devil, do it all on my own. I swear this darkness never ending. Saying like, I remember I was 23, look what all this did to me. Thought I'd never make it, now it's just another memory. Battle my depression, yeah, cause I was my own enemy. Now I'm 27 and I'm carving out my legacy, yeah. And I remember all the days go slow when you hate yourself. Just remember what I say, you can change if you want to. I'm just trying to grow and be a better person. Know I made mistakes, yeah, I know that I ain't perfect. Every day's another lesson that I'm learning. I wanna be better cause I know that it's worth it. I don't wanna be like everyone, don't wanna be a rock star. Wanna be famous but they won't tell you what the costs are. dark days saying like, tell me why. Had to learn it all the hard way. Had so many dark days saying I'm done with wasting away, yeah, with nowhere to go. I'm feeling better now and I'ma take my soul back. Fighting with the devil, do it all on my own. I swear this darkness never ending. Saying like, I remember I was 23, look what all this did to me. Thought I'd never make it, now it's just another memory. Battle my depression, yeah, cause I was my own enemy. Now I'm 27 and I'm carving out my legacy, yeah. And I remember all the days go slow when you hate yourself. But just remember what I say, you can change if you want to, yeah. I just wanna find a way out of this headspace. Yeah, escape and then move on to the next thing. I just wanna find a way to get my head straight. I gotta change up. Say no more excuses, running where the truth is. Tired of the pain and I'm sick of feeling useless. Don't wanna be a letdown, double in my head down. Up until the day that I'm six in the ground, I'm trying. So tell me why I had to learn it all the hard way. Had so many dark days saying like, tell me why. Had to learn it all the hard way. Had so many dark days saying I'm done with wasting away, yeah, with nowhere to go. I'm feeling better now and I'ma take my soul back. Fighting with the devil, do it all on my own. I swear this darkness never ending. Saying like, I remember I was 23, look what all this did to me. Thought I'd never make it, now it's just another memory. Battle my depression, yeah, cause I was my own enemy. Now I'm 27 and I'm carving out my legacy, yeah. And I remember all the days go slow when you hate yourself. But just remember what I say, you can change if you want to. Yeah, been alone with my thoughts, telling me to jump, that voice don't stop. Trying to find myself, man, I'm sick of feeling lost. Like every November, all the good times really got withered away. Yeah, all my life, try to be strong, but it never goes right. Writing my songs, spending all of my time. I only want things that money don't buy. Yeah, I might drown again when my dark thoughts start come around again. I try to hang on, I don't wanna let them in. I'm moving righteous, I won't let the devil win. Yeah, it's a war in me, another battle inside. Won't stop, I won't get tired of fighting. All I need is just peace of mind. Yeah, I might fall, but you know I still climb again. I'm still searching for my purpose. I don't know what I'ma get. I still carry all these burdens, probably will until the end. Yeah, been alone with my thoughts, telling me to jump, that voice don't stop. Trying to find myself, man, I'm sick of feeling lost. Like every November, all the good times really got withered away. Yeah, all my life, try to be strong, but it never goes right. Writing my songs, spending all of my time. I only want things that money don't buy. I took a little break and it turned into a year off. Social media, the kind of thing I don't appear on. All these lost souls wanted fame, man, it really ain't for me. And I hyping up a drop, you just gotta wait and see. In my time off, really got a hold of myself. I know who I am, I know what's important, and it ain't filling up the stands. I'm killing my ego, I'm redesigning all my plans. I'm killing my ego, cause I'm a human, not a brand. Yeah, dark thoughts always lurking. People always talk, don't know what's behind the curtain. Think they know me, but they don't even know the first thing. Had to cut through that noise on my worst day. But all that hard work paid off. Grind it every day, now I guess I really made off. Now I never gotta worry about all of the funds. I don't need the money, I just do this for the fun. Yeah. Yeah, been alone with my thoughts, telling me to jump, that voice don't stop. Trying to find myself, man, I'm sick of feeling lost. Like every November, all the good times really got withered away. Yeah, all my life, try to be strong, but it never goes right. Writing my songs, spending all of my time. I only want things that money don't buy. You told me that you never leave me, but it's not true. And now I'm sitting in with somebody that's not you. I try so hard to let you go, but I don't want to. And I don't think I'll ever feel that voice since I lost you. And lately I don't have nobody around me but myself. I gotta pick myself up on my own, I got no one to help. Only time I felt true love and just my love, she drive me to hell. Was the only one that I wanted, I want nobody else. And I've been losing everything around me, just on me away to the bottom of the grave now. I've been losing everything around me, and my heart goes on, but it'll never be the same. Yeah, she broke my soul. Every night I'm always on my own, and it feels like a part of me died when you left my side. And now I got nowhere left to go. Yeah, you told me that you never leave me, but it's not true. And now I'm sitting in with somebody that's not you. I try so hard to let you go, but I don't want to. And I don't think I'll ever feel that voice since I lost you. You told me that you never leave me, but it's not true. And now I'm sitting in with somebody that's not you. I try so hard to let you go, but I don't want to. And I don't think I'll ever feel that voice since I lost you. I try to drain another pain, all it does is make it worse. Always ruin everything, like why does love always hurt? They told me I should open up and tell her how I feel, cause maybe then she just might take me back. Yeah, I try but she don't love me, broke my heart and just left me for dead. She don't want me, now the only time I see her is in my head. Now she haunts me, now I just walk around with all this dread. All these dark thoughts pushing me to the bottom, I'm drowning. Yeah, she broke my soul. Every night I'm always on my own, and it feels like a part of me died when you left my side. And now I got nowhere left to go. Yeah, you told me that you never leave me, but it's not true. And now I'm sitting in with somebody that's not you. I try so hard to let you go, but I don't want to. And I don't think I'll ever feel that voice since I lost you. You told me that you never leave me, but it's not true. And now I'm sitting in with somebody that's not you. I try so hard to let you go, but I don't want to. And I don't think I'll ever feel that voice since I lost you. I know you've been running all around, so I won't let you bother me again now. I don't care, you say you're still in love with me, but did you love me when you cheated? Now I probably should've run cause you're the devil in disguise. Probably should've ended cause you're killing all my vibes. Probably should've run cause I don't need you in my life. Cut you off but you always still haunt me. You let me on with a beautiful face, thought it was dead till we part, now I'm stuck in my own grave. You only told me what I wanted to hear, but now I'm seeing it clear. I had to swallow my fears, you never wanted me, and you always push me to the edge now. And I've been trying not to fall down, I tried so hard to be perfect, you saw me as worthless. And now I think it's time I find a better purpose. So break my heart, absolve all my sins now. Let me go, I won't let you in now, cause you're the devil in disguise. Why would I want your love? I know you've been running all around, so I won't let you bother me again now. I don't care, you say you're still in love with me, but did you love me when you cheated? Now I probably should've run cause you're the devil in disguise. Probably should've ended cause you're killing all my vibes. Probably should've run cause I don't need you in my life. Cut you off but you always still haunt me. I used to think I was your one and only, but now I see clearly our love's dying slowly. Yeah, cause everything you said was always right beyond a mask. It's like you never really wanted me, you just wanted a bag. Had to learn to let you go, you always throw me off track. Now I'm on to better things, about to leave you in the past. So break my heart, absolve all my sins now. Let me go, I won't let you in now, cause you're the devil in disguise. Why would I want your love? I know you've been running all around, so I won't let you bother me again now. I don't care, you say you're still in love with me, but did you love me when you cheated? Now I probably should've run cause you're the devil in disguise. Probably should've ended cause you're killing all my vibes. Probably should've run cause I don't need you in my life. Cut you off but you always still haunt me. I feel like myself when I'm with you, cause baby, we've been through hell and back. Got the same issues, yeah, that's why we always stay attached. When you leave, yeah, I miss you, I never thought I'd be feeling that. And we both got flaws, how we cover up, but you don't gotta hide your scars from me, cause I know what it's like feeling broken. Tell me what you need, I'll be there cause my heart stays stolen. You can tell me about your problems, I won't walk. Even if you pull me down to the bottom, I'm still all in. You're the only one that's feeling the flames that I got. If it came down to you with a fame, no, I'd drop it. Yeah, it's like that, no one else comes close. Always make 10 tracks when you're in my zone. And you put up with my problems, but we made it through. I'm just hoping one day I'll do the same for you. When you're manic, don't you panic. I'll be right by your side. I won't lie, I don't mind. I won't judge you, don't cry. I feel like myself when I'm with you, cause baby, we've been through hell and back. Got the same issues, yeah, that's why we always stay attached. When you leave, yeah, I miss you, I never thought I'd be feeling that. And we both got flaws, how we cover up, but you don't gotta hide your scars from me, cause I know what it's like feeling broken. Tell me what you need, I'll be there cause my heart stays stolen. Baby, swear you're perfect, you don't care about the bins, but you tell me what you want and I'll do everything I can. When I'm on the road doing shows and I'm away from you, I know when I get home I'ma stay with you. Give me all your worst days, promise they won't faze me. And even in the worst case, you know I'll be waiting. I love everything about you, you don't gotta change a thing for when me. I'm around you, I wish everyone knew what I see. You're manic, don't you panic. I'll be right by your side. I won't lie, I don't mind. I won't judge you, don't cry. I feel like myself when I'm with you, cause baby, we've been through hell and back. Got the same issues, yeah, that's why we always stay attached. When you leave, yeah, I miss you, I never thought I'd be feeling that. And we both got flaws, how we cover up, but you don't gotta hide your scars from me, cause I know what it's like feeling broken. Tell me what you need, I'll be there cause my heart stays stolen.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I've been on my own, on my own vision. Way too many towns for one organism. Got a cartoon, a rapper, writing pro. Deucing tracks, I swear I'm on a roll. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. Studio sesh for days, I'm like a zombie. Feeling like Zach and Cody in the hotel, cause they said no run in the lobby. Oh man, I've been on my own, never rolling up. Only one green, never smoking blunts. Sending up girls, never showing up. I remember them not knowing us. That was World War II. Fake friends calling me, come and delete you. They only want you when you got a better tune, and they only want you when you got a better view. So it's no new friends. I don't even have old ones. Fresh just rooting, cutting off loose ends. I don't really wanna be around when the true sins hold up. Well, people send hate, but I really don't mind. I need to grow, I've been living so blind. Let them all know that I'm off all that beef. I make too much money to be mean. I've been on way too long, now they all know my name. I've been on way too long, and I got no complaints. I've been on way too long, and I got no complaints. I've been on now, I've been on now. I've been on way too long, now they all know my name. I've been on way too long.
Yeah, I'm the only one, I can't depend on, no one's got my back. Can somebody say a prayer for me to keep me on my path? I've been in the dark, contemplating on my past. Yeah, my life's been hard, but I'm learning to adapt. In spite of everything, God gave me a mission. I look at all that I've achieved, it's like there's really no limit. I built a 7-figure brand and overcame my addiction. Now my goal is to inspire, show them all how to win it. But it's a double-edged sword, getting everything you wanted. Now a million people all expect you to be flawless. Watching every move, pray you mess up, start falling. I'm really getting sick of all this talking. Every day's another battle, got my back against the wall. I've been trying to find my purpose while they praying that I fall. Yeah, it's on a daily basis that they pick working, yeah, that's really all I know. Overcoming all my trauma, had to learn to let it go. Devil tried to pull me under, had to cut him at the flow. Ask God for forgiveness, that's the only way to grow. Give this everything I got, no, I am not one to lay down. People throwing shots, but I'm not one they can take down. I love all my drops, yeah, there's nothing they can say now. I'll end up on top, overcoming any breakdown. Every war I bled alone in the trenches. Every battle broke through the devil's clenches. Deep down I know I got what it takes. I've seen the light, no one's shaking my face. Every war I bled alone in the trenches. Every battle broke through the devil's clenches. Deep down, yeah, I got what it takes. I see the light, nothing shaking my face. When I'm walking straight through, I won't let my demons hurt me. I keep fighting my way out. 'Cause I'm a one-man army. Every war I bled alone in the trenches. Every battle broke through the devil's clenches. Deep down I know I got what it takes. I've seen the light, no one's shaking my face. Yeah, they say they want the Omi, but the Omi was a loser. Broken and bitter and suicidal and a user. I worked 5 long years to make it out the dirt. Finally proud of who I am, I put in all this work. So if people don't like me now, guess that's fine by me. Guess they must be too blind to really see what I see. They don't get why someone don't wanna be famous or blow up in the industry where souls get tainted. That's the reason why my songs from here on out are way more positive. I'd rather lift you up than spread depression when I'm dropping this. But they don't like my message, especially when there's some God in it. But I don't care, I do this even if no one is watching it. It's way more than the rapping. I got sober, found God and reignited my passion. You see the way that I've been moving, I've been slaying some dragons. So buckle up, I'm taking y'all to places you can't imagine. You know I built this from the ground and I'm still climbing up. I prefer my sound no matter what the masses buying up. Sick of all this garbage that the industry supplying us. Know the gang is back, drop it till there's no denying us. Lately I've been focused, 1,000 miles an hour, but I'm moving slow motion. Demons catching up, but they're not breaking my devotion. Got me motivated, got me feeling like I'm chosen. It's passion in like every single word I ever spoken. Every war I bled alone in the trenches. Every battle broke through the devil's clenches. Deep down I know I got what it takes. I've seen the light, no one's shaking my face. Every war I bled alone in the trenches. Every battle broke through the devil's clenches. Deep down, yeah, I got what it takes. I see the light, nothing shaking my face. When I'm walking straight through, I won't let my demons hurt me. I keep fighting my way out. 'Cause I'm a one-man army. Ain't nothing new, I've been here before. Fire been building up at the core. The odds don't really mean a thing to me. I'ma bounce right back, I'ma take defeat, I'ma climb. Dedicated, I give my time. Edge of greatness with all my rhymes. Heart been racing when I'm on that grind. I got talent that money can't buy. Trying to use it all for good. Shut out the devil just like I should. But in the back of my mind, yeah, he's always lurking. He don't wanna see me put all that work in. I know the path that I'm on ain't easy. If it was, everyone would be me. I'ma take the challenge on and I'ma climb right up till y'all can't see me. Climbing back, I'll make it out the mud. I can feel it in my blood now. I won't crash. I'm not who I was. This time I'll be enough. Climbing I've had voices in my head slow me down. Might be lost, but I pray I'm found. Pray to God to give me the strength to take all my demons, put them in the ground. I got all I need to make my scars no longer bleed. I know God's up there watching me, but I know in the end it's all on me. So I'm just steady working. I cut out every single serpent. Got no distractions, no divergence. I think I finally found my purpose. I know that one day I'll be fine. You never change if you don't try. Gotta fall before you rise. I climbed right back before. What's one more time? Climbing back. I'll make it out the mud. I can feel it in my blood now. I won't crash. I'm not who I was. This time I'll be enough. About life in the dirt, I can't find the words to explain what been going through my head again. I'm all bent up, feeling like some kind of curse. I know my demons really wanted me to let them in. It's hard to stay sane when you always on the grind. Hard to numb the pain when you always gotta climb, but you can't take a break, can't let it fall behind. I can feel it in my veins, got fire in my eyes. Dedication, my motivation, uncomparable. Most people quit the second that it's unbearable. I just keep on pushing through. I know that if I keep on going, only mine to lose. So I'm not giving up, I'm never getting through the pain. I'ma win it all, like no matter what they say. I just gotta hang tough till a better day. So when I'm lost in the dark, I'ma find my way. I'm on the brink again, but I won't let this be my end. I'll give it my all till there's nothing left, till I'm breathing my final breath. I'm on the brink again. I'm on the brink again. I just gotta keep on going, yeah, I'm going non-stop. Swear I'll never be done, even when I'm on top. Look at how far I come, yeah, I've won a lot. Even with that in mind, still give it all I got. Know I gotta be strong enough to break the mold. I gotta front flip over every obstacle. Keep my foot down on the pedal till I'm unopposed. Yeah, I know I got it in me, feel it in my bones. Yeah, they laugh now, but I know I'll give respect. Like 10 years deep, yeah, I've been a vet. I'ma drop this, then it's on to the next. So the day I die, that's the day that I rest. Till the reaper take me, do it all at 100. The day I was born, yeah, I hit the ground running. I've been ready to go, I'll do it all alone. I'll shut the devil out and now I'm about to take control. I'm on the brink again, but I won't let this be my end. I'll give it my all till there's nothing left, till I'm breathing my final breath. I'm on the brink again. I'm on the brink again. It's a battle just to live, try to grapple with my sins. Fight the devil in the center of the octagon again. Yeah, he loves it when I'm low, swear he wanna do the most. Every day it's like I gotta fight a battle for my soul. I see him everywhere I go, every time I'm feeling low. From the bottom to the top and every time I play the show. And some people that I know, let them take over their souls. Gives you money, gives you pride, fame and greed, that's how it grows. I'm so sick of all these demons in my head trying to mess with me. Gotta make it out alive, don't wanna rest in peace. Yeah, I'm done with all this evil in the industry. Rather be a lone wolf on my own. I feel the devil on my shoulder pushing me to my limits, but I gotta stay strong, no, I'm not gonna give in. Middle finger to the industry, that's just how I'm living. And they've been testing my faith cause I've been fighting the devil. I'm just trying to do some good, but they treat me like a rebel. Fighting the devil. Sometimes you gotta walk alone when there's no one on your level. Bury my trauma, cut out my drama. Bleed out on the track and I'll make a few commas. Devil still watching, people still talking. Set the world on fire before I end up in the coffin. Fighting the devil. Fighting the devil. Yeah, it's a never-ending cycle when I break my will to live. Put it back together, then I do it all again. Fighting with the devil, can't afford to let him win. Got my soul up on the line and I don't wanna let him in. The weight on my shoulders like a planet. Life ain't end up like I planned it. Everyone takes me for granted. Will I be the last one standing? I feel the devil on my shoulder pushing me to my limits, but I gotta stay strong. No, I'm not gonna give in. Middle finger to the industry, that's just how I'm living. And they've been testing my faith 'cause I've been fighting the devil. I'm just trying to do some good, but they treat me like a rebel. Fighting the devil. Sometimes you gotta walk alone when there's no one on your level. Bury my trauma, cut out my drama. Bleed out on the track and I'll make a few commas. Devil still watching, people still talking. Set the world on fire before I end up in the coffin.
Oh. Jeez. ต่อยคว่ำเลย โอ้ย ไม่ได้เปิดภาพอีกโอ้โหเอาอีกลืมเปิดวาร์ปอีกอ๋อ
each act video into 2.
เหลืออีกกี่ตัววะเนี่ย เมื่อยหมดแล้วเนี่ย 30 รอบ 32 35 รอบ เดี๋ยวมา
parts so that new players or those without a background in PoE1 lore can enjoy these. One worried sick ever since the Count arrested you. If you didn't choose the warrior, the three have managed to escape the Count's orders here, but they are still terrorized by monsters lurking outside the camp like the Miller. These monsters only recently appeared. This is a new phenomenon to Finn and Una, but Renly remembers experiencing something like this when he was a younger man. Una has put together that the Count's strange arrests and these monstrosities appearing started right after Count Geonor visited the Grellwood. She wants us to investigate the Grellwood for her. On our way, we slay a giant burrowing beast called the Devourer. Devourer. More evidence of the strange affliction affecting Ogham. This affliction is called corruption, something that PoE1 players will be familiar with. Corruption raises the dead, transforms people and creatures into monsters, and has the power to warp the very land itself. The Grellwood was once a warm and welcoming forest, but the corruption has twisted it into a dark and dangerous place. In the Grellwood, we find a strange humanoid figure cloaked in black, hanging from a large tree. We summon Una, who tells us this shade is still alive and has been affecting her dreams. She points out that the shade is not only hanged, but bound to this tree with the magic of ancient runes. Only the Count's sword, an ancient sword called Agnar, has the power to create this binding. If the Count went to such lengths to imprison this shade, maybe the shade has answers about what is happening. The modern Ezamites in Clearfell and Ogham Village don't have runes ancient or powerful enough to combat the binding runes here, but the Red Vale nearby is the site of an ancient battlefield, littered with Ezamite armor and weaponry with ancient runes on them. There is some history of Rayclast and PoE1 required to understand this part, so I'll try to summarize as concisely as possible. The battle at the Red Vale was a conflict between the Ezamites and the Eternals. We are currently in the year 1619, and that system of keeping time was started when the Eternal Empire was founded year 1. The Eternal Empire, home of the Eternals, was the most powerful civilization on Rayclast for many years, up until 300 years ago. Their capital city was Sarn, a location we visit in Path of Exile 1 that is almost the center of the continent of Rayclast. The Eternal Empire wanted to expand out from the center of Rayclast by conquering neighboring cultures, including the Ezamites. The Eternals used corruption, magic, and virtue gems, which are the skill gems we use now, to empower their armies. 300 years ago, the oppressed cultures united to fight against the Eternal Empire, and this war was called the Purity Rebellion. The battle that took place at the Red Vale was part of the Purity Rebellion, the Ezamites fighting to drive out the Eternals who had taken over their land and enslaved their people. We find the runes we need, and Renly the blacksmith is able to forge the runic weapons and armor into spikes. We take them to the Tree of Souls and stab the runed spikes into the binding runes on the tree. This releases the shade from the tree, but all is not well. The Count also stabbed this shade with his magical sword Agnar, leaving a wound that in itself is another runic binding. Somehow the shade is still alive after being hanged and stabbed and bound by runes. This final binding can only be broken by a Count's hand, so we set off to do some light grave robbing to find a Count's signet ring. To reach the graves we want to rob, we travel through the Grim Tangle. Apparently, Una and her mother used to pick mushrooms here with a nice druid named Urvid. She calls upon Fey spirits to help her open the path, and that works somehow. It's not really explained what the spirits are, or how Una can control them or call to them, but we repay her magical assistance by finding the nice druid from her childhood and slaughtering him. Sorry, Una. The grim tangle ends up in the Cemetery of the Eternals, where the Eternals that once ruled over the Ezamites of Ogam stamped ostentatious graves over the top of the Ezamites' existing graveyard. Nearby, a frantic and confused old man named Lachlan tells us that someone called Praetor Draven and his wife, the consort, have kidnapped Lachlan's family and trapped them behind the locked gates he stands next to. We need to rummage through the graveyard anyway, so we add look for kidnappers to our to-do list. We find the Praetor and the consort, and they do have the keys to the gate, but they are dead. Not only do they appear as glowing apparitions, likely revived by the corruption, but we find them in giant mausoleums dedicated to them specifically. They've been dead for some time. We return to Lachlan and unlock the gate, where we find his family, but they are also long dead, luckily peacefully resting in their graves. Lachlan, confused, flies into a rage. We must defeat him, and he drops the Count's signet ring we were looking for. Lachlan was actually Count Lachlan, and he was alive during a time when the Eternals controlled Ogam. If you read through Lachlan's dialogue or know the last name of the Praetor and consort, Centauri, you might have already expected this twist. Lachlan told us that the Praetor and consort were Eternals, but Eternals have basically disappeared from Rayclast since the Purity Rebellion. Lachlan and these Eternals were all raised from the dead by the recent corruption, but this ancient count had forgotten his and his family's tragic fate at the hands of these two Eternals. With his ring in hand, we return to Clearfell. Una uses Count Lachlan's ring to break the binding on the Shade and revive him. The Shade doesn't tell us his name, but we refer to him from here on as the Hooded One. The Hooded One recounts what happened to him, which you can actually watch in the Path of Exile 2 opening cinematic trailer. Count Geonor knew that the Hooded One had the Seed of Corruption. He gathered a rather large hunting party to pursue the Hooded One, following him to the Grellwood. When the Hooded One is found, the Count stabs him with his sword, Agnar, whose ancient runes are able to overpower the Shade. The Count steals the Seed of Corruption from the Hooded One and leaves him hanged and bound to the Tree of Souls. So what is this Seed of Corruption that the Hooded One carried and the Count stole? It is the cause of the corruption in Ogam, and the force behind Count Geonor's newfound madness. To understand the true terror of the Seed, we need another brief history lesson. The Hooded One explains some of the Seed's history in his dialogue, Hunted. To summarize, 20 years ago, aka just after the events of Path of Exile 1, the Hooded One took the Seed of Corruption to keep it safe from men of ambition. In recent years, however, he has been hunted and pushed around Rayclast, trying to escape capture. But his moves have apparently all been according to plan of whoever hunted him, to steal the Seed from him here. The Seed contained was no threat, but released and allowed to grow, it will become the Beast, a powerful force that changed the history of mankind for thousands of years. Before even the founding of the Eternal Empire, the Beast lived under a mountain, so large that its body stretched for miles beneath that mountain. The Beast spread corruption across the land. This corruption is the source of a magic called thaumaturgy, different from Una's Fey magic, and the source of the virtue gems, aka skill gems. The mountain the Beast lay under was near the eternal capital of Sarn, which was part of why the Eternals were so invested in utilizing corruption. 2 years after the successful Purity Rebellion mentioned earlier, the new leader of Rayclast, High Templar Vol, wanted to destroy the Beast, the source of corruption, so that no one could use its powers like the Eternals had. The most powerful Eternal Thaumaturge or magic user of that time, Malachi, offered to create a device to destroy the beast in exchange for Vol not killing him. Vol foolishly accepted. Malachi did not destroy the beast. He became part of the beast, causing a cataclysm that destroyed most of Rayclast and its inhabitants. It wiped out the entire Eternal Empire, meaning Count Lachlan from the cemetery lived at least 300 years ago, if not longer. So, 20 years ago, in Path of Exile 1, Rayclast is still devastated by that cataclysm. The player character is exiled from the island of Oriath to live on Rayclast, and over the course of that campaign, you kill the beast and Malachi. An unfortunate consequence of this is that the beast's corruption was actually absorbing divinity, its opposite force, and keeping the gods of Rayclast asleep. The gods wake up, and one in particular, the Karui god Kitava, the Endless Hunger, is a threat to all humanity. Kitava is too powerful to be defeated, and so we help another god named Sin to rebuild the essence of the beast. Since the beast could put Kitava to sleep, its power could help the exile defeat Kitava. The exile and Sin create what Sin calls the Dark Ember, a small remnant of the slain beast. After Kitava is slain, it's not clear what happens to this Dark Ember, but now we know that the Hooded One has it, and has tried to keep it contained away from humanity, still a small seed instead of a beast. But now that Count Geonor has stolen the seed and corruption spreads across Ogham, the pieces come together. The seed is no longer contained. The Count is feeding the seed with the bodies of those he arrests to grow its power, grow its corruption, for whatever ill gains the Count seeks. We must kill the Count and stop the beast from growing. To reach Ogham proper, we travel through the hunting grounds. Many frenzied and twisted animals infest this land. We come across a strange ritual, a skeletal antlered altar surrounded by candles in the center of a glowing ring. This ritual worries Finn, who tells us that a while back, strange cultists came out of the deep woods whispering about their religion and making these types of altars. Those cultists had visited the clanless enclave called Freythorn, where Finn sometimes stayed. So Finn asks us to check on Freythorn. Outside the entrance of Freythorn, there is a note from the Count asking all the clanless to leave the enclave and come to Ogham, something the Count would never do before. This note is clearly a ploy to lure victims from Freythorn to feed the seed. Entering Freythorn, there seems to be no survivors. Anyone who left for Ogham is probably dead, and all that remain are cultists, either from the deep woods or Freythorn converts, serving a mysterious entity called the King in the Mists. We defeat this supposed king, but it's too late for Freythorn. We continue on. We find Una's loot in her house in the Ogham farmlands, but no sign of Una's family that fled when her father was arrested. No sign of any normal human, actually, more undead and corrupted beasts. Ogham village is even worse. The entire village is on fire. There seem to be no survivors. We can find Renly's abandoned forging tools here. With Renly's tools and Una's loot, Renly can help us salvage gear we don't need, and Una can sing us a song. I think. Really, really quietly. Or maybe this feature isn't working yet. Back in the burning village, we find a Count's decree. Count Geonor has been absolutely littering Ogham with his decrees and orders, but this one shows the Count not just being harsh, but being paranoid. Unhinged, even. This note reads, "Your whispering and conspiring has not gone unnoticed. I see your disloyalty, I hear your mockery. Each villager must report to the manor immediately for questioning. Anyone who resists will be considered a traitor." The Count is now demanding that every person in Ogum come to the manor to be questioned about whether they gossip about him. Are people questioning the Count's arrests and possession of the seed? Or is there something else he's worried they are whispering
ฟัง
about?
เลยเหรอวะเนี่ย
Outside the entrance to the manor's grounds, we find the executioner doing some executioning. This executioner is the same one you see in the character select screen, so it's time for some vengeance. Before we can attack him, he chops off someone's head, which falls down onto the alarmingly large pile of heads below. The executioner challenges us, and once deposed, we free a woman who is next on the chopping block. This woman is named Latus, and she flees to Clearfell. Latus is different from the rest of our survivors. She is a noblewoman, meaning she has been part of the Count's inner circle for a long time. Latus tells us that she and her husband were trying to flee the Count when they were caught. The person we just saw executed was her husband, Aemon. Una says that she knows Latus, and had hoped that Latus, having married a commoner while being a noblewoman, meant that a commoner like Una could marry whoever she wanted as well, even though she is a commoner. I think she is talking about wanting to marry Finn, the clanless, which is very sweet. Latus has seen Count Geonor with the seed and has seen the Count feeding bodies to it, but she has some new information for us. The Count is making some of the people arrested dig underneath the manor. They are digging until they are too tired to continue, when they are killed and then fed to the beast. What is the Count trying to dig up under the manor? Latus speculates perhaps he hopes for proof that his heritage is actually pure. Going through the manor grounds, we pass the gallows we were almost hanged upon in the character select screen. We enter the manor, and inside there is a giant hole allowing us to see all the way down multiple floors to where the digging is taking place. The Count and Countess sit on thrones, watching their victims dig. We travel down multiple flights of stairs to reach them. On the way down, we find a few interesting things. We can see Count Lachlan's old room, with a portrait of him, his wife, and their 2 children. We also find a torture log that reinforces the Count's growing madness. He apparently believes many of his subjects have been replaced by shapeshifters. But most importantly, we find Count Geonor's journal. In this journal, Geonor worries that people know his blood is impure. He believes that Oriana knows in particular. Oriana is the name of the Countess who Geonor has just recently married. But why is Count Geonor so concerned about the purity of his Ezomite ancestry? Renly explains that Ezomite clans usually pick a leader by their merit, but Count Geonor was born into the role. That means if his blood is impure, his leadership could come under question, as his blood was the only reason for him being Count. Even worse is the supposed source of this impurity. Geonor believes that an Eternal, the oppressors and most hated enemy of the Ezomites, is part of his bloodline. It's rich that Geonor is so distressed by potentially being part Eternal when he has made so many decisions that are reminiscent of the Eternal's culture. The Count hangs the Hooded One from the Tree of Souls, which Una tells us was originally a sacred spirit tree until the Eternals started hanging Ezomites from the branches. Geonor also shares the Eternals' obsession with the power of corruption and a willingness to enslave, torture, and kill for his own selfish gains. Apparently, Oriana is the one who inspired Geonor to question his heritage. how would a foreign woman know more about the Count's lineage than he did? Laetus tells us that since they've been married, the Count has made a scholar repeatedly investigate whether an Eternal has dirtied his ancestry, and it seems like he has found proof that he does have an Eternal relative. He has grown paranoid that everyone knows this. Oriana has promised Gianor that she can help him right the wrongs of his past, presumably of his eternal ancestry. But what could the Count dig up from under the manor that would prove the purity of his lineage? What could be underneath the manor? We reach the lowest level. The once handheld seed is in a cage, now larger than a man, with an octopus-like head and tentacles. Oriana says we have the power Gianor needs, and if he kills us, Oriana will give him everything she promised. Partway through our fight, the Count asks Oriana to unleash the seed and give him what was promised. Perhaps Oriana promised Count Gianor that he could control the beast, and wield its power to crush anyone who would question his authority. It's unclear what she actually promised him because instead of releasing the seed, Oriana calls Gianor weak and escapes, taking the caged beast with her. Count Gianor, enraged, transforms into a corrupted wolf and delivers some of the smoothest slam poetry about the history of Esamir while slamming us from the fog. Eventually, we defeat him, and as he lays dying, the Hooded One appears. Count Gianor tells us that Oriana has likely left for the Vastiri Desert, where she came from. With this information, we leave Ogham behind, with only a few survivors in the run-down logging encampment of Clearfell. It's implied that the blacksmith Renly will become their new clan leader, a man elected for his merit, not his bloodline. But what was Gianor digging for? Why did he turn into a wolf? How could runes bind the mysterious Hooded One? Who are the first ones? Who is Finn's father? If you're interested in these questions, all of these and more will be explored in the in-depth Act 1 lore video. For now, we must journey to the harsh Vastiri Plains and find a way to pursue the mysterious Oriana, who now holds the fate of humanity in her hands. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. Let me know if you like the new format. I want it to be a bit more approachable to people who either haven't engaged with the
มั่นใจทุกแมตช์ไม่กลัวเรื่องรังแคเพราะผมใช้แชมพูยอดขายอันดับหนึ่งสำหรับผู้ชายด้วย
At the beginning of Path of Exile 2, Act 2, we arrive with the Hooded One to the Vastiri outskirts. The Vastiri Plains, our destination, are huge. They take up a large portion of the continent of Rayclast, and the plains are more aptly described as the Vastiri Desert. The distance we need to travel and the harsh conditions mean we need a ride. And we have stopped here because a Mariketh caravan has also stopped here. The Mariketh are the native people of the Vastiri, and those Mariketh that travel across the plains do so on elaborate, glittering caravans of gold and silks. When we ask one of the Mariketh named Zarka for a ride, she says they're unable to leave due to hyenic raiders harassing travelers. If we can remove the threat, we can join the caravan, so we do just that, finding the leader of these hyena men, Wrathbreaker, and earning our passage. Although Zarka made the deal with us and is certainly decked out in ornate gear, She is not the leader of these Maraketh. That would be Sekhima Asala, who honors our bargain. The Maraketh are a matriarchal society known for the strength of their warriors, and Asala is the Sekhima of the Ardura. Already it sounds like I'm talking in a different language, so I think it'd be useful to quickly go over the Maraketh words these NPCs use in their dialogue. An Akara is a tribe or a group. The Ardura are an Akara. Sekhima means leader, so Asala is Sekhima of the Ardura Akara. You will often be called Jingak, which means outsider or non-Maraketh person, unless you are the sorceress who was banished from her own Maraketh Akara for her experimentation with elements. The sorceress is not from the Ardura, but everyone here recognizes her and does not call her Jingak. The word Dakara means warrior. Shambrin used to be a Dakara for the Ardura Akara. Is it coming together now? And finally, a new Maraketh word from PoE 2, Balbalak, which means traitor. While the Ardura are one of the nomadic groups of Maraketh, traveling on their caravan, the Maraketh Akara that players of Path of Exile 1 meet are stationary, guarding the entrance to Highgate Mountain for hundreds of years, the mountain where the beast resided. After the events of PoE 1, all Maraketh Akaras agreed that it was their collective duty to stop corruption if it ever appeared again, so that no single group would be stuck with that immense responsibility. All Maraketh are now honor-bound to find and destroy corruption if it ever returned to Rayclast, and the Ardura we now travel with are already aware that it has. The Ardura on the caravan are Sekhima Asala, Zarka, and Shambrin. Asala, unlike Count Gianor of Act 1, was not born into leadership. She was chosen, as she is the strongest and most capable among them. She is young, but she is definitely wise and driven. And hot. Zarka is the tail woman for this group. Her job is to learn, remember, and recite stories related to the Maraketh, both past and present. Her stories aren't limited to the Ardura either. When I make the in-depth lore video for Act 2, Zarka will be heavily featured, and she is my favorite character for obvious reasons. The sorceress player character was supposed to become the tailwoman of her Akara, but rejected the role, which is possibly related to her current banishment from her tribe. Shambrin was once a Dakara or warrior of the Ardura as mentioned, but she has been blinded in battle. She now acts as the weapon master, although she is learning blind fighting to once again be a warrior. The Maraketh value strength and usefulness, and while she tries to mask it, Shambrin is saddened by her new lower status. Because of their promise to fight corruption as a culture, the Ardura were already chasing the trail of the Seed's corruption. But they do not know Oriana, the Countess, who the Ezamites said was from the Vastiri Desert. There are many other Maraketh Akaras, but Asala assures us that no Maraketh would harbor someone who possessed the beast, due to this honor-bound promise to destroy that very same beast. If Oriana is from the Vastiri Desert, but not with the Maraketh, she must be with the Faradun. So who are the Faradun? The Faradun aren't a separate society from the Maraketh. The Maraketh, with their emphasis on usefulness, abandon any babies in the desert they deem unfit, disfigured, disabled, simply unwanted, and they leave these babies in the desert to die. Long ago, those who survived the desert became the Faradun, and now seek out any abandoned Maraketh babies and save them to be raised among the Faradun. A group of Faradun likely exists for every single Maraketh Akara that exists. The Hooded One describes the Faradun as the shadow of the Mariketh. They rescue those children and raise them on the outside looking in. The Mariketh are a harsh society. Even though they have committed themselves to fighting corruption, so they are on our side, it's hard to see them as good. The Ardura's caravan is pulled by slaves. Apparently the slaves are prisoners who would otherwise be executed, but is working them to death instead really the moral choice? We don't have much choice. The Mariketh were always our only option to travel across the desert. Sekima Asala has even found our first location where the beast has been, Maudun Quarry. Inside the quarry we find the Book of Jaman-Ra, which is a vow to unite the Faradun and Mariketh into one society. We must show them that casting us off was a mistake. We must show them our strength. A rallying cry for the Faradun to come together and force the Mariketh to acknowledge and accept them. Below, in the Maudun mines, we can see pieces of what looks like a caravan being built. It appears to be a large-scale operation. We also find a person trapped in a cage and guarded by a crazed woman with a flamethrower. This fiery menace is Rudja, the Dread Engineer, and she has clearly been touched by the seed of corruption. We kill Rudja, who immolates quite spectacularly, and release Risu, Faradun defector, from the cage. Risu joins us on the Ardura caravan and tells us about Jaman-Ra, an ancient Faradun hero whose goal was to unite all the Faradun as one Akara, to convince the Mariketh to accept the Faradun once and for all. This sounds very similar to what we just read in the Book of Jaman-Ra. According to Risu, Oriana has raised Jaman-Ra from the dead using corruption. Oriana had met with the Faradun Risu defected from before she had the seed of corruption. Risu tells us that Oriana was not part of the Faradun, but came to them from the south. Every location we encounter the Countess Oriana is not her true homeland. I have ideas of where she is from, or at least the southern place she came from most recently, but I will save that speculation for the in-depth video. She promised the Faradun the power to take back what was theirs before leaving for Ezamir. Resurrecting Jaman-Ra was her method, but predictably the corrupting power of the beast sowed madness in Jaman-Ra and the Faradun that now pledged to follow him. Jaman-Ra and Oriana did not want the Faradun to join the Mariketh, but to wage war on them, and any Faradun who did not want to make war or were afraid of the beast got locked in the Maudun mines where we found Risu. In preparation for this war, Jaman-Ra plans to feed the beast more bodies to make it grow, but not just any bodies. He wants to feed the beast the Mariketh's most respected and powerful dead. Our Mariketh friends are uncertain about Risu. Not only is she Faradun, but she is also a Faradun traitor, a Balbalak. While Risu and the Ardura's motives are currently aligned, there is palpable tension between them. Asala says that Risu will live or die based on her usefulness in pursuing the beast. But Risu does hold more information about the Faradun motives than the Mariketh could surmise on their own. And Shambran says of Risu, she will never be accepted by the Ardura. She is a traitor of her people. On the other hand, her recent blindness makes her sympathetic to the Faradun. Publicly, I will decry them. Privately, I understand. I have suffered a small portion of what they must feel their entire lives. I expected them to turn on us eventually. We head to the Halani Gates, following the trail of corruption. Jaman-Ra and the Faradun have already infiltrated the gates and closed them, preventing the Ardura caravan from continuing the pursuit. We would be stuck if not for Risu, who knows of a secret path to reach the top of the Halani Gates called Traitor's Passage. Asala says that she will let Risu live if this information is true, but otherwise Risu will be left to die in the open desert again. Brutal. We enter Traitor's Passage, and inside we find someone trapped, bound by runic seals. These runic seals bear no resemblance to the binding runes of Ezimir in Act 1, but clearly did the trick. Shambrin tells us that this person, Balbala, was trapped down here as punishment for being a traitor, with the intended sentence being 1,000 years. Unfortunately, the Mariketh kind of forgot about Traitor's Passage. And so Balbala the traitor has been trapped for at least twice that long. And I believe Balbala the traitor is the origin of the new Mariketh word we hear, Balbalak, which means traitor. Neat. What's not so neat is that as soon as we release Balbala, she attacks us, and she does not hold back. She does drop a coin needed to attempt the trials of the Sekima, and if you attempt them, she will be your guide. We continue on through Traitor's Passage, and Risu's information was good. We end up at the top of the Halani Gates. Asala joins us to fight through the Faradun, who are standing guard, and she opens the gates to allow the Ardura caravan to pass through. As we make our way, tendrils of corruption start appearing, and the final mechanism to open the gates is broken. We continue on, and at the end, Jamonra himself is there to confront us. He calls himself the Risen King in defiance of the all-female, non-monarch leadership of the Mariketh. Sekima Asala fights Jamonra alongside us, but before we can kill him, Jamonra retreats. We follow him, but he has conjured a magic sandstorm to prevent our pursuit. Asala says we must battle sorcery with sorcery, and we return to the Ardura caravan. Even with the Halani Gates open, we cannot travel through the dense, unnatural sandstorm Jamonra has conjured. Risu is allowed to stay and live because her information on Traitor's Passage was true, but she has no advice to stop the sands. Instead, Zarka, the Tail Woman, tells us of an ancient item called the Horn of the Vastiri that was said to control the winds. While the original was lost, Zarka says we can trace the steps of the Mariketh's greatest heroine, Orbala, to recreate the horn. Orbala created the horn on her final adventure, and we need 3 items from 3 locations to recreate it. Hopefully our arts and crafts version works. The 3 locations we can go to are Keth, the Mastodon Badlands, and Valley of the Titans. You can go to these locations in any order, but I will start with the Mastodon Badlands. These Badlands are a giant boneyard, even more desolate than the Vastiri Desert itself. Asala says the Badlands are proof that a culture can vanish entirely if the world changes too much. It's unclear if she's saying a culture other than the Mariketh lived here in the Badlands and vanished, or if she's just saying that because the place is absolutely covered in bones. We fight Iktab, the Death Lord, and Ekbab, the Ancient Steed, a skeletal mastodon. We take a tusk from Ekbab once we defeat them to use as the body of our horn. When we hand Zarka the tusk, she says, "These tusks are truly worthy of Orbala's steed." And if you listen to Zarka's recounting of how Orbala created the horn, she says that Orbala's steed, the mastodon Ekbab, gave her its tusks. No wonder this tusk is worthy of the horn. It is literally from Orbala's own steed. It's the same tusks. Next we head to Keth, the ruins of a giant city. Asala says Keth was once the seat of power for our people, now a buried testament to a glorious past. The Hooded One says that Keth was glorious. The waters flowed in patterns crafted by artisans, the hanging gardens could impress even the most jaded heart. The Hooded One has a lot to say about Mariketh culture and history, actually. Way more than he ever said about Esamir. When asked about the Faradun, he not only knows of them, but knows that they have gone by many different names in different eras. He tells us that Sekima Asala reminds him of a young woman he knew in Keth. Based on the state of these ruins, it's one thing to know the history of Keth, but to have known someone who lived here? The Hooded One must be extremely old, ancient even, thousands of years old. Who is this shade, really? We will know soon, but back to the ruins of Keth for now. The Wayfarer's Stone in the Vastiri outskirts, where we began, promised us a path to the bread bowl of the world, the verdant land of 7 waters. Keth was that destination, the city of 7 waters whence bounty springs. The Wayfarer's Stones are a strange mix of Izaro's voice lines from PoE 1 and the poem Ozymandias by Percy Shelley. Keth certainly no longer has lush plains and verdant forests to feed empires far and wide. As we travel across the sand-swept ruins, we eventually find an entrance to the lost city that remains, buried underneath the sand. Although there is still no lush greenery, some semblance of the wealth and luxury of ancient Keth remains underground. We find the Halani Shrine and stumble upon a conversation between an abomination called Azarian, the Forsaken Sun, and the water goddess Halani. It seems the water goddess, before she was a god, abandoned Azarian in the desert to die. He was rescued by the Faradun, as many abandoned babies are. Halani was told by her Akara that her son died, so she lived her life, becoming the goddess of water eventually, unaware that her son lived, and was aware of her and her eventual divinity. He resented her until he died. But this all happened thousands of years ago. Azarian the Forsaken Sun has been resurrected by the Seed of Corruption, and wants to offer his mother, the water goddess, as a powerful body for the beast to feed on to please the new Faradun king, Jaman-Ra. Halani, however, was not resurrected by corruption. She has been awake since the original beast was killed in Path of Exile 1, 20 years ago. We kill Azarian and enter the chamber the goddess was hiding in, and find that she was not hiding, she was unable to move. Halani lies on a stone slab, guts open, clearly suffering. It seems that while she and the other gods were asleep in the time of the beast, she was dissected and has woken up to this agony. She requests we end her suffering with the convenient ever-burning cinders nearby, and return to the caravan with her essence of water. Neither Asala or Zarka had ever heard of a Mariketh goddess of water, which particularly bothers Zarka, as knowing these kinds of tales is her whole thing. Somehow all memory of Halani, the water goddess, had been lost, until now. Finally, we head to the Valley of the Titans. The area is surrounded by giant statues, or more likely, giant corpses. Titans, one might say. Asala's information is that she is forbidden by the terms of the Third Pact from invoking the Rite of Flame herself. She must send an emissary, as must they. I will discuss what the Third Pact might be in the in-depth video, but for now, we must act as Sekima Asala's emissary to them. We interact with 3 seals next to 3 titans, which light up each titan's eyes. Once we have interacted with all 3 seals, an entrance opens for us to descend into the titan's grotto. Inside are even more titan corpses. We traverse winding paths that stretch over a seemingly bottomless cavern until we find Zalmarath, the Colossus, waiting for us at the Dais of Reckoning, site of the Rite of Flame. Zelmarath must be their emissary, presumably the Titans. Perhaps some of them still live. We defeat him and take the Flame Ruby, the final piece of the Horn of the Vastiri. Zarka recreates the Horn of the Vastiri for us. She tells us that when Orbala blew her horn, it was so powerful every tent across the plains blew open. The story of the horn was Orbala's final adventure because after, Orbala was made the Sekima of Sekimas and was so beloved and powerful that she became a god. Another brief history lesson is needed here about the gods of Rayclast. Before the beast and corruption, there was another power on Rayclast, the power of divinity. Many thousands of years ago, mortals could ascend to godhood if enough people believed in their power. This did not necessarily mean respect or admiration. Divinity could be achieved through fear, through mystique, or through religious fervor. Those mortals who became gods lived much longer than men and were more powerful as well. In Path of Exile 1, after the player kills the beast, the gods of old are awakened on Rayclast once more. That's because the power the beast has, corruption, is created by the beast absorbing the power of divinity. The beast sapped the gods of their divine power. That is what put them to sleep. But this power didn't just dissipate. The beast spews out corruption and thaumaturgy, the name for corrupt magic in this world. Corruption is an opposite power to that of divinity, but a side of the same coin. They are inextricably linked. Orbala was alive during a time before the beast, and so the admiration of the Maraketh turned her into a god. When she ascended, she took the name Gerukan, Queen of the Wind. She is actually one of the gods we fight and kill in PoE 1. We get the honor of blowing the horn. While Zarka's makeshift Horn of the Vastiri isn't quite powerful enough to make us ascend to godhood, it's powerful enough to destroy Jamon-Ra's magical sandstorm. We can now pursue Jamon-Ra to Deshar. Deshar is a city where the Maraketh put the bodies of their most important dead. They do not bury the bodies. Instead, they have built tall spires so the dead can return to the sky and enjoy the sun, not hidden from it in the earth. This unfortunately will make it a lot easier for Jamon-Ra to take their bodies and feed them to the beast. Before we enter Deshar, Shambrin has a favor to ask. Her friend, perhaps lover, Liluma, traveled to Deshar alone 3 moons past, and hasn't been heard from since. Shambrin is worried about her and wants to know what happened. She tells us that the weak and unfortunate have a tradition of leaping from the heights of Deshar to the dunes below. Their bodies will be in the sand, the greatest fear of the Maraketh, but they will be close to those honored. She wants us to find out Liluma's fate and bring back any evidence, but the others cannot know of this. Shambrin's fears were right. Liluma has killed herself in Deshar. We find her body among the sands along with a final letter. We can bring the letter straight to Shambrin, but you also have the option to show it to Zarka and Asala. Both will reprimand you for doing something so careless. Asala says that we are lucky there are no names on the letter, otherwise tradition would demand unhappy duties of her, and that she values all her Dekara. The implication is that Shambrin would be punished, maybe even killed, because Liluma killed herself. This is another example of the harsh and morally questionable Maraketh society. Shambrin can't even mourn, let alone acknowledge the loss of Liluma for fear of that shame of her suicide bringing punishment. When you offer Shambrin the letter, she doesn't read it. Its existence is enough for Shambrin to know Liluma's fate. To be fair, Shambrin couldn't read it even if she wanted to, because she is blind. She will burn the letter, place a stone near Liluma's body in secret, and never speak of this again. We travel across the spires of Dashar, and once again Jamun-Ra waits for us at the end. He does not fight us, but magically weaves a bone giant together, creating Torgal the Defiler. We defeat Torgal, but it seems if we want to actually defeat Jamun-Ra, we must bring the fight to him. We make haste to catch up with the Dreadnought, his absolutely huge war caravan. You can tell that the pieces we saw being built in Maudun Mines are indeed pieces of this Dreadnought, and you will likely take in every detail as you fight through brutal enemies in tight spaces on this excessively massive caravan. At least the Faradun have their caravan pulled by dinosaurs instead of human slaves. At the head of the caravan, we find Oriana, Jamun-Ra, and the beast together. The seed of corruption is now well and truly a beast. Instead of tentacles in a cage, it is now very humanoid in appearance, but easily 10 times the size of any man. It has a head, arms, a spine, splayed out and chained to the very front of the Dreadnought. Oriana's plans are helping it grow very quickly. As we approach, Jamun-Ra is facing the beast, perhaps feeding it Mariketh bodies. Oriana spots us and tells the king to take the power he was promised. We fight Jamun-Ra with Asala once more. Very unlike Count Geonor, as Jamun-Ra senses the tides of battle shifting out of his favor, he cuts the caravan section in half so that Oriana and the beast can safely continue on. Our half of the caravan abruptly stops, and we, Jamun-Ra and Asala, are all hurled into the sands. Asala is knocked out, and we must face Jamun-Ra alone. Once he is on the brink of death, we wake Asala, who jumps up and cuts off Jamun-Ra's head. Although the kill still feels a bit bad in the moment, there was a good reason. After everything that has happened, Sekima Asala has chosen to give Jamun-Ra, ancient hero of the Faradun, an honorable death. When he was alive, Jamun-Ra had united the Faradun, and entreated all the Mariketh Sekimas to acknowledge the Faradun. Zarka's recounting of Jamun-Ra's story implied he just dropped dead out of respect for Mariketh leaders at that meeting. But there is evidence in PoE 1 that when Jamun-Ra met with the Mariketh Sekimas, they poisoned him, and that's how he died. If Jamun-Ra committed suicide, that would be a dishonor on him, as we saw with Liluma. But poison is considered a coward's weapon, and if a Sekima used poison to kill Jamun-Ra, that would be a massive dishonor on the Mariketh. No matter what Jamun-Ra's original cause of death, Asala's beheading gives him a respectable death as a fearsome warrior. Not only that, she will place his body in Dashar, among those most venerated Mariketh. In the traditions of the Mariketh, this is a huge honor, and a sign that Asala might lead the Mariketh in a more progressive way. And Asala not only allows Risu to stay with the Ardura for proving herself, she says that every remaining Faradun who fought for Jamun-Ra should be allowed to choose whether they want to continue as Faradun outcasts or join the Ardura, acknowledged as Mariketh, because they have proven themselves as warriors. This is something so unprecedented that the Hooded One described the relationship between Faradun and Mariketh as the inevitable consequences of life's haphazard nature. Their separation is so concrete it was inevitable. Asala's offering breaks thousands upon thousands of years of brutal precedent. While there are still extremely questionable Mariketh traditions and beliefs, This is a step in the right direction, and it's probably the most compassionate decision a Sekima has made in a long time. Our final stop in Act 2 is the Shrine of Gerukan, the goddess who was once the mortal Orbala. We followed her footsteps to create the horn as Orbala, and now we end at the memorial to the goddess she became. The Hooded One is waiting for us at the shrine. Next to the statue of Gerukan, the Hooded One finally reveals his true identity. He is actually Sin, the thief of virtue, the same god that the exile in PoE 1 worked with to recreate the beast as the Dark Ember or Seed of Corruption. That explains how he had the seed to begin with, and the glowing blue eyes, and the smoke powers, and the knowledge of the gods, and the memories of ancient civilizations, and the being asleep during the time of Jamon Ra, and the love for Gerukan. The gods we did not kill in Path of Exile 1 still roam the earth, and after the seed's creation and its use to kill the god Kitava, Sin took the seed and tried to hide it from mankind. Somehow, Oriana knew that the Hooded One was Sin, and what he carried with him. She has been the one hunting him in recent years. Sin tells us that he was married to Gerukan in the distant past, and they had a daughter named Shakari whom he betrayed. This is the story of why Sin created the beast. Thousands of years ago, Gerukan and Shakari, wife and daughter, were fighting. But not just fighting, they were at war. And they were both so powerful that Sin apparently felt all humanity was at risk if they were allowed to continue fighting. Sin created the beast, knowing that its power was to absorb the divinity of gods, and it would put all the gods to sleep. When the beast was killed in PoE 1, Sin helped the exile kill both the risen Gerukan and Shakari. While it's understandable that Sin feels guilt over having to kill his power-hungry wife and his jealous and vengeful daughter, what makes less sense is how Sin thought that the beast would be the ultimate peaceful solution. We've seen through our travels that the beast must be fed absolutely atrocious amounts of bodies to grow. It was able to be kept in a little handheld device for 20 years when it was not being fed. When we fight Jamon Ra on the Dreadnought, there are at least a few hundred bodies ready to be fed to the beast. And the beast is pretty big, but when we kill the beast in Path of Exile 1, it is the size of a mountain, even larger, stretching out for miles. This new beast has been fed a few hundred people and is not yet the size of a titan. What did Sin have to do to make the original beast that large? And was he completely unaware of what effects corruption could have on mankind? The beast is the source of all thaumaturgy, virtue gems, which are the skill gems we use, and we can see as we follow the seed how it causes madness and chaos. Undead rise, man becomes monster, the very lands become twisted and dangerous. Sin's logic of creating the beast to save humanity from his wife and daughter fighting just doesn't quite add up. But it seems that Sin might be finally grasping the folly of his creation, as he has gone through all of this, killed his own wife and daughter, yet here he is fighting to destroy the beast he created once again. Unfortunately, the beast is now too large and powerful for us to contain it by mortal means. Sin believes an ancient culture may have ways to stop the beast. The Vol, the most powerful and notorious ancient culture, were absolutely steeped in corruption. Like the Eternal Empire, but even more so, they used thaumaturgy and corruption to become the most powerful civilization on Rayclast of their time, arguably ever. There are rumors that an ancient Vol city has a device that could destroy the beast. So the Ardura caravan takes us to the sand-swept marsh, where we hope to find this ancient device, if it even exists. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you couldn't tell, I
เคลียร์เมนสดชื่นสยบรังแคมั่นใจ 100% จะเป็นที่หนึ่งเคลียร์เมน
Welcome back, Exiles, to another video on the story of Path of Exile 2. Since the game is currently in early access, this is the last story act we have available. There is a chance parts of the story will be changed for the full release, especially since right now Act 3 has a canon ending and a non-canon ending that brings players to the endgame. In addition, way more than the previous acts, Act 3 requires lore and history knowledge to understand what is actually happening in the act itself. That doesn't mean I won't make an in-depth version for Act 3, but it does mean that this video is going to start off with a history lesson about the Vol civilization. We've discussed in Act 1 the eternal cataclysm that happened in 1336 IC. The current year is 1619 IC, almost 300 years later, and the Eternal Empire was founded in 1 IC. The Eternal Empire lasted a little over 1300 years, when the powerful thaumaturge Malachi had communion with the beast and caused the Eternal Cataclysm. But that was not the first cataclysm on Rayclast. In 400 BIC, 400 years before the founding of the Eternal Empire, the Vol caused their own cataclysm, known as the Fall of the Vol, or the Vol Cataclysm. The Vol were as powerful, if not more powerful, than the Eternal Empire. And we don't know exactly how long the Vol civilization lasted, because written history, at least what was preserved of it, started in 900 BIC. We know that Sin, the Hooded One, visited the Vol and described them as the height of civilization, even before the beast was created, and I believe Sin created the beast well before 900 BIC. Written history began when the Vol taught the neighboring Asmiri people to write, and in those writings the ancient Asmiri described the Vol as having flesh adorned with glittering crystals, which were presumably virtue gems. Since virtue gems come from the beast, the Vol were powerful much longer than the 500 years between 900 and 400 BIC we have specifically accounted for here. Once the beast's nightmare began, the Vol reveled in corruption and thaumaturgy, empowering skill or virtue gems, crystals, and machinery with human sacrifice, and pushing the boundaries of existence and mortality through deplorable and excessive experimentation. The cruelty and dominance of the Vol is made clear in Path of Exile 1 through lore and flavor text of unique items. We as players can see how powerful virtue gems are on their own. The Vol boosted them even farther by imbuing them with human souls, and this variant of gem was known as a Vol gem by modern exiles, or Tears of Magi by those ancient peoples. But like the Eternals, their fascination with the beast and corruption was the cause of the Vol Cataclysm. At that time, 400 BIC, the Vol were ruled by Queen Adziri, and Adziri's right hand was the thaumaturge Doryani. Doryani was, in my opinion, the most powerful thaumaturge to ever live. Adziri desired eternal youth, beauty, and life. By Adziri's command, Doryani worked to help her achieve immortality at any cost. And by Adziri's endorsement, Doryani was free to push the boundaries of humanity and technology as he desired. It is implied in PoE 1 that Doryani's ambition led him to communion with the beast, like Malachi after him, and that Doryani's actions caused the Vol cataclysm. Here, at the beginning of Act 3, we are dropped off at the sand-swept marsh, the farthest the Ardura caravan can travel before the lands become a dense jungle. We are going to the city of Utsal, a famous Vol city. Utsal is not, however, where Queen Atziri reigned. Queen Atziri ruled the Vol from a city called Azala Vol, which is actually where Sarn is now. The first Eternal Emperor, Tarkus Varuso, built Sarn on top of the ruins of Azala Vol as a symbol of starting a new civilization, free from corruption. Ironic considering how the Eternal Empire ended. Utsal was not Atziri's city, but Doryani's city. The Hooded One, who I will call the Hooded One when referring to PoE 2 and Sin when referring to PoE 1, knows that the Vol were heavily invested in corruption, and hopes that since the Vol studied corruption so intensely, perhaps they had ways to fight corruption as well. I'm not sure if the Hooded One knew that Utsal is Doryani's city, but Utsal was a seat of power for the Vol and has never been looted or explored since the Vol cataclysm. It is impenetrable due to being strategically flooded and surrounded by hazards, both natural and corrupt. The ruins of Utsal aren't hidden, though. Many people over the centuries since the Vol cataclysm have tried to pillage the place. In fact, right where the Marraketh caravan drops us off, we see an expedition logbook. PoE 1 players, or those who have reached the endgame, may recognize the name Expedition Logbook, or that the text format matches the ancient journals as seen in Expedition from PoE 1. So, another brief lore lesson. In Path of Exile 1, which takes place in 1600 IC, the exile meets 4 Kalguran people who have sailed to Rayclast to find an artifact left by their ancestors. The island or continent of Kalgur is somewhere to the far east, much farther than the island of Oriath where the PoE 1 exile is from. These 4 Kalgurans, Danig, Rog, Gwynnon, and Tujin, are on an expedition, which is the name of their league and mechanic. Right after the Vol cataclysm, 400 BIC, the Kalgurans could see the red sky over Rayclast and took this as an omen. The ancient Kalguran king sent some of their most capable people on boats to see what was happening on that crimson horizon. It's unclear if these ancient Kalgurans even knew of Rayclast's existence before this, but upon arriving in Rayclast, seeing the devastation of the Vol cataclysm, they attempted to loot the ruins and colonize the land in the name of Kalgur. The artifact that these ancient Kalgurans lost was called the Triskelion Flame, an object that, for a time, could ward off the corruption of Rayclast and keep the Kalgurans safe. We learn the story of the ancient Kalgurans through ancient journals we find in expedition logbook maps. Utsal is mentioned by name, the scribe writing, "The nobles of Utsal had opened their own waterways and purposely drowned themselves, not as a mercy but to spite would-be looters. They were successful, for we could not drain the waters. Their treasures would remain lost." I speculated in my Settlers of Kalgur lore video that Utsal was still on the mind of these modern Kalgur 2,000 years after their ancestors' arrival on Rayclast, and it appears this is correct, but I'm getting ahead of myself. While this expedition logbook is in the style of ancient Kalgurans, the text is not ancient. It mentions the Ziggurat encampment, which hasn't been established for much longer than a year. The text describes a night when the painted men who had been hunting the writer's party stopped, unwilling to pursue them into the marsh. The writer does not see any danger, but both the writer and the painted men can sense something in the stillness. Perhaps the marsh itself was the danger the painted men feared, as it is filled with undead, necromancers, and plagued insects. Once we are across the marsh, we see some of these painted men, the Auroch tribe. They are living people, but they are also cannibals, so we rush past to reach the ziggurat encampment. This encampment is built atop one of Utzal's tallest temples, which pokes out just above the water that surrounds the rest of the city. There are 3 NPCs in this encampment, as per usual, but 2 of them seem to be having an argument when we arrive. These 2 are Alva and Oswald, who are both treasure hunters exploring the ruins of Utzal, in hopes of finding a way to plumb its depths. The third is Servi, a local guide. I will start with her as I have the least to say about her, which is a bit unfortunate. Servi is from a local tribe to this area, but not either of the local tribes we get names for. She is not part of the Auroch, nor part of the Azak, which is an even more fearsome, hostile tribe we will encounter later. Servi's tribe must be relatively peaceful as she is willing to offer her services to these treasure hunters. She has a son, whom we find dead in the jungle, and a grandson, Apis, who is, and correct me if I'm wrong, non-existent. Seriously, all Servi says is, "Apis, get down from there," but I see no Apis. There is no Apis. Servi does offer information about the various places you can travel to in the jungle, but even that boils down to don't go there, don't do that. So we don't learn much about the area from her and we never take her advice. Perhaps there is more to be added for Servi, her unknown tribe, and her invisible grandson. A character returning PoE1 players will recognize is Alva, treasure hunter extraordinaire. She is carefree, daring, optimistic, and young. I'll talk more about this later, but it's important to note that this Alva, PoE2 Alva, is the youngest Alva we have ever met. This is Alva's first encounter with the player. She is older in PoE1, 20 years in the past. If you're confused, don't worry about it. Alva is originally from Oriath, the small southeastern island where players are exiled from in PoE1. Very briefly, some basic info about Oriath. Oriath was less affected by the Eternal Cataclysm than other places due to its distance from Sarn. The island is home to the Templars, a religious order that follow the teachings of the god Innocence, Sin's brother. They claim to value purity and righteousness, but are truly some of the shadiest, most hypocritical religious zealots by the time PoE1 takes place. In the Age of the Eternals, however, the Templars were led by an actually virtuous High Templar named Vol. High Templar Vol led the Purity Rebellion of 1334 IC, uniting the oppressed cultures of Rayclast like the Ezamites, Mariketh, Karui, and even lower-class Eternals, to dismantle the Empire and stop the reign of the corrupt Eternal Emperor Chittus Parandus. Even though Vol was killed by the Eternal Cataclysm, the Templars remained in power over Rayclast, since their High Templar had technically ruled Rayclast for 2 years, and the island of Oriath was relatively unscathed. However, in PoE1, when the gods reawaken, the most powerful god that player exiles must defeat, Kitava, awakens on Oriath. Kitava is a Karui god, yes, but Kitava was trapped in a stone by another Karui god, Hinekora, and that stone just so happened to be used to create a statue of the Templar god Innocence that sat in Theopolis, capital of Oriath. So, Kitava wakes up on Oriath, begins his rampage of endless hunger, and is empowered by some of the Karui slaves who were on Oriath. There's a lot of background. I highly recommend watching my Act 5 and Act 10 videos of PoE 1 if you want the full scoop. I also have videos about the Templars and Karui for even deeper dives. For what's happening here, it's important to note that Alva says she is from Oriath and that she wants to start an archaeological society called the Reliquarians. She wishes she could have founded the society on Oriath before it was burned down in the events of PoE 1, because the Templars were very invested in collecting artifacts and relics, especially of the Vaal and Eternal. Many historical artifacts have likely been lost to the devastation of Oriath. Regardless, Alva has a wealth of knowledge about the Vaal and their artifacts. In fact, Alva knows that a device the Vaal believed would save their people from the cataclysm is rumored to be inside the very ziggurat we stand on. We'll just have to drain the water surrounding the impenetrable city to reach the ziggurat's entrance. Oswald is also a treasure hunter, but the complete opposite of Alva in attitude. He is all about logistics, expenses, and safety. When we arrive, he seems upset. His adventuring party has lost many members to the surrounding horrors, and here we are, waltzing out of the desolate marsh all big-eyed and bushy-tailed for adventure. He's just worried for us, and his death journal shows he has many good reasons to be. Although it's not outright stated, Oswald is almost certainly also from Oriath, as I believe many members of this adventuring party are. Before we continue, Alva has a bit more information about the device in the ziggurat. Apparently this device was commissioned by Doriani himself, and the project was kept secret from Queen Atziri. It was some kind of last resort for the Vaal that might mean abandoning all they had built. Doriani, as we will see, had a contingency plan for every possible future. Doriani's relationship to the Vaal cataclysm is a bit more complicated than it seemed in PoE 1, but we'll get there in due time. For now, we need to find a way into Utsal. The Hooded One believes there's a mechanism for draining the waters somewhere in the region, so we enter the jungle ruins to begin our search. Next to a giant quadrilla named Mighty Silverfist, we find another expedition logbook. The text discusses the Auroch tribe and muses that their canine features might be genetic mutations caused by the concentrated corruption of this area. The writer identifies themselves as Oriathan. So why is an Oriathan member of this adventuring party writing expedition logbooks in the style of the Kalgur? Oswald has the answer to this. This particular expedition to Utsal, although led by Oriathans, has been partially funded by Kalgurans, and specifically Kalgurans from Kingsmarch, which is the town PoE 1 players helped the aforementioned Expedition Kalgurans build on Rayclast. One might call the people of Kingsmarch the settlers of Kalgur. The Kalgur of Kingsmarch are, for some reason, interested in Vaal artifacts, specifically from Utsal. Just as I predicted, the modern Kalgur have not let go of their curiosity regarding Utsal, where their ancestors could not explore. I imagine the Kalgurans asked the adventuring party to create these logbooks in case the Kalgurans come to Utsal, or just to follow Kalguran procedures for such expeditions. Back to the jungle ruins, there is a troubled camp with a woman named Gwendolyn Albright, a member of the Alva Oswald adventure. She confirms the dangers of the area and that most seasoned explorers they came with have died. Now, all newcomers who are even less prepared for the novel and horrifying dangers here don't last a week. But the expedition continues, likely because of the Calgar funding. The venom crypts in the jungle ruins are described by Survey as a burial ground for the Vol, now full of snakes. I'd bet it's always been full of snakes, as the site is dedicated to Yaumak, a Vol god with 3 serpent heads. Yaumak is known to shepherd Val souls, so a burial ground with snakes fits the bill. Yaumak is not one of the gods killed by the exile in PoE 1, and only has a few mentions in the lore, but in and around Utsal we can see some statues to Yaumak. We continue past the jungle ruins to the infested barrens, where we find another troubled camp of the adventuring party, with a man named Sebastian Caraway. Sebastian is, I believe, the voice of the expedition logbooks, meaning he wrote them. He tells us that the Vol have been of great interest to treasure hunters and adventurers for centuries, but he hasn't any idea why the Calgurans would be so interested, being foreigners and all, and interested to the point of funding an expedition for at least a year, which, based on Oswald's death journal, is not going so well. We continue on, following the water along the edge of the barrens until we reach the canal mechanism across from the entrance to the Matlin waterways. The canal mechanism is clearly missing a piece. We summon Alva, who tells us that this missing piece is likely a soul core, although she's never seen one large enough for this indentation. Soul cores were created by the Vol. They are crystals that function as batteries, essentially, but their fuel is human sacrifice. The energies or souls of those people get trapped in the crystal lattice. As mentioned previously, the Vol were extremely brutal, and yet the sophistication of their technology is unquestionable. So we need to find a large soul core. Survey tells us where we can find soul cores, a place with creatures made of stone with unblinking eyes. The place is forsaken. She should warn us not to go there, but we go anyway, of course. Our search takes us to the Chimeral wetlands, which are a truly stunning landscape. As beautiful as it is, here we find a ravaged camp. Unlike the 2 troubled camps, there are no survivors, and the game describes it as the resting place of those who did not listen to Survey. We never listened to Survey, and we won't rest here. Adjacent to the wetlands, we find the Temple of Chaos, where we can take the Trials of Chaos for our second ascendancy points. From the outside, the temple is overgrown, but inside is well kept, and you are greeted by an entity calling themselves the Trial Master. The Trial Master tells us that everyone is welcome to take the trials, although there are far fewer challengers in this era. No wonder it's lost, it's in the middle of the jungle. Some fun facts before we continue with the main story. The Trial Master is seen in PoE 1, running similar trials but as more of a delivery service, as the mechanic Ultimatum. In PoE 1, he sometimes laments that he should have become a High Priest of Yaumak instead of pledging to Chaos. Chaos is also not a god, but an eldritch force, the type of entity we see more in PoE 1, but this video is already so long we simply can't get into it. Back in the Chimeral wetlands, we eventually find the namesake Chimera, Zyclusian. Flying 3 lion-headed gore beast with a scorpion tail, just as Survey described it. We kill this big cutie who was guarding the structure Survey told us about, one that none of Oswald's explorers have reached, called Jaquani's Machinarium. The structure is an ancient maze-like Vol laboratory. In PoE 1, there is a unique map called Doriani's Machinarium, so perhaps many Vol thaumaturgists had such dedicated buildings. In the Machinarium, we must find small soul cores to power doors blocking our way. We summon Alva, who tells us that soul cores will be red crystals, warm to the touch, because of the soul trapped inside. The constructs looming by the door and hiding in various corridors had to be powered somehow. We find a small soul core, open the door, and continue that pattern through the Machinarium maze.
ไม่นับรอบ
In
ที่
one room, we
กำลัง
find a being called Blackjaw the Remnant. He looks to be made of stone, but his design is dissimilar to the other constructs. Texts we find from Jiquani explain that Iklotl the Blackjaw was a criminal that was trapped in a soul core as punishment. Apparently, soul cores work like soul prison, and Blackjaw was in solitary confinement. But if he's out here, who is in the soul core? That would be Jiquani himself. Jiquani was a contemporary to Doriani, and was part of Doriani's contingency plans. Jiquani was warned that if the sky turned to blood, the worst had happened, and Doriani had asked him to put his own soul in the large soul core we now seek when the cataclysm started. Jiquani removed Blackjaw from the soul core and put his own soul inside, into a punishment worse than death, according to Jiquani. We reach Jiquani's sanctum where we can see the large soul core we seek, embedded in the crotch of a huge construct within the wall. The soul core is not charged, so we find medium soul cores to power generators to power the large soul core. As Alva says, if this is all fueled by human sacrifice, but the soul power does not last forever, it seems rather inefficient. We try to grab the powered crystal from the wall, but the construct is now active, a machine called Zakotl, Warden of the Core. And Jiquani himself is powering this construct with that soul core. As the construct dislodges itself from the wall, Alva wishes us luck, abandons us, and we fight it alone. Eventually, we knock the soul core free from the machine. With its last moments of power, the construct reaches for its power source, Jiquani's soul core, but becomes inert before it can reach. With Jiquani's literal soul in hand, we return to the canal mechanism and open the Matlin waterways. We put Jiquani's soul core into the device, draining some of the water and allowing us to enter the waterways, with the knowledge that we are abandoning a conscious soul upon this pedestal for potentially eternity. A quick aside, at this point Servi asks us to kill Ignagduk the Bog Witch, who lives in the Azak Bog. The Bog Witch is part of the Azak tribe, as mentioned by Servi. The Orok and Azak are at war, and Servi's tribe is caught in the middle. The Azak tribe are far worse, and Ignagduk especially. She kidnaps children every blood moon and does God knows what with them, so we avenge all the stolen and murdered children. The Orok and Azak were never mentioned in PoE 1, although Servi says they've been fighting almost as long as the Vol have been gone. But it is interesting that the Azak are also in the Matlin waterways that we have just gained access to. We traverse the canal, pulling every lever we can as we fight Azak monkeys and beached lizards, until we reach the big lever. We pull the big lever and win the jackpot. The water around Utsal drains, and the drowned city is revealed. Returning to the Ziggurat encampment, Alva has already traveled into the city without us. She's glad we survived our fight with the construct and got the large soul core. Now we have another problem. The door to the Ziggurat is locked, missing some object that functions as a key. This Ziggurat is actually the temple of Kopek. Kopek is a Vol god of the sun, but he is not mentioned in PoE 1. Inside this temple is where the device is rumored to be, so we explore the ruins of Utsal to find this key. The city itself is huge and was an absolute nightmare to navigate before you could use checkpoints for fast travel. There's surprisingly little to see or interact with in the drowned city, but there are plenty of hiding places for monsters. If you talk to Oswald after draining the water around Utsal, he will ask you to find a site dedicated to Kamasa, the Vol god of wealth. If you don't talk to him and find the molten vault of Kamasa without him giving you the quest, you can scare the shit out of him by summoning him down into the dangerous depths of the drowned city. Whether he expected it or not, Oswald is so thrilled by the discovery, he considers going inside with us, but thinks better of it. Kamasa is another Vol god that has no appearances or references in PoE 1, but Oswald knows all about him. I'm going to save the details for the in-depth video, but Kamasa was represented by monkeys, and therefore every treasure hunter knows that when exploring Vol ruins, monkeys means gold. Searching the molten vault, we find a large golden being slamming a hammer into a wall that is currently keeping lava contained. This wall is actually a sluice holding back the lava, and when we pull the lever connected to the sluice, his hammering gets faster. We descend into the lava canal for some godforsaken reason to face Mechtel, the Forge Master. Mechtel cracks the wall open. Not sure why we even pulled that lever, and the molten substance pours over him and into the canal. Mechtel is, quote, empowered by molten gold, so perhaps this isn't lava, but gold. We must avoid the molten gold and his slams, and once defeated, Mechtel drops the Hammer of Kamasa. Returning this hammer to Oswald gives you access to the reforging bench. Back in the drowned city, we find the aptly named Apex of Filth, a structure as large as the Temple of Kopek, the ziggurat encampment sits atop of, but previously completely surrounded by water. Inside the Apex, we find multiple texts detailing the history of this place, going from ancient to old to weathered to recent. After the Vol Cataclysm, survivors found this place. They called it a man-made mountain, and on it they found mushrooms. Starving and desperate, they ate the mushrooms, which had psychedelic effects, showing them visions of a thriving world. They made a home here, eating the mushrooms, believing themselves on the cusp of transcendence while, in reality, devolving into madness through consuming corruption and generations of inbreeding. The survivors never left and were surrounded by water, unreachable by outsiders. Remember, no one entered Utsal since the Vol Cataclysm. I believe these survivors were Vol themselves, even if they weren't from Utsal, because they remember bowing to Adziri in the before times. But now they bow to their mother instead. This is very literally their mother, the incestuous Queen of Filth, who is now the source of the trippy mushrooms these creatures still consume. You can tell how devolved they've become in the recent carving. Short, rabid sentences. Although there is something to the statement, Queen reigns eternal under sky of blood, regarding Queen Adziri, but we have to keep it going. We'll be talking a lot about Queen Adziri in the in-depth video. It is important to clarify that the Queen of Filth we fight here is absolutely not Queen Adziri. She's just a regular giant incest mother who grows mushrooms for her violent inbred children. Although not all of the creatures here are hostile. There is the kindly crone called the Cauldron Keeper, who will take mushrooms you give her and put them in a cauldron to create flasks. Knowing the effects of these mushrooms, though, maybe don't drink from the cauldron. The Queen of Filth really lives up to her name. I had to laugh at this fight. I don't even think I can show the intro to it. This woman is absolutely foul. When we defeat her, the Temple of Kopek key comes out of somewhere. I don't even want to know. We should really wash off this baby-shaped key before we go. We take the golden idol to the doors of the Temple of Kopek at the base of the ziggurat, and it fits, allowing us to enter. Inside, we find more living beings, but these people don't seem deformed. Perhaps altered by corruption, but relatively normal in appearance and stature. What is not normal is the absolutely huge, blinding sun at the center of the temple. The sun will burn you if you don't stay in the shadows, but the people here are worshipping the sun, kneeling in its burning light. So maybe they aren't exactly normal. Could this sun be the device meant to save the Vol from the cataclysm? As we ascend through levels in the temple, we reach the top and see a platform built over the sun. As soon as we step off the staircase, a voice says, "Welcome, honored guest," as if we are expected. The voice reveals itself as Ketzuli, High Priest of the Sun. His appearance resembles Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame from the Shadow of the Erdtree Elden Ring DLC. His form is strange, more similar to the gods of PoE than creatures born of corruption. But he's not the god Kopek. We know for a fact Ketzuli was once a mortal Vol, because you actually meet him in the current endgame. Although in the endgame his title is Ketzuli, Architect of Time, not High Priest of the Sun. That's called foreshadowing. We kill Ketzuli and nothing happens. We summon Alva onto the platform to help us. Alva confirms that the sun isn't the device we seek, as it doesn't match what the Vol wrote about this place, but perhaps it powers the device. She investigates the platform we are on and reads the ancient Vol written on it. It says, "Someone of Vol blood." Alva thinks for a moment, cuts her hand, and drips blood onto the center of the platform, activating it. PoE 1 players will recognize this ritual, Alva using her Vol blood to operate Vol devices, and may be confused why Alva seems so surprised at its success. This is more proof that Alva is the youngest Alva we players have ever encountered. This moment is how she learned how to use her Vol blood. This is genuinely the first time Alva has tried this. Further evidence that this is the youngest Alva, she mentions in the beginning of Act 3 that she wants to start an archaeological society called the Reliquarians. In PoE 1, she tells the player that she used to be part of a group called the Reliquarians, a secret society of treasure hunters, but was kicked out after she found a manual of Vol blood thaumaturgy and kept it secret. She does also say in that PoE 1 dialogue that she was part of High Templar Dominus's navy, and that the Reliquarians were on Oriath funded by the Templars, which complicates things, and once again I am forced to drop the tangent and keep going. Alva's Vol blood has caused the platform to begin rising, and the blood elevator takes us up to the very top of the temple and into the ziggurat encampment, where it turns out the very annoyingly placed archway in the center of camp has actually been a blood-powered time travel gateway the whole time. Reactions to the time gateway are expected. Survey is horrified, the Hooded One is impressed, but Oswald has some great questions about this gateway. If the Vol wanted to save their people from the cataclysm with this, why not have the time portal go to the future and let the Val escape through it, away from 400 BIC? Why create a time gate that goes back to before the cataclysm. Why require Vol blood to operate it if you know a cataclysm is coming that might wipe out the Vol? Is what we are about to do, return to 400 BIC and seek advice from the Vol, the intended use of this device? I will answer most of these questions in this video, don't worry. But it is important to note, this time gateway in and of itself is not a weapon to fight corruption. But is it the device to save the Vol people? And if so, how? The Hooded One tells us that the common language of Rayclast is derived from ancient Vol, so they should be able to understand us. We travel with Alva through the time portal back to 400 BIC, where Alva tries to communicate with some Vol, and it does not go well. They run away, down the stairs of the ziggurat. We follow, and seeing Utsal at its peak, vibrant, decorated, and populated is very cool. It's unfortunate that all the people here want to kill us. We fight our way through Utsal, hoping to find a historical figure, some expert on the beast or corruption we could get advice from. Unfortunately, we run into a trap set by the warrior Viper Napuatsi. She asks us which of us has Vol blood and activated the gate, meaning Viper knows about the time gateway. If the Vol in 400 BIC have built the gateway, knowing it would bring people from the future to their time period, why are they attacking us? Alva says, "Me," to Viper's question, and Viper decks her in the face, knocking her out. Viper
Oh shit. เหมือนเดิมผมไม่นับเองหรอกขี้เกียจนับทั้งหมดเนี่ยเดี๋ยวจะใช้เว็บช่วยนับแต่ว่าต้องส่องก่อนส่องหรือไม่ส่องก็ค่าเท่ากันแหละยกเว้นแหวนเนี่ยเพราะว่ามอดมันไม่เปลี่ยนหรือว่าไม่ได้สำคัญมากแต่ว่าที่สำคัญคือ implicit ซึ่งที่ผมส่องที่ผมดูมาตอนดอกเนี่ยไม่มีอะไรดีสักอันเลยมีดับเบิลดาเมจที่ว่าดีอาจจะพอใช้ได้ถ้ามีเนวิลไอเนี่ยคาถาในชื่อเนวิลดิสนะระเบิดศพระเบิด Explode on Q อาจจะมีราคาอยู่ไม่รู้ว่าเท่าไหร่แต่ว่ามีราคาแน่แล้วก็สรุปว่าไม่ได้ Explode ไม่มีทีนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะส่องให้หมดแล้วให้เว็บช่วยนับแหวนด้วยแหวนที่ผมว่าคงไม่มีราคาหรอกแต่เดี๋ยวค่อยเช็คเดี๋ยวจะเหลืออันที่ไปส่องไว้สักอันแล้วเสื้อนี่ก็เสื้อไม่ต้องมายุ่งกับมันแล้วกันแล้วก็ รีอินสแตนต์รอบหนึ่งเผื่อใครสงสัยว่าทำไมถึงไม่กด snapshot เลยนะเวลาที่เราจะอัปเดตคลังของเรา เราต้องย้ายอินสแตนต์รอบหนึ่งคือไปที่ไหนก็ได้ ไปที่เมืองไปที่ซ่อนคนอื่น หรือว่าไปที่ไหนก็ได้วาร์ปเข้าแมปก็ยังได้ แต่ว่าต้องไปที่อื่นครั้งหนึ่งแล้วถึงจะกด snapshot ถ้าสมมติว่าคุณน่าจะทานี้มาแล้วอยากวางขายแล้วแบบทำไมมันไม่ซื้อมาสักทีวะสมมติว่ามันแพงอะไรเงี้ยแล้วมันไม่ซื้อมาสักทีวะเป็นเพราะว่าเว็บเทรดมันยังไม่ดึงข้อมูลจากคลังเพราะว่ามันยังไม่อัปเดต instant ซึ่งถ้าอยากจะแก้วิธีนั้นจะแก้ให้มันคลิกมาสักทีก็เข้าวาร์ปไปที่ไหนก็ได้แล้วค่อยกลับมาที่ซ่อนแล้วมันจะค่อยขึ้นในเว็บเทรดอธิบายซะนานเลยถ้าไม่งั้นมันไม่ขึ้นให้อาจจะไม่ขึ้นทันทีแนวดูเลส38เนี่ยโอกาสดอกพอๆกันเลยทั้งคาถาทั้งบวกใช่ไหม38 Tribunal Circle Condition 21เองมันน่าจะ21ไม่รู้ว่ามันเอาหลักเกณฑ์อะไรมาถึงได้ตั้งราคาเป็น34 54มันนับ21จริงว่ะแหวน21ถูกป่ะอ๋อไม่นับสิในนี้มัน20แต่ว่าในคลังจริงๆมี21แสดงว่ามันไม่นับไอ้ที่ยังไม่2ยันนะ3นะเสื้อ3แล้วก็อะไรด็อกทรีนมันอ่านเท่าไหร่
Doctrine
ด็อกทรีน3 Rational Doctrine หมดอย่างมาดอกการ์ดนี่ด้วยไอ้ The Hook เนี่ยแต่เพราะว่าผมจะไม่นับเข้าไปในรวมแล้วกันถือว่ามันไม่สำคัญถึงนับไปมันก็ไม่ได้เพิ่มมันสักเท่าไหร่10 C หมดยังคาถาหมวกแหวนเสื้อคาถาหมวกแหวนเสื้อแล้วก็จิวน่าจะครบแล้วทีนี้มาตีราคาตัวหมวกมันไม่โลมอดไม่ได้สำคัญอะไรไม่รู้นะผมไม่เคยเล่นออร่าบอทผมเลยไม่รู้ว่าบอทไหนสำคัญก็ไอ้มอดลดมานาสำรองบรรทัดตั้งสุดนี่แหละมั้งหรือว่ามอดเพิ่มไม่รู้ว่ามันสแต็กอะไรกันแน่แต่ว่า27,000 ถ้าเป็นผม20 C ผมก็ไม่ขายผมก็ไม่ซื้อหรอกถ้าผมจะเอาดักผมไปซื้อไอ้เสื้อ ซื้อไอ้หมวกนี่ยังดีกว่าอีกว่าเนี่ย50,000อันนี้ผม50,000ผมยังขายไม่ออกเลยนะไม่รู้ว่าคนเล่นน้อยหรือว่าอะไรหรือว่าดีแมนมันน้อยมันเลยไม่มีคนไม่มีคนสนใจพอมั้งหรือว่ามีอย่างอื่นที่15Cแล้วได้ดัสเยอะกว่านี้ก็ไม่รู้แต่ว่าสรุปว่ามันให้ตีราคาหมวกยังไงก็20C เนี่ยผมว่ายังไม่มีคนซื้อเลย เพราะมันไม่มีสิทธิ์ตีหมายถึงที่ผมดรอปมานะผมรู้แหละว่ามันมี EBCD ไออะไรนะลดมะนาวสำรองลดมะนาวที่ใช้แต่ถ้าตีเป็นกลางๆเอาหมวกกันนะก็หรือเอาตามแมคโรเลยดิแมคโรบอก30C ผมว่าไม่สำคัญมากงั้นก็ตีแบบใจดีเลย 30C ไปจริงๆมันควรจะน้อยกว่านั้นนะ30C แนวรูริส36,000 15,000แนวรูริสก็แย่เหมือนกันนี่มันดับเบิลดาเมจไอบิลที่ใช้ในบิลดิสมันมีแค่สปาร์คออร่าป่ะ 0.2% สปาร์ค PBOD อาร์คสปาร์คเขาเล่นอาร์คกับสปาร์คดับเบิลดาเมจก็ไม่ใช่36 ล้านมันเล่นสปาร์คอีกไนท์กันเหรองั้นดับเบิลดาเมจก็ไม่มีประโยชน์อีกไนท์ทำดาเมจเร็วขึ้นอันนี้ไม่ใช่อีกไนท์อันนั้นนี้ก็ไม่ใช่ What the hell ไม่มีเลย ถ้าไม่ใช่สปาร์คถ้าไม่ใช่สปาร์คถ้าไม่ใช่อาร์คอีกไนท์แล้วเขาใช้ในวิดีโอทำอะไรกันสปาร์คดับเบิลดาเมจสรุปว่าเท่าที่เห็นนะก็มีแค่ดับเบิลดาเมจกับอีกไนท์ทำดาเมจเร็วขึ้นแต่ว่าผมไม่ได้ดรอปอีกไนท์ทำดาเมจเร็วขึ้นดรอปแค่อะไรเนี่ยอีกไนท์นานขึ้น 8% กับอีกไนท์โอกาสอีกไนท์ 6% ไม่สำคัญทั้งคู่ตีเป็นผมว่าเอาตามแมคโครพูดตรงว่านึกไม่ออกเหมือนกัน30C เอาจริงๆมันควรจะน้อยแหละน้อยกว่านี้เผื่อขายไม่ออกได้20C แหวนหนักเลย อ๋อ เพิ่มผล ไม่ใช่ มันเอา implicit เพิ่มชาร์จฟ้าบวก1นั่นซึ่งเราไม่มี maximum ชาร์จไม่มีอะไม่มีอันไหนดีเลย งั้นเหมือนเดิม ตีตามแมคโคร50C เลยเหรอ ไอ้พวกเนี้ยมันขาย31ใน NPC ไม่ได้นะเนี่ยถ้าเป็นชิ้นอื่นเนี่ยอย่างเดี๋ยวผมสาธิตให้ดู นี่นี่จะเอามาขาย3ชิ้นของยูนิคเหมือนกัน3ชิ้นไม่ขอรับจะเอามาขายเป็นชิ้นใหม่ได้ ชิ้นมันคือจะเป็นเหมือนเดิมอยู่แหละ ชิ้นแต่ว่าสุ่มโล ซึ่งอันนี้มันทำไม่ได้พวกไอเทมซินดิซิสก็ผมว่า50C มันคงไม่ใช่แหละ30C 20C แหละ30C 20C ป่ะเพราะแหวนนี่คนใช้น้อยกว่าประธานในบิวตี้สิมั้งมันแกว่งอะเนี่ยเอาทั้งหมดเนี่ยเอาจริงนะมั่นใจได้เลยว่ามันต้องเป็นบวกชาร์จฟ้าแน่นอน ดูนะนี่ไม่ใช่วะเพิ่มผลบัฟ3 มดเลยนี่หว่านี่ไม่นับ อันนี้ก็เพิ่มผลบัฟคงต้องดูเป็นรายชิ้นว่ะพวกเนี้ย ต่อให้ implicit ไม่ดีแต่ถ้ามอดดีเกิน3 มอดอ่ะ เพราะว่าถ้าแค่2 มอดก็ไปซื้อไอ้พวกแหวน Circle of Guild Circle of Nostalgia Circle of Anguish อะไรจากไอ้แบบความทรงจำธรรมดานั่นเนาะแต่ถ้า3 มอดเพราะอันนี้มันมีกี่ มอดเนี่ย4 มอดใช่ปะ1 2 3 4มันมีมอดที่เกี่ยวกับเฮโร่บัฟมือ4 มอดถ้าดีเกิน3ก็ถึงจะคุ้มที่จะใช้แทนที่จะเป็น Circle of Anguish Circle แหวน Circle จากบอสความทรงจำต่างๆเนี่ยเนี้ยเพิ่มต้าน Chaos ไอเฮโร่เอาออร์โกนี่ลดมนาสำรอง 40% เนี่ยกะทิ้งไปอันนี้เพิ่มผล Halo of Ash ลดมนาสำรอง Halo เพิ่มดาเมจสายฟ้าเพิ่มต้านสายฟ้าอันนี้ไม่แน่ใจก็100C อาจจะพอได้อยู่มั้งโคดาเมจอาร์โกนี่ทันเดอร์อันนี้ก็น่าจะแย่โอ้โทษนี่ก็ไม่ดีนี่ก็แย่โอ้เกือบดีว่ะถ้าไอเฮลล์อาร์โกนี่เปลี่ยนไปเป็นอย่างอื่น Off Ice กับ Off Ash ใช้คู่กันได้นะหมายถึง Build Blade Vortex อะไรพวกนี้ลองดูดิมีไหมเนี่ย200 DY มันไม่น่าแพงขนาดหรอกไม่ได้ดีขนาดนั้น อันนี้มีรถมะนาวสำรองด้วย แพงก็เข้าท่าอยู่ก็เลยเข้าใจได้ แต่ว่า200 ดีวายใครจะซื้อ implicit ก็ไม่ดี ไอ้รถมะนาวไอ้มอดรถมะนาว10 เปอร์นี่มันมอดล็อกเหรอ มีทุกแหวนไหมเนี่ยมันมีทุกแหวนนี่งั้นแสดงว่า3 มอดสุ่ม3 มอดที่เหลือ เออ งั้นแหวนนี้ก็ดีแค่2 มอด ก็อาจจะมีราคาอยู่นิดหน่อย อันนี้แย่ อันนี้ก็แย่ แย่จะพอได้ แย่ 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 แย่ไหมโ d ดาเมจกับ lightning damage อันนี้อาจจะ chaos damage chaos resist กับ fist reduction ก็ไม่แน่ cold damage physical อันนี้อาจจะเพิ่มต้าน โอ้ยแย่ สรุปว่าแหวนเนี่ยตีเป็นราคากลาง20-30-4เลยแหละผมว่า แล้วโอกาสได้มอดดีๆน้อย implicit ดีก็น้อยเหมือนกัน ต่อให้มากสุดก็54ไม่รู้จะขายออกไปพวก24เพื่อไม่รู้ว่าบิวอะไรใช้3 DY หรือว่ามันทำผงฟ้าได้เยอะไหมล่ะ40,000เพื่อคิว5 DY 6 DY น่าจะประมาณ5ไอ้พวก5เนี่ยผมว่าน่าจะ5แหละ5 DY ตีซะว่า D1 144นะ ค่าลงเลยไปแล้วซื้อมากี่บาทไม่รู้44 วัตต์ซื้อ500 ชิ้นนี่ก็น่าจะประมาณ48 ซีต่อชิ้นไอซีอะไม่เท่าไหร่หรอกเสียค่าลงแค่หรอกแต่ทองอ่ะแต่ว่า250,000สำหรับคนลงแบบคงไม่เท่าไหร่หักค่าลงรอบละเอาเป็นสัก30 ซีป่ะกลางๆชิ้นละ30 ซีก็150 ซีชิ้นละ30 ซีคูณ5ก็1 DY กว่า 1.1 DY แล้วเรา1 DY 100 รอบแล้วก็100 DY เนาะขาดทุนเลยทั้งนั้นน่ะไม่ต้องนี่ได้นะ100 รอบเท่ากับ 15,000 ซีกับ107 DY ใครจะไปซื้อ100 รอบในนอกฟอร์ทัสก็เชิญเลยนะถ้ามีคนขาย40-50 ชิ้นแล้วไล่ซื้อให้ครบ500 อันเพื่อที่จะลงทีเดียว100 รอบก็พอได้อยู่แล้วป่ะรวม64.5 DY เป็นตัวที่2ที่ขาดทุนชิ้นละ30 ซีต่อให้ซื้อราคารับต่อให้ซื้อถูกกว่านี้ก็ยังไม่คุ้มอยู่ดีแล้วไม่มีอะไรดีเลยไอ original doctrine เนี่ยมันควรจะแพงกว่านี้มันคือแจ็คพอตบอสทุกตัวมีแจ็คพอตโอกาสดรอป1 เปอร์ 3 เปอร์ 5 เปอร์แล้วชิ้นนั้นก็จะแพงแต่ชิ้นนี้แต่บอสตัวนี้มันถูกย่ายถ้ามันต้องเขียนกำไรเพราะว่าก่อนหน้าคลิปก่อนก็เขียนกำไรมันก็เลยติดแต่ว่าผมเขียนแบบนี้น่าจะดีกว่าไม่รู้เหมือนกันแต่ว่าสรุปก็คือขาดทุนนั่นแหละขาดทุน64.5 DY น่าเบื่อมากข้อดีอย่างเดียวคือมันได้ทองได้โกลแล้วก็ถ้าไม่รีบระหว่างลงแมปก็เนี่ยแต่ระหว่างลงแมปมันก็ตัวแมปเองอ่ะมันบางทีเป็นแมปซินดิซิสอ่ะมอดแมปซินดิซิสที่มันดรอปเคอร์เรนซีดรอปการ์ดดรอปฟอสซิลดรอปนู่นนี่นั่นอะไรเงี้ยถ้าไม่รีบก็เคลียร์มอนเร็วๆก็ลงไปเคลียร์ได้มันก็ได้เหมือนได้โบนัสนิดหน่อยแต่ไม่รู้จะคุ้มเสียเวลาหรือเปล่าแต่ว่ายังไงก็ไม่คุ้มทุนอยู่ดีลงตัวเนี้ย บอสมันไม่มีอะไรดีเลยแห้งสุดๆตัวนี้แย่แย่แย่แย่พอมีอันเนี้ยที่พอดูได้ด็อกทรินแต่ว่าถ้าอิมพิสิตไม่ดีมันก็เท่านั้นไม่ได้ดีไม่ได้แพงขนาดนั้นเพราะมอดมันเหมือนกันหมดเลยมอดข้างล่างแต่อิมพิสิตต่างกันสรุปสรุปแบบสรุปเลยนะอย่าหาลงตัวเนี้ยยูเบอร์ถ้าไอเนี้ยไอ rational doctrine เนี่ยมันแพงกว่าเนี้ยสักผมจำได้ว่ามัน40 DY ขึ้น30 DY อะไรเงี้ยผมเคยล่าเมื่อลีกที่แล้วเซตเลอร์หรือพีเซียไม่รู้อ่ะก็อาจจะคุ้มอยู่เพราะว่าค่าลงมันถูกแต่ก็นั่นแหละถ้าอยากลงแล้วรู้ถ้ารู้ว่าคุ้มไหมก็เนี่ยตัวเนี้ย100 รอบผมได้มา3 อันถ้ามันแพงกว่านี้ก็อาจจะคุ้มแพงกว่านี้แบบ10 เท่าถึงจะคุ้มเพราะอย่าลืมว่าบอสตัวนี้มันนานกว่าซบเลยเกือบนานที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยในบรรดายูเบอร์แล้วก็มันยังไงมันน่าเบื่อผมว่ากว่าจะต้องเดินไปหาบอสกว่าจะรอมันจบเฟสก็นั่นแหละถือว่ายูเบอร์ครบแล้วนะยูเบอร์สลัดแล้วเชปเปอร์แล้วเชลลิงเมื่อวานซืนเนเว่นตัวแรกๆเลยเอลเดอร์ก็แรกๆเลยอีเตอร์ก็เมื่อวานคอเทคก็วันนี้เผื่อว่าหน้านี้ยูเบอร์ผมฆ่าหมดแล้วทั้ง7 ตัวทีนี้อาทิตย์หน้าผมอาจจะเปลี่ยนจากล่าบอสไปทำอย่างอื่นเพราะว่ามันไม่มีอะไรให้ล่าแล้วอ่ะเหลือเนี่ยเมเว่นอาจจะพอดูได้อยู่มั้งเมเว่นมีบอสอะไรให้ค่ายไม่มีแล้วมั้งมีไอ้บอสคำเชิญเนี่ยแต่ผมไม่ไหวซื้อว่ะมันไม่มีให้ซื้อในไอ้บอสพวกเนี่ยสกิมมิ่งกับอินแคนเดเซนเนี่ยไม่ไหวซื้อ100 ชิ้นไปซื้อใน TFP ห้องได้หรือมั้งแต่ว่าชิ้นเท่าไหร่ 1.2 DY 0.8 0.9 ที่เกียจซื้ออะไรที่ซื้อในบอสตัดได้เลยมีบอสอะไรให้ซื้ออีกไหม Echo ลงหมดแล้วซินิเคตแพงเกินออเดียนลงไปแล้วบอสแซคเคตมีอะไรให้ลงวะมีอะไรวะแสบตาโอชาบิชาโก้เหมือนเข้าไปลุ้นชาโก้มากกว่าไอชาโก้ควอดไบท์ของบิวฟิกเกอร์ป่ะเพราะไอไบท์เดี๋ยวไม่ใช่ควอดไบท์ไม่ใช่อันนี้14เวลมันน้อย170 DY มีอย่างอื่นไหมดิจิตอลไลฟ์ฟอร์สการ์ดอะไรวะเนี่ยไอเทมยกระดับกับมีอิทธิพล แพงไหมมีราคา Witch Hunter ไม่มีราคา นี่ก็ไม่น่ามีราคา Witcher on Hit แอปพอลเลนไม่มีราคาสรุปว่าโอชาบิก็ไม่น่าลงยูเบอร์เอลเดอร์ก็แพงก็ผมว่าไม่น่าสนใจพอ ไม่เหลืออะไรแล้วไซรัสก็ไม่ต้องพูดถึง ก็อาทิตย์หน้าลองอะไรใหม่ๆบ้างบอสผมมีในใจอยู่นะไอชัยยูล่า100 ครั้งอันเนี้ยแต่ว่าใบลงมันหายากบอลเลยชัยยูล่าผมยังไม่รู้เลยมันดรอปจากไหนดรอปจากไอ้นั่นปะ5 ครับปะโอ้โหในเทรดมี5 ชิ้น 6 ชิ้นซื้อในฟอร์ทัสได้ไหมเอ้ยได้นี่ไม่ใช่มันลง100 ครั้งไม่ได้หรอเพราะว่าของในตลาดผมซื้อให้หมดตลาดเลยก็ได้แหละมันไม่ได้มันยังมีงบอยู่ในงบแต่ว่ามันไม่คุ้มก็เลยมันก็ไม่ครบ100 ครั้งอยู่ดี ไม่นึกว่าของจะน้อยขนาดนี้คนที่ออฟไลน์อยู่58 ชิ้นน้อยมากเลยเนี่ยน้อยกว่าเมกบัตอีกมั้งในนั้น58ในนี้อีกเท่าไหร่10 ชิ้น9 ชิ้นนี้ไม่ถึง100 ชิ้นเลยแล้วตัวอื่นนี่ก็มีอยู่หน่อยนึง9 ชิ้น13 ชิ้นอาทิตย์หน้าผมเริ่มหมดมุกแล้วว่ะแต่ผมคิดว่าจะยังมีอันนี้ซิมวาคัมแล้วก็ไฮส์แต่ไฮส์นี่อาจจะไอ้นี่หน่อยยากหน่อยเพราะผมต้องไปสร้างตัวผมขี้เกียจก็อาจจะเป็นแค่อ๋อไอ้นี่ใบรีพอร์ต100 ใบหรือ300 ใบ100 ใบผมว่ามันน้อยไป300 ใบได้อะไรบ้างซิมวาคัม100 ครั้งอันนี้300 ครั้งดูว่าได้เลยไปสรุปยูเบอร์คอร์เทกอย่าหาลงไปลงคอร์เทกธรรมดาจะดีกว่าด้วยซ้ำบ้างผมไม่มีแบบผมไม่มีคอร์เทกธรรมดาจะดีกว่าก็ได้เพราะว่าคอร์เทกธรรมดามันดรอปไอ้นี่กดบัตเทิลเฟสแล้วก็เวนาเลียสมันดรอปเสื้อไอ้ที่ผมเจมเนี่ยกราฟเสื้อกราฟกับขวดดี แค่ชิ้นเดียวก็แพงแล้วไอ้เสื้อกราฟนี่ยังมีคนซื้ออยู่วะกราฟดีวายโอกาสดรอป10%แพงกว่านี่จิวเรชั่นแนลด็อกทรีนอีก do not leave the zone map after killing sin cheat nightmare ก็อย่าออกจากแมปหลังจากฆ่าบอสเพราะว่ามันอาจจะทำให้เวเนเลสไม่ดรอปหรือบอสไม่ดรอปของมันก็ว่าตอนที่มันตายเราไม่อยู่ในแมปมันก็เลยไม่ดรอปของอะไรประมาณก็บอสทุกตัวก็ประมาณนี้แหละผมยูเวอร์เอลเดอร์ก็เหมือนกันถ้าตอนที่มันตายแล้วเราไม่อยู่ในแมปบางทีมันไม่ดรอปของอย่าจำไว้พยายามอย่าออกจากแมปตอนที่มันตายบอสไปอาทิตย์หน้าวันศุกร์เสาร์อาทิตย์เหมือนเดิมบ่าย 3วันนี้ก็ว่าจะต่อเทคเคนแหละแต่แม่งจะ4 ทุ่มแล้วยังไม่เป็นจะ4 ทุ่มแล้วมันนานเกินเอาว่าเจอกันอาทิตย์หน้าคงเริ่มที่ซิมูลคามก่อนแล้วก็ใบรีพอร์ต300 ใบเอาแบบแปลกใหม่ดีเอาให้มันเอาอย่างอื่นนอกจากบอสมันไม่มีอะไรค่าแล้วไปเจอกันขอบคุณทุกคนที่เข้ามาดูฝากกดไลค์กดซับแน่นอนเหมือนที่เคยฟังยูทูบเบอร์คนอื่นเขาพูดเจอกันอาทิตย์หน้า see you บ๊ายบาย